Hey, what's going on everybody? Steve here, Rake and Profit, and I'm super excited for this video series. It's a 6-part video series, and inside, this is my house, just moved in here about 4 months ago, is one of my subscribers, Paul. And I put out a video probably 3 weeks ago, and I said, hey guys, I wanna invite one of my subscribers over to my house, and I wanna teach them how to build a book business on Amazon from scratch. Just like I was able to teach my mom. I'll put a picture of her right here. She's 67 and she literally had 0 experience. She didn't even know how to click a mouse. She didn't know anything about a computer. You know, one of her questions was, what's an app, Steven? What's an app? I told her to download the Amazon Seller app. So I was able to teach her, and now she does anywhere from $3,000 to $5,000 a month selling books. Yeah, physical books on Amazon. So in this video series, we're literally gonna go inside right now and get started. I'm gonna introduce you to my buddy Paul. Paul's an eBay seller, and he wants to build a book business and add an extra couple $1,000s a month profit to his bottom line. And I'm gonna teach him how to do it. But this isn't gonna be like any other video out there. And I know I'm guilty of it. You know, a lot of us YouTubers, we make videos where we kind of miss some of the important details. And maybe you go to a thrift store or you sit down to send an Amazon shipment out and you're just like, how do I do it? Like, Steve gave all this great value, but he was missing like some of these pieces. This video is gonna be like documentary style. It's gonna be long. It's gonna be very long-winded. So if you don't have patience, if you're like, you know, I want a 5-minute video that's gonna teach me 5 steps to make $5,000 a month in 5 minutes, like, don't watch this video. This is gonna be real, it's gonna be raw. We're gonna connect with Paul, we're gonna learn about him, his story, and literally we're gonna share everything from, you know, how to start an Amazon account, how to scan books, how to analyze books. I'm gonna share with you exactly where to go find the books. I'm gonna teach you guys how to ship all the books. We're gonna go through an Amazon FBA shipment together. I'm gonna share all my tools, all my equipment, everything. And again, this is gonna be more of like a documentary style. I'm not gonna be looking in the camera all the time. I'm gonna be working with Paul, and you're gonna meet him in a second, and I'm gonna just be teaching him. He's gonna be asking questions, and this is gonna be raw. This is gonna be unfiltered. This is gonna be like, you know, like a lion in the jungle and you're watching from a tree, right? This isn't gonna be, you know, kind of super hands-on with you guys. So I want you to watch, I want you to enjoy this, I want you to take notes, and you know, there's gonna be a couple things that, you know, I'm obviously not gonna be able to include. There's a ton of things. So I'm gonna put a link down below in the description to a free resource that's gonna go more in depth in terms of how to sign up for an account, how to reprice your books, a lot of the back-end administrative stuff. So you can check that out as well, and I'll put all the resources down below. But with that being said, let's go inside. We got Zach behind the camera right now, and let's meet Paul. We were just talking for like 10 minutes, and this guy's unbelievable. He said he used to weigh over, I think over 500 pounds, and now the guy's thin, he's fit. So you guys know me, like I give it to anybody who could change their body and their health. Like, I know he has a sharp mind, so I know he can do it. I'm stopped. Come on, let's go inside, cut the camera. Hopefully you're enjoying the video so far. Real quick, I wanted to shout out the sponsor for today's video, and that's RestrictedInventory.com. You know, selling on Amazon is amazing, but certain products, especially popular textbooks, CDs, DVDs, there's certain items that you're not going to be able to sell. Amazon restricts it. So what do you do? What do you do if you come across a book or a DVD that's going to make $50, $60, $80 profit? Well, most resellers, they're going to pass up on it. Big, big mistake. If you come across those items, send them to Avery over at RestrictedInventory.com. This is exactly what I do. I'll put a link to that down below. All you have to do is create a free account. There's a dashboard. It shows you all your inventory. It shows you your profits. So just throw it all in a box, ship it to Avery at RestrictedInventory.com, and when it sells, they'll split it with you 50-50. It's awesome. I've been using this service for well over 1.5 years now. It's great, and I definitely recommend it. So with that being said, let's get back to the video. Sorry, it's early. I have too much. Are we good to go? Hey, what's going on, everybody? Steve here, Rake and Profit, and this is probably gonna be one of the times I'm gonna actually address the camera, because today's gonna be all about Paul and I. Paul, he actually watched my video, what, probably 2 weeks ago or so?
About that, yeah.
I was filming it right there, man. And what happened, man? So you watched this video, and how did you end up here right now?
Just you presented the opportunity to have somebody come down and meet with you to be able to go through an Amazon shipment and learn a lot of the basics, which is something that I don't have experience with Amazon.
Yeah. So let's talk a little bit about why you want to start a book business, because that's the goal. Like, that's why you're here. You came from what, New York?
Yeah, upstate New York is where I'm currently helping take care of my mom before I probably head back to the south before winter's setting in here. So
yeah, cool. So you came all the way out here to build a book business. Now, like, what's the reason why you decided to like come here and like actually want to do this with me, and why weren't you able to do it on your own? And this doesn't mean like any criticism, but for the people who are watching right now, there's a lot of people who they want to start a business and they don't ask for help. They try to do it all on their own. They try to watch YouTube videos, Facebook, follow Facebook groups and whatnot. And a lot of people still have a hard time starting. And I'm curious because like one of my downfalls now as a YouTuber is I've been selling books for 7 years, right? I've sold hundreds of thousands of dollars on Amazon. I don't say that to brag or boast, but I have. Like, I felt my mom start a business. So like, I'm like becoming disconnected. And I was telling you about this on the phone. Like, I'm disconnected to like some of the challenges that people have when they're first starting. Because for me, I'm just like, what do you mean? You just download the Amazon Seller app, you get Scout IQ, you go out, you scan, you analyze, like the app tells you what to do, you send out a shipment. Like for me, it's easy. But there's a lot of people, and you're not the only one, who they can't figure it out. So I'm kind of curious, like, what was holding you back and what made you want to come here?
Well, I think a lot of it can come down to like, I have experience with eBay, and then, it's the same as, if you're going to flip from like an Android to an Apple, like you're dealing with a completely different operating system. So, when you're just looking at the structure of the way things are set up with Amazon, there's just a lot more to question, I guess. Especially when you're doing FBA, and
it's different.
It's just a very different setup. And then, like you start to kind of see like people will get fined for too many UPCs or something because you didn't put the sticker on correctly. And
it's easier to get suspended on Amazon than eBay for sure.
Yeah, and so like it's one of those things like you just don't want to take that risk, and and then you don't feel comfortable doing it, and it's just kind of.
So it's like the fear of like, it's like you don't know if you're going to step on a landmine or not. You're kind of scared because with eBay you can get away with a lot of this stuff, right? So you're not as scared. It's more simple. But with Amazon, it's almost like you were held back because you don't want to make a mistake that can get you like kicked off or something.
Right, and that's I used to actually deliver boxes to Amazon, and just like watching their warehouses are so automated. So it's like if you make a mistake, like at what point does that get caught? Does it get you in trouble? And
that's interesting.
It's like you said, like with eBay, if I screw something up and like I just send the wrong item to the customer by mistake, I'm working with that customer. But if I mislabel a sticker or don't process things correctly in how you set up a shipment in those Amazon accounts, and it's just a whole different problem that's there.
And that's the scary thing about like selling on Amazon versus eBay. And the thing with eBay is just, it's like a one-sided coin. On eBay, you have to store everything at your house. There are no fulfillment centers. Like when you list something, like you're storing it at the house, like you're taking all the pictures, you're creating the listing, the description, like you're shipping it out, you're dealing with customer service, returns, refunds, like you're doing everything. It's all in your control. Like as an eBay seller, it's like we're in control. We have all the control. But as an Amazon seller, to kind of back up a step, there's two sides of the coin. There's a merchant seller, which is similar to an eBay seller because you can store everything at your house. But we're talking about what we're going to teach today is Amazon FBA, right? Mm-hmm. That's what scares you, is the FBA part, which is the fulfillment by Amazon. Because you're right, like you give up a ton of control when you're selling as an FBA seller, because you're sending all your items to the warehouse. They're out of your hands. You're not even creating your own descriptions. You're piggybacking on other people's descriptions as well and other people's listings. So it's scary. And I think that's like a big fear for a lot of people in business, is like not having that control.
Yeah, and it's, all it takes is, it seems like, is like one small mistake, and then it throws everything off in there. And then, like there's times where like I've gone through like scan books, and, there's usually at least two. One's like a restricted audio book, which you understand, and then but then there'll be like two paperback ones, where I'd get it if it was a hardback, paperback, and audiobook, but and then like one will have like a dramatically lower rank than the other one, and it's like, is it just because this person just somebody went in and started
Oh, we're going to be covering all this today. I was telling people in the introduction, you better be prepared. These are going to be long videos, very long-winded videos, because I'm going to answer all of your questions. Like, all these fears that you have are actually legitimate. They're very legitimate. But this is one of the things that holds a lot of people back from starting a business, especially an Amazon business, is like the fear of the unknown. And the truth is, even after this whole process where I teach you everything and I'm going to share with you like my best tips and secrets, whatever, right? Things that I've learned from my experience, there's still a chance that you could get suspended. There's still a chance that something could go wrong. And then guess what? The odds are something probably will go wrong. But that's business just in general. But what we're going to do today is I'm going to share with you, based on my experience, 7 years experience, some of the things like to easily avoid. Some of the mistakes to make sure that you don't do that. Like, don't seem logical, but like you don't want to do that. Like, I'm going to talk about like going through the various listings and dealing with restricted books and jumping on the right listings. But just in business in general, like there's always a chance. Like, for example, even like coming here right now, like driving here, there was a chance that, not to be like crazy, like Gary Vee does this sometimes. He talks about like the crazy worst stuff that could happen. Like, you could have gotten in a car accident. Mm-hmm. Like, there's always a risk. Like, there's always a risk with anything you do. So the goal today is to minimize the risk. There's no business that anyone's going to ever be able to start where there's not like a risk. Right. And there's people all the time who get suspended, they get kicked off. Even on eBay as well. I just had a guy message me yesterday. He just got booted off of eBay for like no reason. Like, it could happen. So it's all about minimizing risk. So that's what we're going to do today. And you got to feel the fear and just go through it anyways. And I know how scary it is, like, to start a new business. It's super scary.
Yeah, I've started more than one. You know, I've been an independent contractor since like 2010.
Oh, really?
With transportation and different things. But, you know, I mean, like a lot of, like when we were talking on the phone, you know, like you said, you just wanted to do something different because so many of the videos are just talking heads, or, you know, like if it's all like haul videos and, you know, like that's great, you know, like to, you know, to get a knowledge base of different products and everything. But like the, you know, the unsexy things of like, how do you actually pack those books in a box?
Yeah.
You know, like, you know, like to me, like that's something I would question just based on my history of like working in warehouses and stuff. Yeah. Because I know like there's some places that are very particular, like, you know, do they need to be face up, and, you know. Yeah.
And these are the questions I want you to ask. Like, and why do YouTubers not make these videos? Because they don't get views. Like, who's gonna, like, I mean, possibly you could get some views, but like, these aren't like the most sexy topics, but like, these are the topics that kind of matter. So we're gonna go through all of that, man. We're gonna cover it all. Again, I wanna drill in to you and for people who are watching, like, we're gonna cover FBA today, right? When you sell on Amazon, you can be a merchant or an FBA. Do you understand the difference between the two?
Yeah.
So just think of a merchant as like an eBay seller. You store everything at your house, you send everything out. The reason why we're gonna do FBA is because when you sell as an FBA seller, and this is actually a box right here. This is actually a shipment that, Zach, hide my address. I'm gonna have everyone over here. So this is actually a shipment that is getting ready to go out that I packed up yesterday, and I didn't realize it was Labor Day, so they were closed. But the goal of like today ultimately is to teach you how to get a box like this, where all the books are in here and we send them out to the Amazon warehouses. And why do we do this? One, it ends up leveraging a lot of your time. Like, you're able to save a lot of time, because when you're a merchant seller or an eBay seller, what's the number one thing that holds you back from like going from like maybe $2,000 a month to $5,000 a month?
Just the time-consuming nature of,
right? Because you have to spend your time to go source all this stuff. But the more you sell, it's like the more you have to list, the more you have to pack, the more you have to ship. There's more like returns, like more issues, right? As an Amazon FBA seller, literally your number one goal is just to source as many profitable products as possible. Why? Because Amazon FBA, Fulfillment by Amazon, does the rest. So once I ship this box of books out, I think there's 13 books in here. Actually, this is actually not books. This is mostly DVDs and board games. But anyways, let's pretend they're books. Once I ship it to the warehouse, Amazon's gonna store it at the warehouse. And when it sells, they're gonna ship it to the customer. If there's any returns, if there's any refunds, if there's any customer questions, they answer all of them. When they get to the warehouse, they're gonna store it in the inventory. They're gonna pick it, they're gonna pack it, they're gonna ship it, they're gonna deal with customer service. The only thing you're gonna have to deal with once these get to the warehouse is dealing with any like back-end administrative stuff, such as like repricing. Sometimes there could be issues where like inventory gets stranded, which means maybe you sent in like a restricted book, or maybe for some reason they're saying like you didn't prep it correctly or something like that. With books, you don't really have to prep. But there's some like back-end stuff, mostly repricing your books that you could do in the back-end system on Amazon. But that's about it. So like all you have to do is focus on finding as many books as possible, sending them to Amazon. So that's number one, like saving time. That's huge. And we're gonna go more into your story, but like that's a big thing for you, right?
Yes.
Like you have different hobbies, different passions. Like you don't wanna be working 90 hours a week. Like money's not your number one. Obviously you wanna make money, but you wanna spend your time doing other things.
Right, yeah. And I do want to be able to add into what I do currently, with my main job of driving around the country. It's something that I just love since I've been in it.
Yeah.
But it is something that I'm trying to build up where I can be off of the road more.
Yeah.
Because it's like I'm divorced, no kids, and I turned 41 this year, and it's like, man, it's like if I'm ever gonna have a family and get settled down, like getting to that point where it's getting late, so it's just being able to just start building something to provide more options, and and it's like regardless if I'm single the rest of my life, no kids, whatever, you got to at least take the steps to to give yourself that option so that you're not just thrown to the wild and taking much bigger risks that aren't very smart, so.
And it takes time, man. It's it's going to take time to learn how to do this. The whole goal of like you coming here and spending your time, your money, you could be doing a million other things right now, is to shorten the learning curve. And that's the goal of this series as well. Like instead of it taking you 3 months to figure out because you're dilly-dallying all around trying to figure it out, like I'm going to shorten it down, right? Like that's the whole goal of this. Back to what we were talking about before, another benefit of Amazon FBA is you can typically get higher prices. So one of the things that holds a lot of people back from Amazon FBA and just Amazon in general is they say, well, the fees are too high, eBay fees and payment processor fees come out to like 13% on PayPal. On Amazon, it can come out to around like 30%. Everyone's like, oh God, 30%. Like, I'm not selling on Amazon. Like, I'm not paying 30%. Let me ask you a question. If we had 2 of these copies of this book and you could sell this on eBay and make $20 profit, even though this book's selling for, I think, $120 or $130 used, believe it or not, we'll scan it. But let's just pretend this is a $20 book. Say you make $20 profit on eBay and they charge you 13% fees, so you make like 18 bucks, right? What if this sells for 75 on Amazon and after fees you make 45? Where do you want to sell it?
Amazon.
But why? The fees are higher.
Right.
This is people's this is people's argument towards Amazon. Obviously, this is a generalization. It's not with all products.
I've looked at like the way the fees and everything kind of break down, and it's like some of the stuff I was looking at, like it's 10-15% more in fees on for Amazon, but it's like one of those things where you're covered though, like you should have all that extra time to be able to go out and source more, and just continue to just multiply, the time and the dollar amount that you actually make. And but regardless, how often, would you pay 10 or 15% extra to not have to deal with anything? You're not coming up with the box and, because you're going to spend probably, anywhere from 50 cents to $1 on a box, typically, unless you're going to, find a recycled one. And like the fee structure really isn't as bad as what it sounds, but it's.
Yeah, exactly. And obviously this was kind of a crazy example. Not every item's going to make you twice as much on Amazon versus eBay, but especially books. Books do so much better on Amazon versus eBay. Amazon FBA especially. And if you're a merchant, sometimes this book might only go for 60, but you can get 100 as an FBA seller. So you get it's called a prime bump, an Amazon prime bump. So another benefit of Amazon FBA versus a merchant is not only do you save more time, customers get it in 2 days, they get the prime shipping, but you typically get a good little prime bump, 10, 20, 30% more as an FBA seller versus a merchant. So like those are the big benefits. For me, the biggest benefit is time, because I'm very, very busy. I run e-commerce store. I sell on eBay. I do Amazon FBA. I'm running the YouTube channel. And just like you, if you don't mind me sharing, I kind of shared it outside before because I was so excited when you told me. You used to weigh over 500 pounds. Like, that's crazy. Like, how much weight have you lost?
Well, right now I'm in like the mid 250s.
Dude,
you know, so it's like
you lost to me plus more.
Yeah, so you know, it's like I'm half of where I was, but I'm 30 pounds above where I was at my lowest.
Oh, I got you.
I'm working my way back down there again. And,
dude, I was saying before, dude, I feel like a bloated whale right now, man. I'm like probably 10 or 15 pounds over where I should be. So, but you've lost 250 pounds. And the point I was trying to make was like, you have other things that you want to focus on other than business. Like for me, business and money isn't the most important. Like I put health, number one, health and family, right? And then business. Obviously there's some people, they have to put business as number one, but that's why I like Amazon FBA. It's very scalable. You could be on the road traveling and doing your transportation business, and you could be selling items. Amazon's processing, they're shipping. So like once or twice a week, you could send out an Amazon shipment and then they sell while you're on the road. Right, I've traveled the whole entire country doing this, man.
And that's actually one of the questions that I had come up with before. It was, like you mentioned, you did a road trip in one of your previous videos. Is how do you actually send things in? Because as far as like your return address and stuff, if you're bringing it into a UPS center, like, is there a problem there? Because
I used to just do my parents' house, but you can do like a friend's house as well. That's what I did. But I think back then I was just putting because you have to put where you're shipping out of, I would just put the hotel. That's what I would do. If it came back to the hotel, I'd probably be in trouble because you can't like ship, like if I'm in like Ohio, I can't put my parents' address in freaking Connecticut. So I would just put the hotel. I'm not telling you guys to do that. I'm sure there's a lot of people out there who are 10 times smarter than me. So I'm just giving my experience what I did.
Yeah, well, that's what I was kind of wondering because like it messes up the shipping and everything when, you
have to go in constantly and change it if you're traveling.
Yeah, because like that's one of the things. Like, I mean, as younger people start to age, like watching the amount of people that participate in things like the FIRE movement, or people that one of the things that I'd been looking at was just straight up like just living in a vehicle, traveling around.
Yeah.
There's a very big group of people that do that on a regular basis. So it's like, this whole business model would work really well because, if you're living in a van or an RV or whatever, like you don't want that stuff around.
And when I'm in the next video, I'm going to be bringing everybody downstairs into my Amazon room, which isn't fancy. I moved here 4 months ago, so it's pretty bare right now. But I'm going to share all of my equipment and stuff, and you can start to visualize how you can take it on the road. And like some of my options for printers aren't going to be the best for you, so I'll give you like another option that you can use on the road. But let's keep moving along here. I want to go into some of the things that you already have an Amazon account, right?
Yes.
Okay, so I'm not going to go in great detail. I am going to put a link down below in the description. If you put in your email, I'll send over a special video for you that's going to literally walk you through step by step how to actually set up an Amazon account, how to put in, nowadays they want verification. They actually send out a postcard, and let me just hide my address here. People are going to be showing up. They send out a postcard, and if you're wondering, Steve, why the heck do you have a postcard? Amazon so I moved to my new property and I changed my ship back address. And they shut my account down, and they're like, we need to verify your address. So they send out this postcard to you now, and they give you a code, and you have to go in and verify your address. So you're gonna have to put in your banking, all that good stuff. So I'm gonna put a link down below in the description. But if you guys are watching now and you wanna sell on Amazon, you have to set up your account. So it's not as easy as it used to be. You have to get verified. You have to put in, sometimes it's a pain in the butt. You were talking about it before, sometimes you could have issues with your license or like the banking account. So you have to be very careful. What were you saying before about that?
I had moved, I had been living in Texas for a few years, moved to New Orleans and was there for 14 months, but it's like, I'm still legally a resident of Virginia according to my license. So, they're very careful that your license, your bank account, everything has to match.
You might have to line some things up. It's a pain in the butt with some of that stuff. Like I had to get one of my new businesses that I started an e-commerce brand. I set up a new PayPal account for it, and like my business address, like things aren't matching up essentially. And it's like causing a lot of problems for me. So like now I'm having to like get postponed for like a couple weeks to get my PayPal verified to like increase limits and stuff because like everything's not matching up. So it stinks. This is how Amazon is nowadays. Why is Amazon doing this? Because Amazon's the biggest marketplace in the world right now. And what's happening, there's a lot of criminals and bootleggers and people trying to take advantage of the system. And if us as a seller, if we create a bad experience with Amazon, it's not the customer. You might think they're pissed at us, but they're not. They're pissed at Amazon. They say, you know what, Amazon? Screw you. I'm going to Target. I'm going to Walmart. So they have to protect their brand as much as possible. So my prediction is over the next couple of years, they're going to continue to make it harder and harder for people to sign up. I think they might even cut sellers off eventually, to be honest with you, because they already have so many sellers. Third-party sellers make up, someone tell me this statistic, 60 or 70% of overall sales on Amazon is from third-party sellers like you and I. It's not from, from them and their private label brands and stuff. So we make up Amazon. So it's our responsibility to do a good job. And unfortunately, in any industry, there's a couple bad apples. So they're making it harder and harder. They're starting to restrict items. They're making it harder to sell products. Books are one of the few categories where you could sell a lot of the items. There are restrictions, and we're going to talk about it in, I think, video number 3 of this 6-part series. But make sure you set up your account. In terms of costs involved to start your Amazon business, just in terms of starting an Amazon account, there's a free account and then there's a paid account. Amazon will hide the free account. They won't make it easy for you to find, but it's there. It's like a little tiny little button. Like you ever like sign up for something and there's a little tiny button like that you don't even see that. Oh. That's how Amazon has it. So there's a free account, which is free. You pretty much have all the benefits, but they charge you an extra $1 when you sell an item. So once you sell over 40 items, it actually makes sense to do the pro account, which is $40 a month, $39.99 a month.
Right. Yeah. That's what I had set up a pro account originally, but they changed it now so that if you don't sell something in like 90 days, they kick you down to individual. And they said like you can switch it back at any time. But I guess it's actually a nice thing to do rather than charging somebody $40 a month. That isn't actually selling. And
exactly. So I'd recommend everyone you could start with the free account. There are some benefits of having the pro account, which when I introduce you to Scout IQ, which is the app that I'm going to recommend, there's other ones out there that you can use. A lot of them are really good, but I've used Scout IQ for well over 5 years. I use Scout IQ, an Amazon seller app. To use certain parts of Scout IQ, you do need that pro account. You can still use it without it, just not as efficient. So you can start with the free or the pro, but once you sell over 40 items a month, it makes sense to go the pro account because you're not going to get charged an extra $1 fee that the free account will charge you. So that's pretty much it for the introduction right now. I'm getting a 5-minute cutout from my video man back there, so we got to keep moving. The next video, we're going to go downstairs and I'm going to show you all of my equipment. We're going to answer a ton of questions. So this is more like a shorter kind of intro video. Ultimately, at the end of the day, how much do you want to make from this business? Like you were sharing before, how much profit do you want to make from this?
Actual profit, I was going to try to target, like 1,500 to 2,000 to just kind of supplement everything else that I'm doing. And just continue building online businesses. Like I enjoy eBay. It's got its flaws. So I just like to kind of expand a little bit and learn something new. Just to be able to take advantage of the FBA program itself.
I think anyone can make an extra $1,000, $2,000, $3,000 a month. Once you start going for like $4,000, $5,000 a month profit or more, there becomes a bit more advanced strategies. Today I'm going to teach like the beginner, the basics. There's more efficient ways to do things that I could teach, but I want to teach the beginner, the basic, the way that anybody could do it. I'm not going to share complicated printers and all these complicated systems and softwares. Like this is going to be the most kind of like basic beginner stuff to like get your results. So with that being said, let's go downstairs, man. Let's get into the equipment and supplies portion of things. You ready to do this, man?
Ready.
All right, let's go. All right, so let's go downstairs. I want to show you my Amazon space. It's nothing crazy. I just moved in here about 4 months ago. So I'll give you a little tour really quick of what's going on. That's the Amazon space right there. This is my little home gym. I know you'll appreciate it after losing a person.
Yeah, that's one of the biggest killers.
Yeah,
It's
so
nice when you have access to it right here.
yeah, man. So this is like the gym. I'm gonna go right behind you real quick. This is where I have some of. It's kind of a mess back here, but this is some eBay stuff that I have to list. Some items for sale, some items that are already listed. A bunch of boxes. This place is kind of a mess right now. Some Legos that I collect, some different things that I have to list on eBay. So this isn't super efficient, and hopefully this will motivate you, because you're probably thinking like, well, why isn't everything like all like, where's all the Amazon inventory? Like, why isn't everything like super? It doesn't have to be with this business, because we literally with Amazon, we just ship everything out.
Right.
So it's simple. It's very, very simple. The only thing that's going to apply to the Amazon business back here isn't even this. These are just, I've been sourcing a lot off of eBay, different items, DVDs, board games, textbooks, different things. So when the boxes come, I just been tossing them here. So if I sell something on eBay, I use those for eBay. So this isn't even Amazon. This is the only thing back here that applies to Amazon, because sometimes when I pack a box, there's like some dead space in it. So I'll just throw some void fill, different things in there, bubble wrap. That's about it, man. Like nothing really even applies back here to Amazon. I just want to show you. Look at those snowboards. Those are pretty cool. $10. Hey, what's up, everybody? Sorry to interrupt this video. Real quick, I want to shout out the sponsor of today's video, which is really, really cool. I think you're going to love this. It's Pallet IQ. So behind me, I have about 1,200 books that I recently purchased from Pallet IQ. And Pallet IQ is a service that allows you to get hundreds, if not thousands, of books shipped directly to you with healthy profit margins. So instead of having to go to thrift stores and garage sales and flea markets and spend all that time to find books, you can actually have them shipped directly to you. So there's a ton of books that I got here. I've already processed about a couple hundred of them. And believe it or not, these aren't just books that are gonna make 30 cents, 40 cents, and be 3 million, 5 million ranked. These are really good books. So I should double my investment. I ended up spending $3,400 on all these books right here, and I should double my investment, double my profit. Now, it's gonna obviously take some time to ship these all out, and it takes work, but instead of me having to go out and spend hundreds of hours finding all these books, I literally am able to leverage my time, leverage my systems, leverage everything that you're learning in this book series to ship quickly, analyze quickly, and get them to the FBA warehouses to grow my business. So definitely check out Pallet IQ. I've been enjoying their service so far, and I love the people who run this business. I stand behind them. So check it out, and back to the video. So this is my YouTube room. I don't know have you seen any of my recent, if this looks familiar at all?
Yeah.
So this is where I shoot the YouTube videos right here. And here's some of the equipment that I use, and I'm gonna go through some of the things. I got some notes here to make sure that I hit on it all. But this isn't very extravagant, is it? There's not really much going on in here, is here? Like there's
Yeah, keep it simple.
There's not much going on in here, and hopefully this inspires some people, because this isn't very complicated. I'm gonna go through some of the supplies and stuff that I use, so you guys can put it together. You can obviously, I'm gonna give you a list of stuff afterwards. For all the equipment that you need and stuff. I'm gonna give you some options, but I'm gonna go through this list to make sure that I cover it all. So there's like 3 main parts of running an Amazon business. There's going out, like sourcing and scanning your items. There's listing your books and kind of prepping them. What I mean by prep, like with books, it's like just peeling off the stickers. Mm-hmm. There's not really much you have to prep with books. Right?
Yeah.
If you sell like certain toys and stuff that are like exposed, like sometimes you have to like stretch wrap them, or I don't have any here right now. My mom, she's like super like, she's super picky about like making sure they're like perfectly presented, and we're gonna talk about conditioning books. So like she'll polybag them sometimes, it's not necessary. She's like, Steven, like people, they're gonna want it to be in good condition. It doesn't really, honestly, it doesn't matter as much as you think on Amazon. So there's scanning and sourcing, there's listing and prepping, and then there's shipping. So like those are the 3 like main elements, and the equipment I share with you is going to kind of cover it all. So let's talk about scanning. So do I have my phone on me? Yes. What do you have for a phone? I got an iPhone.
Note 10.
Note 10. So
yeah.
it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
You could have an Apple, you could have an Android. You're going to need a phone. Secondly, I think I have it. It's in here. People want to know, what do you scan with? I recommend, there's a lot of different scanners out there. You can look them up. This one is a Natamu scanner. Feel this thing. It's pretty cheap and crappy, but it does the job. I think it's like 50 or 60 bucks. And you just turn it on. I go to my app. It should automatically connect, but if not, I will go to my, I think I got to turn my Bluetooth on, and then it should say scanner. Boom. It says connected. Whoa, what do we got going on here, Zach? So it's connected. So Scout IQ is right there. You have to find a book that has a barcode. So let me see. And this is just, we're going to cover this in depth. Boom. Oh, it logged me. I have to log back in because I actually logged into another device. So you're going to have to take my word for it. But yeah, you just scan the barcode and it scans. So I'll log back in a second. But yeah, for the software that I use 2 different apps. I use Scout IQ, which you're familiar with, right?
I'm familiar with it, haven't used it.
Okay, so it's just an app that essentially, it's very similar to the Amazon Seller app. So this is the Amazon Seller app right here. On the Amazon Seller app, it'll say, you know, how much I've sold over the last 30 days, units today, payout, blah, blah, blah. So with the Amazon app, you can do pretty much everything that Scout IQ could do. And I'm not going to go in depth right now. Like when we go upstairs, I'm going to freaking beat your brains down to a pulp when we're talking about this stuff, because it's a lot. But Amazon Seller app will essentially, you could scan items and it'll tell you, you know, how much it's selling for and whatnot. But with Scout IQ, you can use like a third-party app and it'll automatically make decisions for you. So you can scan like pretty much like 5 to 10 times faster. So we'll go more in depth with that. But I have my phone, I have my Natamu scanner, and then I have Scout IQ and the Amazon Seller app. That's pretty much all I have for scanning. Now, some people, if you ever go out to the thrift store, if you go out to the thrift store, they'll have like, have you ever seen people with like the little arm set up?
bands.
Oh
Yeah,
man, don't mess with those
serious.
people. I'm telling you
Yes,
right
yeah,
now. Especially if they ride a motorcycle. Do not mess with them. But you can get one of those little arm attachments. I don't use it. To be honest, when I go to the thrift store, sometimes I'm just scanning with my phone. Like you don't need to use this. This just makes it quicker because you could just kneel down and go boom, 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 like right through the barcodes, like a badass. But you could just use your camera to scan it as well, just slower.
Yeah. And then, well, I guess with the sound confirmation and stuff, it helps out where you don't, you know.
Yeah, and I'm going to be talking about that upstairs. But yeah, you can put headphones in and it'll like show like a green to buy, like a red to pass. It'll do like a little ding for like a buy or like to pass. So you can set up like different notifications. And with Scout IQ, you can set up different like rules and parameters. So some people want to buy a book that they spend $3 on and make $2 profit, so that would be green. But you could also set it up to where that would be red, because maybe you don't want to spend $3 to make $2. You want to spend $3 to make $5, right? So you could set up different rules and algorithms in a sense. So that's really it for scanning. Now when it comes to listing and prepping books, and again, we're just covering like some of the basics. We're going to go through this whole thing together. But for listing and prepping books, I have something called a Scotty Pillar. Do you know what a Scotty Pillar is?
I know what they are, and I'm gonna.
Okay. So Scotty Pillar is pretty simple. I mean, I'm not going to go crazy with this, but it just peels off the. I freaking hate these things. They work okay, honestly. I keep my nails a little long. I just rip them right off. So the Scotty Pillar, you can also get some Goo Gone, which is like, you know what that is, a little substance you throw on the books, and you can get them off. Stretch wrap. This is something that I use if I'm selling like a box set of books. Like sometimes you'll find like 3 or 4 books that go together that are under one listing. So how do you send those out? You can go under one listing, but you have to put them together. So I use a stretch wrap to just kind of put like different sets and stuff together.
What about books with like CDs and things like that? Do you do that with them, or just?
Yeah. So like if there's like a DVD or something that has, I thought I had one over here, maybe not, that is kind of like opened. Instead of taping it down and then people rip it off and it destroys it, you can stretch wrap it, and then I throw a piece of tape on over it. So that's what I use this for. I've got a software called Accelerlist. I'll put a little picture on the page. That's the software that I use to list. Do not, I'm going to tell everybody right now, please listen to me. If there's one thing that you listen to me about today, you can ignore everything else. Please don't list on Amazon Seller Central. Don't do it. It's the absolute worst. It's the worst. It's the slowest, most inefficient. Honestly, I'd rather sleep in a bed full of spiders and snakes all night than have to list on Amazon Seller Central. Mama Prophet, if you're listening, I love you with all my heart. But can you please just use Accelerlist? I've tried to teach her a million times. She doesn't want to use it. She doesn't want to change. She doesn't want to do it. She sits there and it takes her 15 minutes to list an item. Steven, I got all the time in the world. All right, well, if you want to, I don't. The clock is ticking. Don't use Amazon to list. Just don't. Accelerlist is a software that costs 20 or 30 bucks a month. I know for some it might hurt. If you're really on a budget and you don't have any money and you're suffering, I know you have some finances because you've got a pretty solid job and stuff.
Right.
You have to get Accelerlist. Don't. I honestly, man, the heck is this? Well, hello. Accelerlist, you got to use it, man. It will improve your listing by like 10x faster. And it gives you like different like bookkeeping numbers and stuff. And I'll show you when we get into it. But that's a software that I use. I use a software called Keepa. I'm not going to talk much about it now, but that's a software. It's a Chrome extension that pretty much like shares like price history and stuff. I'll put a link on the page right here. But I don't know. Have you ever heard of Keepa?
Yeah, I'm familiar with like watching the charts, and then you can kind of tell
Yeah.
if Amazon has been in on it or.
I don't use it a ton, to be honest, but it's something that you can use. In terms of printers, so I'm going to show you guys the printer I'm going to be teaching you about today. And this is a very special printer to me for one reason why. I got this at Savers for $6.99. I just sold like a similar one for $100 on eBay. These things sell like hotcakes. They sell even better on Amazon. This probably goes for like 120, 130 bucks on Amazon.
Oh, is it a laser?
It's printer? A laser printer. Right. So, yeah, it takes toner cartridges. So instead of like having like an inkjet printer where it's like 60 bucks to get the ink, like this is probably like 14 bucks for two, and this will probably last like the whole year.
All right.
So yeah, the downside to this is it's big and it's bulky. You know, remember before how we were talking about being like dumb or ignorant? Mm-hmm. Oh man, 5 years ago I was the dumbest person you'll ever meet. When I was going to hotels and stuff, I didn't know anything about Dymo printers. These are like the best, but they're a pain in the butt. That's why I'm not going to teach you how to use them today. We're going to use this. The downside is it's big and it's bulky, and when you're printing out different labels, it's very inefficient in a sense, but for the beginner, I think this is the best way to start because it's very easy to use. It's cheap, it's easy. These things are at thrift stores all day long. So look for the Brother printers. This is the HL2270DW. Really, any Brother laser printer will work. Just throw the toner in right here. It's very, very simple to use, very cheap. I like this because it's easy. I'm going to talk about, like, when we actually do our shipment, you're going to see why it's inefficient.
Okay.
Because when you list books on Amazon, you have to put like a little barcode on the back of each one. It's called an FN SKU. If you have a Dymo printer, every time you list a book, it pops out and you can slap it on. Pops out, slap it on, pops out, slap it on. But when you list 30 books using this, you have to print them all out at once, and then you have to do it like one by one. So it's a little inefficient. But the reason why, I'll be 100% transparent. The reason why I'm not even using these now is because ever since I moved into this house, these things are having problems all day long. Somebody in the comments, smash that like button and let me know I'm not the only one. These things are a freaking nightmare. They work really, really well for a long period of time until they decide not to work anymore. And like, sometimes these things have issues like linking up with Accelerlist. Sometimes they stop working. Man, I was battling with these things about 3 weeks ago for like 3 hours. I couldn't get it to work. So.
I was able to pick up one.
They're the best.
I think it was like a 450. Just dumb luck at a garage sale out in the middle of nowhere for $2. You know, and it was like, you know, I had like the CD driver disc and stuff.
These are the best though, because these will print out the little. You see these little labels right here? Mm-hmm. They'll print out the FN SKU label that'll go over the barcode on a product, and they'll shoot out instantly. When you sell on Amazon, you have to label two things: the books, if you choose to, or you could have Amazon do it and you can pay extra. And then this will actually like be the label that shoots out to go over the box, the UPS label.
Okay.
So don't worry about, you're not going to understand. Like,
Yeah.
don't worry about anybody. Don't worry about understanding this now. I'm just kind of like giving you an overview of some of the supplies. Once you scale, God be with you. These things don't want to work anymore. But these are the best. I've been using this the last 3 weeks because I lost my patience.
Easy to do with electronics.
Yeah, so if you have more patience than I do. So in terms of printing, and I'm going to open up, I'm going to have you ask questions in a second. I just want to go through these, kind of share the supplies. In terms of shipping, you know, this is just Amazon Basics tape. Don't get tape that has too low of like a mil rate. It's like MIL. I think that has to do with like the thickness of tape. You'll be like, who here has ever had tape that gets stuck and you're just like fighting it and you can't get it? Get something that has a decent thickness.
Start shredding.
Yeah, this isn't the best, but it's good enough. We're gonna use the tape for like shipping out, like for like taping up the boxes and everything like that. Boxes, I usually go to Home Depot or Lowe's to get my boxes. I ship one box out at a time. So remember how I told you before, like this is gonna be like a very beginner, non-complicated, like my goal for you being here is to actually go out and send out a shipment. I could teach you all about, you ever heard of box contents? Probably not,
no.
Right? If you send out more products that fit in one box, like there's all these different additional steps that you have to do and it becomes complicated and there's just all this extra stuff you have to do. If you ship just one box out at a single time and print out a label, it's very simple. But if I wanted to send out 2 different boxes at the same time, Amazon requires like all these different steps. So for everyone who's watching, this isn't the video. I'll link up some videos down below if you want to send out more than one box at a time. It doesn't mean you can still send out 10 boxes a day, but you can't just put it all under one shipping plan. So I do everything one box at a time. And again, what I do, I usually make a couple $1,000, $3,000, $4,000, $5,000 a month profit, depending on how hard I'm going with the thrift stores, garage sales, flea market, all that stuff with like Amazon, like reselling like this. I'm not talking about any other models. So this isn't the most efficient way, but I go to Home Depot, I get the 16 by, what is this? 16 by 12 by 12 boxes. It's a small box. I like this box because this box is a little beat up. But you have to remember when you're shipping out a box, you can't have any more than 50 pounds. Before, you used to be able to put Team Lift on the side of the box, and you can go over 50 pounds, but you have to keep under 50-pound limit. So if you're selling a lot of textbooks, if you fill this up with textbooks, it'll probably be like 30, 40, 45 pounds. So I like to ship with this size. If you're shipping like board games and different things that are bigger, you can start getting like some just bigger random boxes. Some people dumpster dive, but I go to Lowe's and Home Depot, also Walmart to get my boxes. So usually the 16 by 12 by 12s, or sometimes like the 18 by 18 by 16s or so. So those are the boxes that I use. We'll talk more about that in video number 5. I shared the void fill with you guys in that other room. And now, so remember how I was telling you with the Brother laser printer, when you're printing out the little labels? Mm-hmm. So this is what you're gonna stick in the printer. So there's 30 of them. These are called 30 up labels.
Okay.
Are you going to understand anything I'm talking about right now?
I've actually
Maybe a little.
seen those. Yeah.
You don't have to worry about what this means because I'm going to share when we actually ship items.
Okay.
But this is a 30 up label. Actually, I just bought some new ones off of Amazon. These are 3,000 labels. So, I mean, this will last me like months, right? It's like $13. So when you're shipping, you have to label each individual product if you choose to, and then you have to put a label on the outside of the box. Remember the box I showed you upstairs in the first video?
Yes.
I like these. These are, you could show them that, Zach. These are half sheet adhesive labels. So you see how each sheet, have you ever used these for eBay?
I've just been printing off on regular paper, which I know you're not supposed to do.
And you use the scissors and stuff?
Yeah, everything out. Yeah.
I love it, man. You're grinding, man. But this is a little hack. You know, it's going to cost you $7 or $8. It's going to cost you a couple pennies per sheet. But when you print out the label, instead of having to cut it with scissors and, you know, put it there nicely, you just throw this in the printer. It'll print out the, you know, your address and then the FBA shipment address and everything. And then you just stick it on the box. They used to let you put it on top of the box. We'll cover this when we go through the shipping. But they want it on the sides of the box because when the Amazon people get your box and they slice it open, some people put the labels over it and it messes it up. So we'll talk more about that. In terms of cost, man, like honestly, if you're going thrifting and stuff, like this isn't a lot of money. Like, yeah, you're gonna have to pick up a scale because you're gonna have to weigh your stuff. This was like 20 bucks. You know, the tape is like, 15 bucks to get some tape. These are a little more expensive. I think you guys are gonna have to let me know in the comments. I think these are like over $100 each or something, maybe 80, 60 bucks maybe now, a little cheaper. Not super expensive. The Brother laser printer, you could find ones for like 60 or 70 bucks, the lower end laser printers. That's probably one of your biggest expenses. I don't have the fancy dancy tape gun, right?
Right.
I've actually never even learned how to use them the right way. I just use this cute little thing right here, and I'll show you when I'm shipping. So you get one of those at Walmart for $5 or $6. There's not a ton of expenses. Like this, the scanner's like 60 bucks or so. Scout IQ, I think is like 20, 30 bucks a month. Accelerlist is, I think, 20 or 30 bucks a month. And I'll put links down below for everybody. I'll give you some free trials and stuff if you want to check it out. If not, no worries. Boxes are a buck or so each. These are 8, 10, 12 bucks. So there's not a lot of expenses. Do you have any questions with any of the equipment or whatnot?
Well, as far as things like certain books, I would assume that somebody that is going to buy this book is probably more on like a collectible level. Is that something that you're going to shrink wrap and throw the barcode on the outside versus sticking it to?
So I don't. Back to the dumb and the ignorant. Maybe I'm being either one of those. My mom, 100%. She would stretch wrap it or put a poly bag around it. If you do put a poly bag, you have to make sure to put one of those suffocation labels over it. A lot of poly bags do have the suffocation. You know what I'm talking about, where it says
the warnings.
Yeah, the warning and stuff.
And all that stuff. Yeah.
Or you can get a sticker to throw on it. But I won't. I'm more riskier. So maybe it's out of ignorance because I've never gotten in trouble for it. If it's like a $400 book or something that's really highly collectible, I'll protect it. I'll poly bag it or I'll stretch wrap it and give it that little extra love. But for something like this, which, let's scan this thing real quick. By the way, on Amazon, if there's no barcode, we're going to talk about it. You can scan the cover of the book just like that. So this book right here is... It's only selling for 23 bucks, so I wouldn't do it.
Yeah, so you're gonna just put the sticker right
My
on
mom would.
it. And...
She'd definitely do it.
Yeah, that's more.
She'd frame it.
Where it's like, like if somebody's gonna get mad that they've got a sticker on their book or have to peel it off, and but.
You know what I learned from one of my buddies, Avery? I don't know how accurate this is, but he says a customer can't give you negative feedback for leaving a price tag on a book. I would never leave it on. I would always take it off because it seems disrespectful. But if you ever leave one accidentally, if you ever get negative feedback, Amazon will remove it.
That's what I was wondering. Like, I would
Take it off.
with $1.99 because you just don't you don't want to put it out there that, hey, like this came from Goodwill or whatever, and give people the idea that that's where they should go. But something like some of the books might have say it's going to sell for 15 bucks, but it's got a price tag of like $17.98 from Walmart or something that's still on it. Are you going to pull those tags
Probably
off?
not, unless the price is so much higher that I don't want to cause any issues, But I try to rip off the stickers as much as I possibly can. Any other questions about the equipment, man? Anything that maybe held you back in the past? How are we looking on time, Zach?
We got another 5 minutes.
Okay, cool.
Trying to think. As far as setting up shipments and everything, like within the app, all your box measurements are typically going to be printed on.
Yeah, if not, just get yourself a little tape measure. Bada bing, bada boom. You can measure them out like that. A lot of times, I just estimate, right? I just estimate what the size is, and I've never had any issues, If I do something that could be a little, I'll let you guys know, you probably should just measure it. I just estimate it. I've never had an issue. If the measurements are off too much, UPS could pick up on it and maybe want to charge you more, which would not be good, especially, every shipment I send out is usually a couple $100 profit or so. So, yeah, but I would measure it.
All right.
Yeah.
Well, I guess using a box that might be a little bit rougher is probably less of a problem with Amazon because it's going into Amazon versus like you don't want to do that with eBay, right?
Yeah,
you know,
I don't think it.
You're dealing with the end customer
Yeah,
versus.
I don't think it matters. Maybe someone in the comments could let me know. I thought I read something about how. I don't know if you could ship with any box. Like I always ship with Home Depot boxes or plain boxes. Like I don't know if I'd want to ship in like a Walmart box with like a bunch of branding. But then again, Home Depot has Home Depot branding all over it. So I thought I read something about you're not supposed to ship with certain boxes. But honestly, I just ship with like plain cardboard boxes. Make sure it's under 50 pounds. That's the biggest thing. And make sure the box has some good integrity. The thing that you want to be concerned with most is like making sure you tape up your box really well. So we'll be talking about that when we go through the actual shipment. But yeah, man, if the box is too big, another piece of equipment you guys could look up on Amazon is called a box resizer tool. You ever seen those?
Yeah,
things?
yeah, I've seen a couple of people use them.
Or you could just use a knife tool and just cut down the edges, and then you fold it over and it'll kill the dead space that way. Or again, you can use like some of the void fill and stuff. Yeah, so dude, that's it, man. Oh, one more thing I forgot to share as well. You know what this is? You used to see them at the libraries. It's a little, it's a USB scanner. So you plug this into your computer, and when you're listing your items, instead of having to type in every individual thing, like, Mom, why do you do that? Mom, stop. Stop. I gave you one of these. Use it. Why are you making me look so bad? She's sitting there typing in the freaking the ISBN number for every book when she lists it. No, you can just scan it. You know how we scanned the book with that?
Yeah.
You can scan this in and it'll bring up the listing instantly. So it's like $10. Please get one. Don't go. You guys, if you want to become my enemy, there's two things that you could do. You could list your books without one of these and freaking use Amazon Seller Central. So that's it, man. Do you want to move on to go into the fun part, which is going to be scanning books, analyzing books?
Yeah. I mean, this is
learning?
all pretty basic and common sense.
Yeah.
You know, it's somewhat related to what most people do with reselling. It's just
this is nothing.
different level. Yeah.
Yeah, at this point, you're probably thinking, I just wasted my time watching 20 minutes of something I already know, but maybe you learned something new. Man, let's keep moving, man. You're doing a great job so far. Let's get on to the fun stuff. All right, welcome back, man. You made it to this part in the process. How you feeling?
I feel a lot more confident and just getting the basics out of the way, and build your confidence when you kind of feel like you already know with some of the stuff of what's going on. And so a good little refresher that's there.
He's confident right now, but we haven't even covered like the meat and potatoes yet.
I've been in shipping for years, so hey.
I mean, video one, we just shared your story, so you better be confident in your story. What we're going to be covering right now, I've got some notes here, but Paul, there's going to be a lot of stuff. This is going to be a long video. This is going to be a long process for everybody watching. If you're looking for that 5-minute fix, you better move on to another video because this thing is going to be long. We're going to talk about analyzing books. We're going to talk about using Amazon Seller App, Scout IQ. We're going to discuss a lot of the basics in terms of like, should you pick a book and buy it or should you pass on a book? We're going to talk about setting up triggers in Scout IQ. We're going to talk about conditioning books, breaking down the fees in terms of like how much fees are taken and like how to know if a deal is good or bad. We're going to talk about like risk and reward. For example, some people are willing to risk $2 to make $2. Mm-hmm. Would you want to do that? And that's not a biased question.
So I guess to me, like I deal a lot with stocks. And like, I mean, 2020 was obviously a wacky year, but like typically like you're looking at like 10% over the year is a good return. So like that's part of the issues that I can run into with reselling is like not expecting enough of an ROI or just seeing it, and going, well, if I make 100% in 3 months, and I'm good with that. So
gotcha.
I don't necessarily just pursue like a home run. It's
gotcha. Okay, so I'm going to work some of this out with you. We're gonna run through some different scenarios. The next video, and I just want to set everybody up for it. The next video, we're sending them into the jungle. What do I mean by that? We're going to take a ton of books, put them into my living room, and we're going to try to replicate a thrift store. And the reason we might go to a thrift store later, but the reason I'm doing this versus bringing you into a thrift store, they're getting wacky over there with like filming, everybody, they don't want to be on camera. Why don't you want to be on camera? No. There's music playing, YouTube violations and stuff. So I'm going to try to literally replicate the best scenario possible to pretend that you're outsourcing at a thrift store, garage sale, auction, library sale, wherever, right? So there's going to be a whole mix of good books and bad books. So the goal is for you to get to a point where I can bring you into the jungle and you can come out alive. How does that sound?
That sounds good.
I'm so weird. I can't help it. I got to make these videos entertaining somehow. So, hey, what's up, guys? So I want to take a moment real quick to shout out the sponsor for today's video, and that is Accelerlist. If you're going to be selling books online or you're going to be selling on Amazon, whatever you do, do not list through the Amazon platform. It's slow, it's inefficient, you can't track your profits when you're creating your shipments. I use Accelerlist. Now, I've been using Accelerlist for over 5 years, and I'll put a link down below to check out a free trial, but I'm telling you right now, it's quick, it's easy, it's efficient, and now Accelerlist also has a new feature which allows you to be able to sell through multiple channels. So for example, you can have your products on Amazon, but also on eBay, different platforms. And if it sells, for example, on eBay, then Accelerlist will automatically pull it off of Amazon, which is great because more eyeballs on your products means more sales for you. So again, big shout out to Accelerlist. I'll put a link down below to check out a free trial, but hopefully you guys are enjoying the video and talk to you soon. Where do we start? Let's start with the scanning apps, okay? And did I bring my barcode scanner? We don't even need the barcode scanner right now. We'll use that for the next video. If you want,
it's out on the counter.
Okay, if you want to grab it, Zach, feel free to grab it. You don't need a barcode scanner, but it makes things faster. But let's talk about the Amazon Seller app first. So do you have Amazon?
Yep.
On your phone? Okay, cool. So I do have a screen recording right now of my phone. There's a 50-50 chance that this could fail. So I'm gonna do the best I can to keep you guys, we're gonna try to put this on the video so you guys can see it. If it's not on the video, that means this freaking software stopped working. So I'm gonna do the best we possibly can. So I'm gonna have you bring up your main app. So if you go to your homepage, all right. So you're pretty familiar with this, right? So for example, on this account that I have right here, this is the account that I use for a lot of the thrifting and different things like that. You could have multiple accounts. You have to get permission. So I have another account where we do different things like wholesale and different things like that. I do not commingle thrift store. I don't commingle products that don't have wholesale invoices on this account because anytime you sell books on Amazon, anything without a wholesale invoice, you are at risk. Remember I was saying in the first video, you can do everything right and you can still get in trouble?
Yeah.
So you come from somewhat of a retail arbitrage background, right?
Yes.
When you buy an item retail arbitrage, you're going to a Target and buying an item, you don't have a wholesale invoice, which means if someone says that it's fake, there's no way that you can prove it, right? So You're kind of ish out of luck. I mean, there's nothing you can really do. So I don't commingle those accounts. So this is my thrifting account right here. I just want to put that out there. Don't open up a second account without getting permission. You have to message Amazon first. Let's not worry about that now. But this is the main dashboard. So you can see your total product sales over the last 30 days. This is previous from the last 30 days because I haven't been doing a ton of thrifting on this account. So it's up 591%. You can see, this is your dashboard. This is where you can see everything in here. You could go into your account and you can check out, your inventory, your payments, your performance, all different types of stuff. I'm not gonna go too deep into this right now. You can play around with this, have fun with it. But on Amazon, you can check your daily sales. You can check, how many products you've sold, so on and so forth. In the top right-hand corner, you see a little camera sign?
Yes.
So that's where you're gonna click to scan. I'm sure you're familiar with this, right? Mm-hmm. You've used this before. So yeah. How you scan is there's a couple different ways. You can scan the cover, right? Are you familiar with?
Yeah, I've had to do that on several books.
Yeah, so you could scan the cover of a book. Amazon's got this little proprietary software where you could scan the cover of a book. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. Like 95% of the time, it'll pull it up. You can also scan the barcode of the book. This isn't going to work because this barcode isn't. It's just not a. It's like not like a legit barcode. So you have to find barcodes. Yeah, you could toss it over here if you want. Oh, come on, have some faith. Baseball player, man. You got to find like a legit barcode like this. Sometimes there'll be multiple barcodes. You ever scan a barcode and like doesn't pull up?
Yeah.
I don't know what the other ones are, but you gotta scan the correct barcode. So that's how you scan books. Obviously, you could use this as well. I don't know. Will this work on Amazon? No, I don't think it works on Amazon. This is why you gotta. I link it up with Scout IQ. So for some reason, my Natamu doesn't work on the Amazon seller app. Oh, it does. Okay, never mind. Don't listen to me. So yeah, you can use this to scan the barcode as well. A lot of people ask, well, what if the cover doesn't read or the barcode doesn't read? Let me ask you, how would you be able to look up this item if you couldn't scan the barcode or you couldn't scan the cover? How would you look it up?
Just manually typing in the ISBN number.
Yep. You could type it in. Also,
title.
Yeah. Also, sometimes inside you can use the ISBN number as well. So that's how you scan a book. Let's go into let's pick out a book that you want me to analyze.
This one?
This one right here.
This little manual?
We got the Chevrolet Corvette, 1984 to 1996. I actually used to own a Corvette, got rid of it. My midlife crisis. All right, cool. So when we scan the item, you're going to see a bunch of different information. You're going to see a rank. You're going to see the reviews, the title, the picture, the offers, new, used, collectible. Eligibility, this is a big thing right here because some items you're going to be restricted or they're only going to let you sell it new or used. So you really want to pay attention to that. There's really nothing else that's super relevant on this page. If you click where it says gross proceeds, 1237, this is where it will break down the fees. Now, if you're selling as an Amazon FBA seller, you have to make sure this is clicked on Amazon Fulfilled. If you go here, this is as a merchant seller. These are the fees. So make sure it says Amazon Fulfilled. If you sell it for this price, Amazon's going to take $8.21 in fees. I always estimate about 50 cents per pound to ship books. So when we actually get to the shipping stage, it's typically around 50 cents a pound. So if you send out 20 pounds of books, usually be around $10. It's actually cheaper. It could be like 30 cents a pound. I put it at 50 cents a pound. And here's the cost of purchase. So if this book, actually, it's not going to let me, that's the downside of having your scanner attached to your phone. It actually thinks it's a keyboard.
Okay.
So I might actually want to, let me see, will this undo if I hit that? No. Oh, what the heck was that? I don't know what's going on. Okay, so if I put in a $2 buy price, that's my profit, $9.87. So when you're looking at an item, when you're using the Amazon Seller app, which I actually don't recommend using, I recommend using Scout IQ. I'll put, for people watching, I'll put a link down in the description for that. We have a free trial. Scout IQ is much better. You'll see why. But that's pretty much it. You're going to see used offers and FBA offers. Do you know the difference between those two?
Well, just fulfilled by merchant versus the FBA.
So where it says 30 from 1896, that's 30 merchant sellers. Merchant sellers are people who ship directly from their house. They're not under the FBA program. They're selling it for $18.96, and FBA is selling it for $20.58. There's 5 sellers. Amazon, there's no Amazon on the listing. If Amazon is on the listing, you're usually going to have to go. I like to go maybe 5% less than them. Sometimes you can get more than them, but usually Amazon's going to take the buy box. So the way it works on Amazon is there's something known as a buy box, where if you go on a listing, you ever just hit buy it now.
Right.
Well, somebody gets that buy box. Typically, they rotate the buy box equally among sellers. But if Amazon on the listing, they don't play very friendly in the playground. They like to take the buy box. So in order to get the sale, you typically have to undercut Amazon a little bit. So that's pretty much the interface of the Amazon Seller app. Is there any questions you have here with that?
Yeah, so the prices you had were at $20.58. I mean, if you go in there and filter everything out, as far as Prime, the condition that you're gonna be sending things in, I mean, is that more or less you're gonna be taking some extra steps, basically?
Yeah, exactly. So that's a good question. So, we might as well go into condition right here. So when it comes to conditioning books, there's acceptable condition, which is usually like beat up. There's good, there's very good, there's like new, and then there's new, which is brand new. You can't change the description. Like you can't add a comment if it's anything other than, if it's anything outside of new. If the book's new, Amazon doesn't let you leave a description. It's new. New means it's brand new. It's on the shelf. It's what it looks like at the store. Acceptable is usually like if the pages are maybe all like crinkled up, or there's a lot of highlighting, or maybe there's some water damage or some issues with the binding. Maybe something serious, like if a page is ripped out. I usually wouldn't sell it if a page is ripped out, but anything like severely damaged is under acceptable. I don't love selling books acceptable because a lot of people, I feel like they don't even read the description. You know what I'm saying? Like you're playing with somewhat fire when you list books that are really, really beat up. My mom won't even pick them up. She'll pass on them 100%. I'm a little more risk adverse. I'll play with fire. I don't mind getting burned now and then. But you got to be careful because it doesn't take much for your Amazon account to get kicked off if you start to get a lot of negative feedback. Sometimes you can fight the feedback. You can reach out to Amazon. They'll pull the negative feedback if it's not like a legitimate feedback. There's different rules and stuff. But when it comes to the various conditions, that's kind of how I do acceptable. Good might have a little bit of highlighting. Maybe it's got some shelf wear. Like this, I'd probably do good because it's kind of a little crinkled up on the side. I mean, this looks like it's in very good condition. Like the pages are very good, but I like to under promise and over deliver. So if I think it could get away with very good, I'll probably just go good. If I think I can get away with like new, I'll probably go very good. If I'm very, very confident it's like new and I'm like, I know I have no issues, I'll do it. But again, I like to under promise and over deliver in terms of my condition. I rarely list books as like new. Most of them are good, very good. But when it comes to pricing, like looking at this, one thing you want to do when it comes to pricing is you could click into that actual item. And if you scroll down, if yours is used, you can click under used. These are all merchants because there's no Prime. Where it says Prime, that means the FBA seller. So the lowest is $20.58. They're acceptable. And then $20.59 is good. And then after that, it jumps up to 25. So there is a little bit of gap there. But one thing you're going to want to consider is the rank of the book. This is an 88,000 rank book, which means it's probably selling maybe like a couple times a day. If you go over to Scout IQ and scan it, which we'll be talking about shortly. I don't know what's going on here. It's not working. No results found. Have you connected your Amazon account to our web portal? All right, we're gonna pause this video for a sec. My Scout IQ just stopped working. Oh, here we go. All right, we're back in business right now. I don't know what happened. But if you use Scout IQ, there's a number called eScore.
Okay.
So essentially that's data that's pulling from essentially Keepa, which is like a price tracking history. But essentially this means that this book has had 126 days out of the last 6 months with a recorded sale. So 126, so 6 months is 30, 60, 90, 180 days. So there's 100, so this is probably selling like maybe at least once every couple days recording a sale. If this has 5 sales in one day, it's only going to record as one eScore. So there's been 126 days out of 180 days that there's been at least a recorded sale that day. So this thing's not selling like 20 times a day. Like if it was ranked at like 5,000, then the point I'm trying to make is maybe I would jump up to like $24.99. But honestly, with something like this, where the price isn't like that huge of a jump, even though the two lowest prices are acceptable, I'd probably just match the lowest price just to get the sale.
Okay. And so, well, with certain products, like if you sell other things on Amazon, like in order to qualify for the buy box, it's got to be, done through FBA as well as it's got to be new. But there is actually a buy box for used books. Then
I'm gonna have to get back to you with that because I know they've changed some things up. Maybe some folks in the comments can help out there. But they're changing up the rules with the buy box. I felt like it used to be only FBA. I think it's changed.
Is it?
I'll have to get back to you with that answer. But I wouldn't honestly, man. Like I want to keep this video. Like I don't want people to get too caught up in the details. Like we're talking about books right now. Like honestly, as long as you're a competitive price, like you're gonna rotate through. I think once you go more than I think it's 5 or 7% outside of the lowest price, I think your ability to get into that buy box greatly reduces. I believe. Okay. I know it's that way with wholesale. I'm not sure how much this applies to traditional just products, but I would say if you're within 5% of that price, then you should rotate through. But also, I wouldn't even worry like about the rotation with books because if somebody's looking for like a very good condition, you're that next guy up, even though it's $10, like you can get that sale. So it's something to be cognizant of. And that's a great point that you brought up is like, we see the 2058 right there. Like, should we match it? It really depends. It depends on how many sellers there are. It depends on the condition. It depends on the rank of the book. The rank is essentially a snapshot in time of the last time it sold. So this book is ranked 88,000 right now. By the time everyone's watching, if this book doesn't sell, it could go up to 140,000 rank. It just keeps going higher and higher without a sale. And then when it sells, it drops down. So based on like how often it sells, it'll drop down to a lower price and go up like quicker or slower. So Amazon does a good job at not telling you exactly what's happening.
Yeah.
But that's why I like to use Scout IQ, which we're going to talk about soon, because it gives you more information with that e-score. Because think about it. 88,000 rank is just a snapshot in time. Okay, I could estimate, 88,000 rank, maybe it's selling 1 or 2 times a day, maybe more. If it was like 200,000 rank, maybe it's selling once every day, maybe once every 3 or 4 days possibly. If it's a 500,000 rank, maybe it's selling a couple times a week. If it's 1 million rank, maybe it hasn't sold in like a week or two. If it's 2 million rank, maybe it hasn't sold in a month or so. So these are just like estimates. These are kind of like, it's kind of like bro science guessing. I'm just like kind of guessing just based on my 7 years of experience, based on what I've learned from mentors of mine and whatnot. That's why I like eScore, because it gives you like a longer term view.
Okay, yeah, because, well, that's what I was wondering too is like some of the textbooks that you have, like they gotta go way up in the rank when it's not that time of year. Yeah. And then all of a sudden they're just gonna come.
Yeah, and that's why I recommend, again, I'll put a picture on the screen of a Keepa chart. You want to, like when it comes to textbooks, I like to research them on the computer versus the phone, because then I could pull up Keepa. I'm sure you can do it on the phone as well, but I'm not that savvy. Because a Keepa chart will show you, like it'll show you it'll show you a graph, and it'll have like the sales rank. It'll show like the selling price. It's like a stock chart, right? Mm-hmm. Like when you're looking at stocks, sometimes you'll see like maybe it was up at $70 and now it dropped down to 12, and then like in 2015 it went up to 40, and then it went down to like 8. Like you're starting to get a feel for like how it's moving and stuff. It's a little different, right? Stocks versus books, because a lot of stocks aren't moving on like a seasonality effect to that great lengths, right? Mm-hmm. But a book could, because when it's textbook season, a book could shoot up to $80, and then outside of textbook season it could go down to 30. So you can see that with a Keepa chart. You're not really going to be able to see that using the Amazon seller app. You're not really going to be able to see that, like that price jump with Scout IQ. You can see more of like with the eScore, how many sales it's had over a period of time. So this is the Amazon seller app right here. I want to show you guys Scout IQ because I think Scout IQ is much more powerful. With Scout IQ, let's say we're at an auction. We're paying $5 a book, okay? Just gonna make it up. I'm not gonna use this scanner right now because it's gonna act as a keyboard. I want you to pick out a book. Any book, my friend.
And here's dental assistant.
Cool. Actually, I'll have you scan it. Right down there in the bottom right-hand corner.
Oh.
Oh, yep, right there. Yep, scan right over it. All right, so what we're looking at here is we spent $5 on his book. The e-score is 90, which means, putting you to the test.
It's sold at least 90 days.
It's had 90 days with a sale out of 180 days.
Okay.
What's the profit on this?
$15.05.
$15.05, and that's considering the $5 buy cost. Also, you can change your settings in Scout IQ to have like the charge for like the shipping, 50 cents a pound or 30 cents a pound. The rank is, what is the rank?
116,000.
So with 116,000 rank, that's a good rank. I would say, you know, for textbooks, if you're under a couple 100,000, that's pretty solid. If you're under 100,000, that's really good. If you're under 50,000, bada bing, bada boom, the profits are coming soon. That's what I'd like to say. 116,000 is a solid rank. 90 e-score, very solid. Let's see, what can we talk about here? All right, so I'm gonna actually have you ask me some questions.
Well, what's trade-in?
So sometimes Amazon will pay you outright for a book. Like they'll be like, all right, I'll give you $9 for it. Just send it to us. We'll give you $9. I don't do trade-in.
Okay.
Yeah. So usually you'll get more.
They're sourcing from you. Then.
Oh yeah, they're trying to pull one over you. Here we see that there's 19 new offers and 34 used. Now I want to come out right out of the gate and say, I'm not a huge fan of like reading certain data points on Scout IQ. Like I like Amazon Seller App for certain things and I like Scout IQ for other things. I don't like how it's laid out with like all A's for acceptable, good, like all, it starts at 30. Like this confuses me. It's always confused me. Maybe I'm just being dumb or ignorant. Like maybe I just never learned how to use this part properly. But the reason I'm using Scout IQ is because when I scan a book, I want it to tell me, do I pick or pass easily? So you hear that? Da-ding! That means it's a buy. If I scan something maybe like this, I don't know if this is a winner or not. Let me see. You heard that? You heard the difference?
Yeah.
This is red, reject. 3.4 million rank. It's only had 3 sales over the last 180 days, 3 days with a sale. I'd only make $2.91. Well, why is it telling me reject? Because based on the rules, you can set up triggers inside of this app. What's a trigger? It's a rule. It's an algorithm. It's a set of principles that essentially is going to make a decision that says buy, pick, or pass. Like for example, I set up a rule to where if the book is ranked over a certain rank and the e-score is a certain e-score and the profit's a certain profit, then I'll pass on it. Because I don't want to buy any book that makes money. I want to buy books that are going to sell quickly. Like most of my books sell within a couple of months. I don't want to put up $5 to make $2.91. This could take like 9 months to sell. I don't want to do that. I don't want to risk my money for that. Like I want to find books that are going to move. Why did I buy this book? I don't know. I don't know why I bought this book. To be honest with you, some of these books are mama profits. We put all our books together for this project. So I don't know what she did because I don't think I bought this book, to be honest with you. I don't want to throw her under the bus, but you know, I don't know why this book was purchased. Even if it was half off and it was like $2, because you could change the price to $2 right here. It's still rejecting it. So honestly, what I like to do is just set up the automatic triggers. So when you sign up for Scout IQ, it'll say, just use the auto triggers. I just use their triggers. You can set it up to change like the rules and stuff of like the certain ranks that you want to use and like the e-scores. But the guy who built Scout IQ is Caleb Roth. Like he sold millions of dollars worth of books. Like this guy's one of the smartest booksellers ever. So he programmed this for booksellers. This isn't like, this is why I don't use Scoutly. I'm not saying anything bad about it. I just never used it because like I have faith in the guy who built this. Mm-hmm. You know what I'm saying? So
yeah.
This is a book that I wouldn't pick up. So it says the buy box is at $14.98. So that's what the price is that's rotating. And there's a buy box for used or new. The new is $19.99. Amazon's on the listing at $19.99. I don't love the interface that Scout IQ has right here, but what I do love is the ability to scan it and it tells me to pick or pass. So remember, you have to put in the right price, okay? You have to put in the right price. So I'm actually gonna pause this video right here and we're gonna start a new clip. All right, we're back in action again because our camera says, you know what, at 30 minutes, you out of here. All right, so let's talk a little bit about Scout IQ. What do you want to scan a book or something?
Well, with any of this stuff with your rank, obviously you want that to go lower. Your e-score, you want it to be as high as possible. But I mean, is there a way to set up parameters as far as like just profit percentage?
I don't think there's a way to set up profit percentage.
You're just going to run the math in your head, basically.
Yeah, but essentially what you're going to want to do is you could log on. I'm not sure if you could do this in your settings on your cell phone, but I know you could log on to Scout IQ on desktop, and you could go and you could change all your triggers. I just literally use the triggers that he already set up because again, he made this for us. Like this isn't some like random guy in like another country who like doesn't know anything about the struggles that we're dealing with. Like he built this for us, but you could go onto the desktop. I'm not going to show it here because it's going to be like another 40-minute video. And I think that like I want to make this video like I don't want you guys to all like overthink things too much. Like it's going to be very easy to want to overthink things. I wouldn't. Just use the triggers he already has. That's like one of the number one questions I have on all my Scout IQ videos is like, I want to do the custom triggers. Like I need to set up the custom triggers. Like honestly, just don't. Like it's just not worth it. Like what you want to focus on is learning about the e-score, learning about the rank, and making sure that you put in the correct buy cost.
Okay.
That's it. Like I wouldn't worry about it. But yes, you can go into your computer and you can change the parameters in terms of, okay, I'm going to make the app pass on an item that has an e-score less than 20 because I want to sell items within a month. I want to have a certain amount of profit. So it's not going to give you a profit percentage, but you could change in your app what the profit is going to be. The way it works is like inside of your computer, it'll say like, okay, 0 to 20,000 rank or e-score from 0 to 20. I want it to have a profit of X. If the rank is 500,000 to 800,000, I want to have a profit of X. So you got to realize that like profit is relevant to like the sales velocity. An item that has an e-score of 3 and I have to pay $2 for, like that could take 8 months to sell. I'm not going to do that for a $5, $6, $8, $10 profit because it may never sell. So, you know, it could be 20 to 30% of your books might never ever sell for one reason or another. So it's all risk versus reward. You want to manage that. Will I pay $2 to make $3, $4 profit on a book that's ranked 10,000? Heck yeah, because that thing's going to be flying off the shelf. I'm going to get my money back quick and I could reinvest it. Whereas if I have an e-score of 3, a 3.4 million rank, you know, whether I pay $2 or $5, that could take forever to sell because this is like one of the biggest issues that we all fall into with a reselling business is cash flow. Mm-hmm. You know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah,
it's cash. You got to have your cash coming back to you quick enough so you could reinvest it. So only you're going to be able to make that decision, what that risk and reward is. But Caleb Roth, the founder of Scout IQ, built the triggers they're very helpful. I can't mention what every trigger is right off the top. You'll have to look. But I went through the auto triggers and they were fantastic for the average person.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, well, something like that anyways, with sitting around such a long time, like you're just giving more time for other resellers to go out and find the exact same book and then come in and underprice you. Too much can go wrong with that.
Oh, koi fish, baby. What you know about koi fish, Paul? I want you to tell me what you're seeing right here. Oh, and by the way, before you do, you can move this around. You can move this from 85 to 136 to 70. It'll automatically pull, let me scan that one more time. It'll automatically pull the appropriate one. So this is pulling it as 77.15 good. I'm gonna go over to the Amazon seller app. Let me scan that really quick. Because sometimes I don't trust Scout IQ or even Scoutly, any of these third-party softwares. They're pulling from the Amazon API.
Okay.
They're pulling from Amazon's data, so sometimes it's not always super accurate, but you see how the lowest price is $77.15 right here. The merchants are at $70, and then it jumps to 72, and then the lowest FBA is $77.15, and then the next is $85.99. So there is a little bit of a jump right there. So you might be thinking, well, what do I want to price it at? What do you think the condition of that book is, Paul? I want you to open up the book. I want you to look around. I want you to ask me some questions as I enjoy this hot tea, which is slowly cooling. Zach.
Yeah, I'm gonna at least say good, just because the book is nothing really wrong with it other than just tearing the dust cover.
Oh, okay, yeah, I do see that little tear. Yeah, I think you'd be safe being conditioned as good. Would you be safe with very good as well? I think you would. Mm-hmm. Would it maybe help it to sell a little better if you did it very good versus good? Maybe a small percentage, maybe not. If you take a look at the competition, the lowest is at 77 at good, and then 85.99 is very good. The rank's 320, which means this probably is selling maybe once or twice a week, maybe more. It has 22 days out of 180 days, which has a recorded sale. So this thing's not moving super quick. So for you to price it like at 83, you're not going to be the first sale. Whoever buys it's probably going to go with the lowest one, most likely. Mm-hmm. So I would honestly just match the price.
Okay.
I would just match the price. You could undercut it by a penny if you want. If you do that and you let people know on YouTube, they're going to come for you. But either way, when you're pricing, you also have to be cognizant of the merchant pricing. Because you remember I told you in the first introductory video that there's usually a prime bump from merchant to FBA. Mm-hmm. You don't want to get too cocky. You don't want to, there's times where maybe the merchant is 25 and it's such a fast selling book that the lowest FBA is 70 and you can get that. But if the book starts to become a little bit more longer tail, the E-score is under 30, the rank starts getting, above 6, 7, 800,000, it's a slower seller rank. You can't get as big as, and this is generally speaking, you can't get as large of a prime bump. Do you know what I mean by the prime bump? The difference between the merchant and the FBA?
Yeah, where they're able to take advantage of their Amazon Prime account.
Why are people paying more for FBA? 2-day shipping prime. They think they're getting it from Amazon. No hassle returns, refunds. It's just the trust. It's the brand, right? Why are some sneaker companies able to sell you the same sneaker twice as much? It's all branding, it's all trust, it's all that relationship, that good feeling. So it's the same with that prime jump. So ultimately what I'm trying to say is just keep in mind, if your prime jump gets too big based on the E-score and the rank, the book might sit a little too long. Sometimes you have a book that's $30 merchant and you're at $89.99, the lowest price, you price it and you get it. In that example, maybe you want to go to Amazon and buy the lowest merchants and then sell it, right? I use a software called eFlip to do that. Also, sometimes I'll manually just buy. I buy on eBay as well. So there's all different types of opportunities there. A couple more things I want to teach you about Scout IQ. So when you hit the scan feature, you see how there's the barcode, ISBN, and title? Mm-hmm. So title is kind of like Amazon's way of scanning the cover. It really doesn't do a good job on Scout IQ. See, what the heck's this? It didn't even pull up the right thing. I never use it on Scout IQ. Caleb, man, we got to fix that title. ISBN is the ability to open up the inside of a book. And let's see. Check this out. You can scan over the ISBN. Pulled it up like that. Amazon doesn't have that. You can't scan the ISBN. So that's a really cool feature that that Scout IQ has right there. One more thing I want to show you as well, to be careful with the Scout IQ. So check this out. So you see how this says it's a good book to buy? I'll make 31 profit.
Yeah.
Again, this is just, it's trying its best to pull all the data directly from the Amazon API, which is like the Amazon Information Center. But if you go over to Amazon and scan this, it says you cannot sell this in used condition. So I'm restricted on this used, but it didn't pull up on Scout IQ. So Scout IQ will typically do a good job at letting you know if a book is restricted or not. It'll have a big R on it, but sometimes it'll miss it.
Okay.
Also, sometimes on Scout IQ, you'll scan, like for example, you see how this had multiple listings? We were talking about it before.
Yeah.
The reason there's multiple listings is because third-party sellers like you and I can create listings. How do you create a listing? You just create a new listing, you add pictures, you add all the item specifics, and you can build a whole new listing out. I rarely ever do it. Like I never do it with this type of stuff. I've done it before, but not with this. And sometimes there's some rules that apply, but sometimes you'll find like, you ever scan a book and there's like 10 of them and you're like, which one do I choose?
Yeah.
That was one of your big questions, right?
Yeah, where it's all down to the same thing. They're both paperbacks and it's just a difference in sales rank. Really
so exactly. So the one that I go for is obviously the one that's relevant. You always have to make sure if there's 3 or 4 listings, make sure you're choosing the listing that's either hard or soft. So if this is a paperback, this is hardcover, you have to go to the hardcover listing because you can't list a paperback under a hardcover listing, vice versa. Also, you see this one down here at the bottom, that's a digital ebook. So that's like a Kindle book. So that's not the listing, so ignore that. But what if we had 3 hardcovers, 2 million rank, 1.6 million, 150,000, all under hardcover? Which one would you list it under?
Probably the 150,000.
Yeah, it's the listing that is like ranking the highest for one reason or another. That's the listing that everybody's using. So that's the one that I would jump on. But you have to be careful. Also, sometimes there'll be different like, not models, but different book. Like sometimes like, how do I say it? Like maybe in 2019, they had this same cover, in 2020, the same cover, but the one before was like volume 1 and then the one volume 2. So one might be red and then the one might be blue. You have to make sure you're choosing the right cover because sometimes you'll have like 10 listings and it's like from 2016, 18, 20. They all look similar, but there's like a different, like it could be a different cover title or like maybe this has like a AP edition at the top. So you have to pay very, very close attention to when you are scanning books to make sure that you're jumping under the correct listing. Oh, now here's an interesting one. So why do I have this book when I'm restricted on all of them? Because this is my mom's. My mom, I don't know what mama prophet. I think she's, real good friends with Jeff Bezos or something. She's got a fully ungated, unrestricted account where she could sell any textbook. It's super rare. I feel like 1% of people had it. I used to have it and now I'm restricted on certain textbooks. So this textbook right here, you see how it said restricted? Mm-hmm. Right here, restricted. That means I can't sell it. What do I do in that example? I'll send it to RestrictedInventory.com. So this is my buddy. He runs a service. So this right here, I can make $20 profit, but I can't sell it. So I'll send it to him. He'll sell it for me, and we'll split it 50-50. So if you come across restricted books that are really profitable, just send it to Avery, RestrictedInventory.com, and he'll sell them for you on his account. Or you could put it on eBay, but this might not go for $30 on eBay.
Right.
So be very careful of that. Again, check your eligibility if you click that. This product cannot be sold anywhere. This isn't similar to DVDs. You can't get ungated in these. Like when you're restricted, you're pretty much restricted in textbooks.
Yeah, I notice like sometimes you're restricted in used, but you can actually sell it new. It kind of goes opposite of what you'd think. But
exactly. So I'm going to switch over to Scout IQ. With Scout IQ, you can put your headphones in and you can just hear the sound effects go off, right? Da-ding or beep. Beep, it means pass. Da-ding means buy. So what I usually do is I scan through them all. I'll collect a pile and then I'll double check them with the Amazon Seller app. Why am I double checking with the Amazon Seller app? Because sometimes Scout IQ, you remember how I told you there could be like 6 different listings? Mm-hmm. Scout IQ is doing the best it possibly can to pull the correct listing, but it's automated. So sometimes it pulls the wrong listing. Same with Scout Lead, it's same with all of them, any third-party app. There's pros, but then there's small cons. The pros outweigh the cons big time. So that's why I'll always use Scout IQ. But sometimes, even I have books that I find after a competitor leaves the thrift store and I find it, it's because they're using Scout IQ or Scout Lead and they're not double checking with the Amazon Seller app. And sometimes it's pulling up the wrong listing. So they'll pass on it because it pulled up like an outdated listing, but then I scan it with the Amazon Seller app and it's worth like $90 or like a 20,000 rank. It pulled the wrong listing. Happens like less than like 5% of the time. Mm-hmm. But just keep that in mind. No third-party app. I don't care what app it is, any company, there's going to be issues because it's pulling from the Amazon API.
Yeah, and I've actually had it happen even with Amazon Seller app where you scan a barcode and it pulls up something completely different. It's just the way they get registered, I guess. But.
Exactly. So in terms of dealing with the restrictions, I'm just kind of going through some of my notes now. There's not really much you can do with books. A lot of the categories, Paul, are becoming heavily restricted now. And it's happening, why? More and more because there's more people taking advantage of the system. Bootleg people and fakes and counterfeits. And there's a war going on behind the scenes with some of these large textbook organizations. So there's a lot of different books out there. What types of books do I focus on? Mostly nonfiction. I like the weird, obscure, unique, really niche down stuff. Like if you take a look outside of textbooks, like this is a weird niche, like koi fish. What the heck? Like koi fish. Like here's another example. Koi fish. I don't know why I'm saying it like that. Quilting. Oh, this is a really good tip for books to look out for. Look for the atlases. Yeah. Let's see how this is. Some of these books are my mom because I knew you were coming into town, and we put our books together. So this one right here, I want you to tell me what you see here, Paul. I want you to analyze this for me. What's happening here? How much did we pay for this book? I'm just making
showing a $2 buy cost.
Okay.
So $6.98 profit, $2.22 for rank, then $151 plus for the e-score.
Okay, cool. Now I want you to double check this for me on Amazon. Make sure what's going on here.
I'm not sure on your iPhone. Mine's a little bit different because I use Android.
Oh, no, you're good. You can hit that. Sorry about that. And remember, there's multiple barcodes. I don't know if I pulled up the right
approval.
Oh, okay, so that's one thing that we can talk about in a second. But I'm going to have you click. Which listing do you think we should click?
Spiral bound.
Okay, let's click that. So there's this new thing that Amazon's doing, which is extremely annoying, okay? So there's a difference between requires approval and restricted. Restricted means you're pretty much screwed. There's this new thing now, Amazon started doing it like 3 weeks ago, where they're like requiring you to get eligibility to sell a certain book. And I'm curious, I'm gonna have you pull up your Amazon app. I wanna see if it does the same thing on yours. But you see right here where it says selling eligibility? Mm-hmm. Click that, okay? And then request approval. Okay, so you see this right here? You see how it's asking me to give documents? Mm-hmm. I can't sell this. But what normally will happen is it'll just auto approve you. It'll auto ungate you. So I want to see what happens on your account. If it didn't for my account, it's not going to let you either because my account's older. But who knows in this crazy world? Yeah, hit request. 9 out of 10 times it'll auto approve you. So if it ever asks you for this, you know what they're asking for? A wholesale invoice. We can't provide that. My mom, she's freaking best friends with Jeff Bezos, so she's able to sell this. But nowadays, with a lot of books, it's requiring approval. Just click that button, and it'll just 9 out of 10 times auto approve you. I don't know why. They want you to get approved for a lot of books now. But 9 out of 10 times that book will just get auto approved. Let's scan this book right here. And I'm gonna kind of steal the show in this video, doing a lot of the scanning, because you know what, man, you are gonna get busy in the next video. You are gonna be wild. But I'm gonna have you click on this and I'm gonna have you analyze this for me a little bit. I want you to tell me what you see here. And remember, this is a used book. So share with me, what's the rank?
409,000.
What do you think about that?
We're looking at the profit of 43.64.
But what do you think about 409,000 rank? Like, how often do you think that sells? This is just a sign. This is just a estimate.
I guess maybe every other month.
No, probably not that long. That's 400,000. It probably sold within the last week or so. Yeah, okay. It's not too bad. It could have sold a few days ago. This isn't a science. People are going to argue like this is like philosophy class. Like it's all up for interpretation, right?
Yeah.
It's a little more scientific, but 400,000 is solid. Anything under $500,000 is pretty solid. Once it goes over 500,000, It's still good, but you got to be a little more careful. So,
and you only got 2 people on there for FBA. So.
Oh, now one thing to consider is you always want to check what the new price is, because you don't want to ever try to price a used price higher than new. Could it happen every now and then? Yes. But what's the new price of that book? You want to see a good range.
Nothing for FBA for new. But,
the merchants are 267, so that's a good sign. So used is how much?
50, 680.
That's good. Now, what's the merchant jump to FBA? Because that's something to keep in mind, because the higher the rank, you have to be a little more cautious when that prime bump gets a little too crazy.
On the low side, they're down at 29.15.
Yeah, so from 29 to 56, that's like about a 45% jump. So that's a pretty significant jump.
Unless we're looking at accepting it's acceptable condition.
And then... Good, Paul. That was good. So that I didn't even think of that. So it's actually not as crazy as a jump, because it's not really a jump from 29 to 60. It's more of a jump from like 40 to 60, which now it's only like maybe a 30% jump or so, maybe less. So that's a really, really great thing you just did right there. You clicked in and you investigated a little bit. Great. Now, what I want to do is I want to jump over to Scout IQ. Why? Because I want to get a little more information about this. You know what? This book is so nice. Like, this thing could probably get away as brand new. Look at this thing. What is that? What if we found money together? I'd split it with you. So let's scan this with Scout IQ. Ooh, now we're learning a little bit more. What's the E-score of that?
9.
How do you feel about that? How do you feel about a book only selling or having 9 days out of 6 months?
Well, I guess you have to kind of look at the type of book, and it's probably a...
Just look at the data. Who cares about the book?
Well, I mean, it's be concerning at that point, but...
Yeah, it's a little concerning. It's not terrible.
But, you know, there's only 2 FBA people on it.
Yeah. Let's see. Is that... Sometimes I don't trust Scout IQ. Yeah, there's only 2 FBA. There's 14 merchants. Guess what? Who cares how many merchants there are? It's not even the same ball field. So that's a good sign. There's only 2 sellers. It's a 9 E-score. At this point, if you were if you had to, like, if I was sourcing this off of eBay, and because I do this a lot, and they were asking, maybe I can get it for 20. Oh, 2,000. I could possibly make $23, but I'd be a little more concerned because it only has a 9 E-score. So at that point, what I would do is I would take that next step to open this up on my desktop and look at the Keepa chart, because I want to see what's going on over the price history. Are there some jumps that are going to be coming in the future? Right now, we're in the middle of textbook season. Is this a textbook?
I think it is.
Yeah, so it's a little concerning that this thing's not selling like crazy right now, because now's the time in September. But I would buy it all day long. I mean, this is a no-brainer purchase, especially if it's $3 or less. But when you start going to like maybe like a flea market or like maybe some type of consignment deal where you have to pay a bunch of money up front, or maybe even at a pawn shop, which you're probably not going to find this at a pawn shop, then you have to start using a bit more of your skill sets, like looking at Keepa charts, like kind of weighing out your risk versus reward. But for $3, you know, this is a no-brainer all day long. Let's find another book. Something, any book.
Yeah, cookbooks.
All right. So let's scan this. Look at that, 19 E-score, $3 buy cost, $23. Look, it still has the same rank at 400 as the other one, but it has much more sales, almost double the sales over a 6-month period. So that gives you a lot more confidence. If you scroll over to the Amazon and scan that, yeah, it looks like we got 5 offers at $39.95. It'll shoot out $27.21. If I put in my buy cost at $3, I'd make $23.45. So that's a winner chicken dinner all day long right there. Not too crazy of a prime jump from $38.43 to $39. The new price is at $123, so there's plenty of room right there. If the new price was at $30 and Amazon was at $30, that means the market hasn't adjusted to that price yet. You'd probably want to lower that price. But this is definitely a good book. So we got a couple more minutes for this video before it ends, but are there any questions that you have? Because we covered a lot. We talked about Amazon Seller App, Scout IQ. We talked about pricing. We talked about condition, restricted books, risk versus reward. In the final 2 or 3 minutes, what are some questions you have before I send you out into the jungle, man?
Well, with Scout IQ, if it's a book that comes up as a reject, is it like...
what do you mean reject? Oh, like it has...
It says don't buy it. But like, is it going to reject the book based on just one of the parameters not hitting it? Or is it...
That's a good question. I'm not entirely sure of that answer. I'll have to dive into that, but it's probably one of the main, it's probably one of two things. It's probably either the profit. I would guess it's only one parameter, but maybe someone could help me in the comments. It's probably something to do with, it's definitely the profit based on the rank or the e-score. It's one of those things. So I trust it. And I didn't trust it at first. I would double check everything on like Amazon, and I would like go through and make sure. It's usually very, very accurate. The only thing you really have to look out for is if it's pulling the wrong listing. So if something looks interesting and then you scan out in Scout IQ and you're like, what the heck, this doesn't make sense, go over to Amazon and just double check it.
Okay. So, but I mean, you kind of want to have the app running on your phone just because there might be something that's close, but might just
I have
fall
both
outside
of them up at all times. Yeah.
Yeah.
And I'll just kind of jump back and forth. Yeah, so real quick, one thing I want to mention real quick, because I might be running out of time. Could you help me? I don't got the muscles to one-hand it. This is a box set. So these are two items. So this is an example of a box set where I would shrink wrap it. To find this, I'm going to go over to the Amazon Seller App. I'm going to scan this, and you're going to see a bunch of different listings. You got to be careful. So what I'll normally do is go to the lowest listing right here, which is $20.97, and click into that, and you can see what it's selling for. It's selling for $34. So the picture only shows one book, but the listing says 2 volume set. So sometimes it's a little, I wanted to share that because sometimes it's a little kind of hard to know what's going on. But again, you stretch wrap this, put it around, and put the label on the outside. I don't want to show you any more books at this point because I want you to go out into the jungle and make some mistakes.
Okay.
How much time we got left, Zach?
About a minute.
A minute. Any final words, man, before you take your journey?
No. Ready to make a couple mistakes and learn from them, you know.
How you feel now? Overwhelmed? Or okay?
I think the app makes it pretty basic, you know, and then some of it can just kind of come down to your judgment call as to what you're okay with your profit. Okay. So.
Cool. Hey, brother, let's move into it. Let's do it. We'll see you guys in the next video. All right, welcome back, everybody. I'm here with Paul, and we've been making some really good progress today. It's about noon. We've been shooting since 9:30, and we've worked through the process of obviously introducing Amazon to the benefits. Showed you all the equipment, all the supplies. The last video we did, we went through and we spent like an hour pretty much just analyzing books, learning about Scout IQ, Amazon Seller App. What else did we learn?
Just making a little bit of a determination as to whether or not you take a book, or if there's little, like the e-score might be 9 on one, but risk 19 on another. And,
there's a lot. There's a lot that goes into it, and as much as I'm trying to teach Paul and teach you guys how to do this, like there's things I'm going to miss, and hopefully we're gonna make sure we cover them right now, because Zach, if you pan around behind Paul, what do we have here?
Hopefully a giant pile of winning books for
Hey, what's up? Real quick, sorry to interrupt. I wanna shout out the sponsor of this video, which is RestrictedInventory.com. As you know, on Amazon, there's a lot of restrictions that are occurring lately. And with books, it's mostly popular books. Now, if you do sell DVDs or CDs, you could be restricted on that as well, which means you're not going to be able to sell them on Amazon on your account. So what I like to do is send my books, my media, my DVDs, my CDs, anything I'm restricted on, I love to send it to Avery over at RestrictedInventory.com. So I'll put a link to that down below. Just want to thank RestrictedInventory.com for sponsoring this video. And if you do come across restricted inventory at thrift stores, garage sales, anywhere, Don't pass up on it. If there's good profits, they'll split it with you 50-50. Just mail everything to them. You can log into a dashboard. You can see all your sales and everything, and it's awesome. Highly recommended. So with that being said, let's get back to our video. We got a lot of books, and essentially what we're trying to do is we're trying to replicate a thrift store. Now, this is going to be what's known as a honey hole thrift store. You're probably not going to find a thrift store like this. There's a lot of winning books. There's also some losers in here that I threw in for my personal collection. But what I want to do is I want to put Paul to the test right now, and I want to see what Paul has learned so far. I'm going to be giving, Paul's going to be using Scout IQ and Amazon Seller app. I gave him access to Scout IQ. And we're going to go through and we're going to start analyzing all the books. So he's going to, what I'm going to have you do, Paul, is I'm going to just kind of circle around. I'm going to have you make a pile when you start scanning these books. When I give you the phone, start making a pile of the books that you're going to keep and the books that you're going to pass on. And you know, Zach and I, you could say hi, Zach, in the mirror. You probably see him. We're going to be creeping on Paul right now. Paul's going to be wishing he never came to Raking Profit's house, because we're going to be literally over his shoulder while he takes a knee and goes through these books. And ultimately, you know, I'm having fun right now, but ultimately what we want to do is try to replicate a scenario where you're out sourcing books. And I want you to make mistakes. I want you to ask questions. I want you to not know what to do. And I want to help work you through the process of, you know, going through these books and analyzing them and picking them. And what I might actually do is start throwing like imaginary prices at you. So you'll have to go in and like change the prices and stuff. This is gonna be a long video. Okay. But this is the stuff I feel like you don't see on YouTube. You know what I mean? Like this is like, you know, I'm being a weirdo, like having fun, lining them up and stuff. But like, this is the stuff you don't see on YouTube. Like actually going through live in the flesh, just analyzing them. So man, if you're ready, do you have any questions before you get started, before you get thrown into the jungle?
No, well, I mean, even like one of the basic things is like, do you have a method that you find is like more comfortable from you to be able to scan the fastest?
Yeah.
You know, if you're using like a scanner, you're going to start from the left and run all the way down.
So great question. Obviously, number one, we'd actually be using a barcode scanner. The reason we're not going to be using it is because I gave him access to my Scout IQ, and if I use the barcode scanner now, it's going to turn my thing into a keyboard, which means it's going to be very difficult for someone who's brand new to jump back and forth. Mama Prophet might be here. She's supposed to be stopping by, but we might have a surprise. So we're not going to use a barcode scanner. So this is going to be much slower than normal. I don't have the barcode scanner on me. We'll put a picture on the screen. I use the Natamoo. So normally what you would do is you'd have the Natamoo and you go boom, boom, boom and scan through it. So with this, you're gonna have to go ahead and hit the little, the camera sign right there, or the scan sign right there. So it's gonna be a bit slower. And what I would do is, honestly, if the book's no good, just to make things easier, you can just throw it aside if you want, you know? Or if you want to try to replicate a thrift store, what I usually do is just put it in and just move to the side. But what I like to do, they're not always lined up perfectly, but I just like to go barcode to barcode. So obviously I'd have a barcode scanner, so it'd be a lot easier. So I'd go boom, 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 boom. This is going to be much slower, you know, but that's essentially going to be the name of the game. So what I'm going to have you do is probably just take each book out and just scan it and go from there. But again, you're going to want to jump from back and forth from Scout IQ to Amazon Seller app for a couple reasons. Number one, when you scan with the Amazon Seller app, the title feature doesn't work very well. So if there's no barcode, you might have to voice activate in, or you might have to jump back and forth. This one actually worked, but it's pulling up the wrong listing. And sometimes you're going to want to double check for restrictions, so on and so forth. So I'm going to stop talking, man. Just let you do it. Do you have any questions? Oh, real quick, what you said, usually what I like to do is look at the colors. So at Savers, there's a color system in Goodwill, blue, red, green, yellow. I try to look for the newest colors, and I'll pick and choose. Like I won't scan the old colors typically. Also, the new books at my thrift stores at Savers are normally towards the end of the rack. So usually like the new colors will all be like either on this side or on this side. A lot of times they won't be in the middle unless people toss them in there. So that's kind of like my game plan in terms of like how I go about it. I look through all the sections. I like the religious section. I like obviously the textbook section. the spirituality section, the health section, even the kitchen section, like with the recipes and stuff. You'll find some good ones over there. Sometimes there's like a sporting section with like memorabilia books and like stuff about the Yankees, Red Sox. Sometimes those can do well. The car manual books. So I really go after everything. So you know what, man? It's time for you to jump into things and do it up. And you can start maybe just at the end rack and oh, but wait, what's your buy cost? Let me help you with that. What's your buy cost gonna be? Remember, where the heck is the buy cost? It disappeared. Oh, hold on one second. Maybe I look, this isn't even popping up. Let me do something for one example really quick. I just want to make sure the buy cost is good. I'm trying to find something with a barcode. There we go. Oh, I know why. Because I've got it on the wrong scanning feature. Okay, so the buy cost is set at 2. Let's set it at $3.50. Because that's like a normal thrift store price. So I'll let you analyze it and tell me if you're going to pick it or not. I'm gonna get out of the way and actually let me go behind him because I want to kind of see what he's up to and give him a hand.
Was there anything where you would look at it and say, you know, like you got the e-score, rank, profit, and just say, you know, like not even bother checking Amazon on it?
I wouldn't check it. Yeah. I see 126 e-score. I see that I'm gonna make 200% of my money. I would take that all day long.
Okay.
Yeah, don't even overthink it, man. I would just pick or pass, and if I see you do something kind of weird or something that I wouldn't do, I'll call you out on it.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Well, you say when I'm on the
floor, throw it on the ground. That's your money pile, man. Yeah. You get to take them all home. I'm just kidding. He doesn't get to take them home.
So this is when we're gonna have to switch over to the cover then.
I'd probably go to Amazon because the cover on I'll probably X that out.
X it out.
Yeah. Oh yeah, there we go. We're teaching him how to use iPhone. Poor guy comes over here. He's used to Android. All right. So remember, we need to look for the correct listing.
Second edition. Well, so it's this one down here then, right? Second edition, text only.
Why is it not the first one?
Doesn't have second edition on it.
How do you know? Because you can't rely just on the title. What's the actual cover say? You can't see it because it's too small. Click into that first one because it's the lowest listing. Look, it says second edition. So as long as it looks the same, I sourced this off of eBay for $5. Somebody obviously dropped the ball. I had to say it. Why don't you click into gross proceeds because I want to see what the buy cost, because this is $3.50. We're just pretending we're at a thrift store right now. Can you put in your buy cost at $3.50? Cost of purchase. There we go. Hit done. Boom. Look at that, $112. Do you want it or not? You want to leave it for me? Mama Profit will scoop it up.
Yeah, I might keep this one. I'm just getting started.
You should just pass on it. Yeah. All right, keep going, man. You're keeping it.
So with something like that where they've got two, I mean, I guess theoretically they're the exact same book. Is that just somebody else screwed up and just created another?
Somebody created another listing at one point or another for whatever reason. Sometimes it'll say, this says text only. So I don't know, this could be some type of variation. Sometimes there's like loose leaf books as well.
Okay.
But I wouldn't overthink it too much. But people create listings for one reason or another. I don't know the answer.
Okay.
But you want to find the listing with the lowest rank with that particular book. And I would stick to Scout IQ because Scout IQ is going to be much faster. We only want to jump to Amazon Seller App to either double check or use the cover feature.
It's going to be a money loser.
Loser.
So then, theoretically, you're going to lose $3 to sell this book on there. Like, how are all these people selling it
merchant,
instead of
because
just
they're
dumping
merchant
it?
sellers.
Okay.
So merchants, like some of these guys are only going to make like 10, 12 cents because they're also going to make some money off the shipping as well. And some of these guys sell big bulk deals. So they're actually like saving on some shipping as well. So some of these guys are running businesses where they make like 15 cents per sale, but they're doing thousands a day.
Okay, so
Yeah.
just playing the volume game. So.
Yeah. And you see how there's no FBA? Mm-hmm. If I go over to Amazon, there probably is FBA, but it's only, I forget, it's only pulling the lowest like 20 or 25 offers. I don't remember. So sometimes it won't show all the data because you see how there's 6 people FBA, but Scout IQ is only showing no FBA. Why? Because it's only pulling the lowest. Someone help me, is it 20 or 30, 18 lowest offers? So it's not the most accurate, but you don't want this. The lowest is 651. There's no money to be made in it. So next book, my man. All right. I'm gonna grab a water, let him do some scanning, come back to some good news. Live in the jungle.
Yeah.
Oh, look at it. You just used the scan feature?
Yeah.
Of the...
Yeah, they had a.
Oh, so I see something wrong right here. Do you notice anything?
Yeah, they're dealing with the wrong cover, and it's paperback and on the ad, but this is a hard book.
So let's here. I'm gonna help you out just for time's sake. What I like to do sometimes is do a voice activation. The system's mindset, managing the machinery of your life. Boom. Found it. 611,000 rank. Lowest price. You see that requires approval thing that was coming up before that I was telling you about?
Yeah.
A lot of times you just have to click this, it'll auto approve you unless I'm on a bad streak and it's gonna request a wholesale invoice. You see how it says your selling application is approved? That means it auto approved. So it's good, I can sell this now. It'll still probably tell me that I need to get approved because sometimes you have to do it on the computer as well. But this is only selling for $8.17, $1.82. We paid $3.50, so you're gonna lose money on that.
All right.
Just you could toss it. You could do whatever
Yeah.
you want. Yeah.
So no BS. I don't know if it was probably just, I guess, our buy cost with FBA fees then on that one, it would
Yep, that's
reject
nothing, man.
it because
Yeah.
score 75. That's it.
Yeah, it doesn't like the e-score and rank in comparison to the profit based on what you're paying. Well, he's on a cold streak.
Yeah. 1571. So might be an interesting find for personal use, but.
Oh, what do we got here?
Yeah, showing 26.25 for profit.
It's a nice find, my man.
143 e-score, so 15,000 rank.
So what do you like about that most?
Well, just looking at the profit for the short amount of time, theoretically, that it would sit.
That thing will sell quick. When you're new, I would take less risks. Like I would trust the triggers. If it says don't buy it, like I wouldn't buy it. Like I would find the ones like, if you could find the e-scores like over 30 that make you like 10, 15, 20 bucks profit, like you're gonna be good.
Okay.
Yeah. All right, so let's see what he's up to here. Oh, he's going for a little cover scan because there's no barcode. What do we got here?
Hardcover.
But wait, before you jump into that, go back. You see how there's multiple listings right here? Mm-hmm. This is where it gets a little bit trickier. There's multiple listings on the screen. And what you're gonna wanna do is make sure that there aren't paperbacks and hardcover. So I don't know, so it says paperback.
Yeah, there's
there
paperbacks
is.
down lower.
So you wanna make sure that you
hardcover.
find the hardcover, and you wanna make sure you find the listing that's the lowest. So right now I see here's a hardcover at $578. Is this the actual cover. Is it the same one?
Yeah.
It looks similar. Again, it's that auto approve. Just ignore it. 90% of these things will just auto approve.
What's going to be the difference between selling a used or collectible?
Honestly, collectible, a lot of people sell like board games and toys as collectible. I don't know what it actually means. You could ask so many resellers. It's like, I don't know. Someone's going to have to help me, but I ignore books as collectible. I always sell board games as collectible though.
Okay. And so, well, there's one person on it with FBA of 5450.
Yep. So you see the ranks over 500 and you see how the jump's going from 28 to 5450. Mm-hmm. If there's only one seller as FBA, they make up the price. Now what's new? New 720, that's ridiculous. Maybe it'll sell for that much, but let's just ignore that. So from 28 to 54, it's possible. I don't like that big of a jump given that it's got a rank of over 500,000. Let's take a look at the E-score. Can you find the, is there an ISBN number inside of the book? Because this is another way that you can do some analyzation here. Probably not. This is too old of a book. So what I'm gonna do is I wanna type in the title of this. Can I see the title?
Yep.
Beatles, Illustrated Lyrics. Okay, so here's the listing at 578. That's got an 8 E-score. So this thing's not moving super fast, but it's moving enough. I would buy this all day long for $3.50 because I'll turn $3 into 35. That's a 10x. So the risk versus reward, here's the risk, but here's the reward. It's high enough for me to justify it. But what if the reward was down here and the risk was here? There's not enough room there for me to justify it. So I would buy that all day long. Will I get 54? I don't know, because that's like a 45% jump and it's not a super popular book. So
would you try to shoot for like a $45
yeah,
bag on
I think going for, I think I could probably get at least 40. So I think I could 5 to 7x my money on it. So I think you should buy it, brother. I think that you should buy it. Oh, let me go over to Scout IQ for you. There you go. And again, guys, remember, keep doing your thing. In this situation, he'd be using a barcode scanner. We'd be using the Natamoo and going much quicker. But again, for this video purpose, we're doing the best we possibly can. Oh, what do we got here for a book, man? Is it
profit of 88 cents?
88 cents. The woman, what women want when they test men? Oh man, you ever been tested, Zach?
I don't think so. Not enough to read about it.
Does that mean that they don't want you then?
I don't know, man. Ladies, help us out on this video. All right, Paul, we're gonna have to get you moving a little quicker. The thrift store is gonna close. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. All right.
Do you end up timing things out with your mom when you guys go, or?
Yeah,
You gotta,
I'm usually
shove her
not
out
there
of the
for
way
more than an
whenever
hour.
you see a good book.
She moves a lot slower than I do, but she's much more careful. But she's a killer. I'm telling you, she's really impressive when it comes to the book. So what Paul's doing is I think he's looking for the ISBN number right now. I think it's
probably not going to find
before a certain date. I don't even know if they put them in there anymore.
It is 1970.
So he's probably going to be better off doing maybe a voice activation. And Eye of the Dragon, see what comes up.
With yours, is it?
Yep, it already started pulling it. Gotcha. So I'm gonna have you say right now. Oh crap.
An eye for a dragon, or did it wrong?
Yeah, it's too. It's here. I'll help you out. Ah crap. This thing picks up so good. An eye for the dragon. Southeast Asia observed. It might not pull it up. So sometimes you're gonna have a tough time pulling it up. So at this point, I would just rely on Amazon. So let's scan the cover. Hopefully this is like the real life stuff that, I know this video's getting dragged out, but this is like the real life stuff. So there's 2 listings. One of them's 4 million, one's 6 million. Let's go with the lower listing. Let's pull it up. Merchants are at 5. FBA's at 9.74. That means we would make $1.53. And that's not even with a buy cost. So if you put the buy cost at 3.50, we'd lose $2.69. Would you like to invest your money into that?
No, I'm all right.
All right, he's going to pass on that. Let's keep moving, keep grooving. All right, back to business. Whew, I like that noise.
151 for an E-score, 2,000 rank. So.
Damn, he's not even thinking about it at this point. Is he getting a little quicker? He didn't even think about it. He just took it. But wait, whoa. I think I just saw something. Can you scan that book one more time? You might have messed up, boy. Do you see anything wrong? Anything that stands out? Look towards the bottom left-hand corner.
Restricted.
Where are you going to send that book to?
RestrictedInventory.
Yeah, boy. So I would still buy it. There's enough room on, because I think you make 20 bucks profit, so you could send that to Avery, split it, But if it was like 8 bucks profit, I would just pass on it.
All right.
It's not a goddamn roll. So this is an interesting one to analyze here.
No, sure. I mean, I guess depending on what it is. I mean, for 99 cents or $1.99.
This is $3.50.
Yeah. I'm thinking about it for $3.50. I might be tempted to leave that one alone.
Yeah, because Scout IQ says to buy it doesn't mean you have to. I would still buy it because the risk to reward is there. The E-score is 10. Yeah, the rank, this thing hasn't sold probably in a couple weeks, maybe a month or so. But either way, if you wanted to pass on it, it would be completely okay if you passed on it.
I mean, we got 21 used on it already. It's one of those tough things, right?
How many? Go over to Amazon. I want to see how many FBA sellers there are.
No FBA.
Nope, that's new.
Oh.
You see? Those are the simple things that are easy to forget.
Yeah, so you get 2.
Yep, 2. So that's not bad at all. And again, this whole require approval thing is super annoying now that comes up. You just gotta, I don't know if it's just my account or what, but it should just get auto approved. Again, it got auto approved. That's really stupid. But yeah, now there is one thing that makes me a little bit nervous here. Could you guess what it is?
Oh, the drop in the use.
Yeah, look at that jump from 838 to 25. That's like that's a 300% jump from merchant to FBA. Could you get it? Yeah, but what do you think the odds are that these two people are going to start fighting with price? 24, 23, 21, 18, 15. Because if this thing doesn't sell, there's a good chance they're just going to keep dropping their price. So as I start to analyze this more, this was a Mama Profits book. This actually isn't my book. She probably just went based on the app, which she could make out and do fine. I would probably pass just because I'm looking for more quick flips. Like if this was going to make 40 bucks profit, I'd take the risk. But now that I'm analyzing it more, I don't like it, but you could take it. It's not my call. And there's probably plenty of people watching who would take it. So I'm going to let you make your own decision.
Yeah, I'd probably just let that one go.
All right, I'll end up taking it. All right. How are we doing on time here? No, it's a good book though. So he's passing on it because it's making the beep and it's rejecting. If he wanted to be crazy, he could double check everything on Amazon, but it's not worth it. Oh, Mama Profits just arrived. Oh, baby.
$6.39. So with Amazon on that, they're going to only be on the used side of it, right?
It looks like Amazon's on it for $18.95, and that's pulling from. Is this pulling from 1706? I get a little confused sometimes with. Can you go over to Amazon and pull real quick? Excuse me, real quick. Mama Profit in the house. Yeah, check it out on Amazon and see what's going on. Hello.
Hi, how are you?
Good.
Got you a bunch cough drops. One sugar-free.
Do you want to come sit down for a few? You don't have to be on camera, are you?
Only 1 minute. I got my car unlocked.
Oh, okay. Well,
Just say hello
you
to
think someone's
everybody.
gonna rob us in this neighborhood?
Oh, I don't know.
Mama Prophet in the
Hello,
house.
how are you?
Say hi to everybody.
Hi. Nice to see you.
Nice to meet you.
Good to see you too.
Yeah, I was. He's analyzing some books right now.
Oh.
You can take a seat. You don't have to like.
No, I'm only gonna stay in there.
Yeah, she's scared of being on camera. Oh. Oh my gosh! What is happening here?
Off the rails now.
One is sugar-free.
Oh, she got me some cough drops because my throat is dying right now. You got low battery on there, man.
Well, I'll let you guys get back.
All right. Hey, how'd you do at Savers just now?
Well, when you called, then she came out,
can
so I
get
got
her.
about 6 more.
How much profit you think you just made?
Oh, I don't know, 80 or so.
Jesus!
Not with her 6, but I was there a little bit before.
Oh, cool. All right. Well,
Yeah.
we're gonna keep scanning. Thanks for stopping by.
All right, nice meeting you. Have a good day.
All right.
Good one.
All righty.
Stay out of the thrift store.
I'm done today.
Yeah, right. Man, that's a good cough drop. Look at her go. No, who would even get her on? Who would think that she's out there making hundreds of thousands with the books? Mama Prophet! Oh, she can't hear me. All right. So, this one,
So yeah, Amazon on new, but
and what's used coming in at? 1706. So, another thing I don't like about this is look at the merchant jump to the FBA. This is
Yeah,
just my
2
personal
times.
preference.
Yeah.
I personally don't like it. Maybe Caleb or Avery might disagree with me, but I get a little nervous with low profit things like this. Now, if it was $1, I would take it. If it was $2, but at $3.50, it makes me a little bit nervous. So you can make your own decision. I'll be right back, but let me know what your thoughts are. Maybe you can share, just share some of the things you're seeing with us, and I just want to be quiet and just kind of observe.
well, slow moving and you lose money on that one. So it's easier when there are no brainers like that, I guess. 141 for an E-score, 111,000 rank. I guess it could be a little bit of a judgment call just because it's 1190 on the profit, but there's 27 used.
But look at that E-score, how high it is. That thing's going to sell so
should
quick.
move through pretty quick.
Never pass on that.
All right. So I'm guessing the rank probably eliminated that one because it's showing 514.
Yeah,
for
if
profit.
that rank was much lower and that E-score was higher, I bet you it would be a pick. He's going through them, making his way through the books, picking up a little speed.
465 for profit. 151. This is 151 the max.
That's the max it'll go.
So
that
it'll
has,
say plus.
Yep.
So it's more than one a day then.
Yeah, so something like that with such a high E-score, I'd take it because it's such a quick flip. And remember, we're doing $3.50. These are Savers prices. You go to Goodwill, you get them for $1 each. These are nice little single doubles. Quiet before the storm.
Yeah, this would, I guess, probably have to pass on, right? Because it's.
Is this the same
13.
book?
No, wait, not spiral bound, right? That's
Go back. Yeah, let's see. So that's spiral bound. You see the top?
Yeah, it is.
Oh, it is spiral bound. Yeah. What was that 220,000 listing below? If we go to that other listing down there, what was this? Oh, that was a paperback. So look at how much more the paperback's going for. So that's a pass. I'm not selling for enough.
Yeah.
Man, he is going through the books. That's a weird book.
Yeah, something a little bit newer, maybe. Be inside, but. Guess we're
Doing a little cover scan with the Amazon seller app. You got a 3 million rank, very high. Used is 1 at 91. See, this is incorrect pricing. Look at the merchants.
822 to 91.
You might be able to get 12, 15, 17 bucks, but 91, that's ridiculous. So you let me know what you think you would do.
I'm just gonna double check what's there, but yeah, they got multiple used ones and conditions.
Buying books like this is the easiest way for a beginner to get a couple hundred books in your inventory that rarely sell. If you're more advanced, you can play. Like if you're like Mama Profit, you can play around with stuff like this if you understand things more. But for the context of this video, stay away from books like that, because you're going to end up with 300 books and you're going to be on a YouTube comment saying the book business doesn't work. And it's like
saturated.
You're going after the wrong books as a beginner. I would stick to the ones that are no-brainers. Easier said than done. It's definitely easier said than done. And people in the comments are going to say, well, I can't find books like that all the time. You've got to get more creative with your sourcing. Some thrift stores aren't going to have stuff like this all the time. So I'm very empathetic to it.
So I guess buy that one. Just, it's slower moving, 2.8 million, 5E score, but for the profit of 41.50 for.
Yeah, and one of the things I don't like is how many. So it looks like there's 4 new and 10 used. So it looks like. Okay, so there's no FBA offers, which is interesting. Can I check something really quick? Just want to make sure Scout IQ is accurate. So I'm going to go over here and I want to double check this, because if there's no FBA, you can definitely get a little bump. Okay, so there's 2 listings here. This is the paperback and the hardcover. So this is paperback. So we'll jump on this listing, 2.8 million. Looks like there's 10 merchants at 57, no FBA. I ignore collectible. I don't know what the heck collectible is. New, 147, so there's a good jump. That's fine. For this, you might be able to get 65, 75, 85. Since it's a higher rank, I'm not going to encourage a gigantic prime jump, but you can probably get at least 65, 70 bucks on this. So if we go back over here, let's just say we can get 69 bucks at a 350 cost. That's a $46 profit. It is a low E score. It is a high rank, but again, your investment of 350, your reward of 41. It seems like a big enough risk to reward. That's your call.
Yeah, it should sell within a year at least, right? So that's the.
Yeah, and remember, I haven't been hitting you with this, but remember, before you buy a book and before you check out, you always want to kind of go through and take a look. All right, are all the pages there? How's this looking? Is the binding okay? This binding's a tiny bit sketchy, you can see, but it's nothing like serious. I would still buy it, but always remember to check the condition, Paul, before you leave.
Yeah, I was trying to go through books one time, and it was a textbook, and I went flipping through it this way, and then I never checked that side, and then there was a lot of writing when I ended up getting the book home, and I was like,
check for money inside too, bro.
Yeah,
those bookmarks are profitable.
Just scan them and.
Yeah, let's keep moving, man. Let's keep going. Hopefully the viewers are enjoying this. The whole time I didn't know where my scanner was. It's in my pocket.
So looks like that one's autographed then, or
who's this author?
Life
is More. Goldian Vadiambrok. I don't know. You could try playing with those things on eBay. I don't know enough to give you any knowledge on that. So I would just play it normal. And if you guys are enjoying this video, be sure to hit that like button. I know this isn't the most exciting thing in the world, but this is how you build a book business. You got to learn somewhere. And it's not all fast-paced excitement like the YouTube videos and the freaking Facebook ads that you see. This is real life right here, right? It's a little different.
Yeah, and that's a lot of what I found with retail arbitrage and everything else is, you might come out and once a week or whatever, you hit some big home run, but a lot of it's just putting things together for $5, $10 profit and continuing to grind.
So what are you seeing here, Paul?
This one, it's got a sticker over the barcode, so just using Amazon to scan it. Paperback $29.75. So there's only 2 on it, and
So it's
the
going
rank
to
is 224,000.
click gross proceeds for me at 1677. And then there's a way that you could change your settings so it automatically populates it, but you could just guess 1630 minus 350. You're gonna be left with what, 13 and 1279. So that's a good one, man. He's finding some stuff. Scanning away. Again, this would be 10 times faster with a barcode scanner. Shout out to Natamu. This would make things a lot quicker. Are we having the silhouette effect shooting right into the light yet? No, it's pretty good. Yeah. I heard that.
Well, this one, only a few dollars profit. It's close to 100%, but 1,000 rank, 151 plus.
That thing will sell, honestly, when it hits the warehouse. It'll probably be gone in like 10 minutes.
Yeah.
If you price it like match the lowest price. You could also go up a little higher in price depending on, but you'd have to spend a little bit more time to analyze and
just
whatnot.
researching it. So that's a loser.
Yeah. So I trust. Here's the thing. Can I mention one thing to everybody and to yourself as well? You asked me before, what percentage of books are going to be good? Probably like 5%. This is not realistic at all. Like, this is only realistic when the boy or girl at the thrift store wheels out the new books. That's when you can hit like a 50% by acceptance rate. Normally, it's going to be like a 5 to 10% acceptance rate at a thrift store. If you go to garage sales, it's going to be higher. Sometimes it could be higher at auctions, flea markets. It just depends on the pricing. But 95% of the books you scan through are going to be unsuccessful. So what does that mean? You need one of these. This is not, don't get misconstrued. Like, you're moving very slow now, but it's not your fault. It's because we're learning together, we're bouncing back and forth, like we're double checking things and we're not using the scanner. So normally when you're at a thrift store, you wouldn't be profitable going at this rate, and you're not doing anything wrong. It's because we're analyzing it, just so you know.
Yeah.
But like, you have to almost be like boom, 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 boom. And what you can do is you can actually lean up your phone. I'm not gonna turn this on because it's gonna mess the video up, but we're just gonna go boom, boom, boom. You can have your headphones on and then you just wait for that to ding. Could you be missing some deals because ScoutIQ is pulling the wrong info? Possibly, just because it's pulling from the wrong listing or whatnot. But it's not worth your time. Like, your ROI on your time is much higher just flying through them versus like, checking every little one back and forth. But the whole purpose of this exercise is for you to kind of learn the basics now. So you're doing fantastic, man.
Yeah.
But I just want to be realistic.
Yeah. So do you know how many books you can scan in an hour? Or?
It depends. For me, I could probably scan like 500 to 700. I can move very, very fast.
Okay.
For other people, it could be a couple hundred per hour. My buddy Avery swears that he could do 1,000 an hour. He's a maniac, though. So,
well,
but think about it.
Efficient, yeah.
If boom, 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 you could probably scan like 40 or 50 a minute or so. So,
yeah.
Actually, probably not that much. Probably like 20 a minute.
Yeah, gets you going through there because it is a numbers game, I guess. So yeah, I mean, that one I would keep. It's
12 E-score, turned
enough.
350 to 862. It's not a home run. It's something that it's definitely on the edge towards not taking it. But if you're running if you're just running a little side hustle where you want to make $1,000 like pretty guaranteed, and you don't want to mess with like waiting for things to sell like 3 or 4 months or 6 months, then I'd pass. But this is just a nice little single to add to your inventory. I don't think it's anything crazy. What I would want to do is dive a little deeper now, if you don't mind me snagging that. Go over to the Amazon seller app. Let me scan that really quick. I just want to double check if there's a crazy merchant jump. So FBA is at 31. The merchants are at 533, and it's jumping to 19.99. So I'd actually pass on this.
Okay.
Because there's such a big jump. Some people are going to tell me I'm wrong, but I'm just not in the business of like having all my inventory at Amazon waiting forever. If this was ranked at like 200,000 or 300,000, with that jump, I might consider it if it was like $1 or $2, but I'm not going to pay $3.50 to be 400% higher or 350% higher than the merchants and be fighting with these other FBA sellers. People are going to agree, disagree, but I'm just sharing what I would do.
Your
As a
business
beginner,
model.
I just wouldn't, because you're going to end up with a crap load of books that get beaten down in price and don't sell. So sometimes after further investigation, you're going to change your mind. So I would pass on that.
Because that one's gonna fail probably on the profit, right?
Yeah.
Everything else is good on it.
Yeah, everything else, if you get it for $1, it would have been a winner. But again, I'm putting a little higher price than normal just to see what would happen.
Get everything set up for the future.
There we go. So we got a couple different listings here.
Hardcover. Yeah, paperback. $925 million.
And remember, the profit's not even getting taken out of that yet.
Yeah.
So you're negative.
Yeah. Do most political books seem to?
It really is hit or miss.
that?
It depends. It depends on how old the book is. It depends how many sellers there are. It depends how in demand the item is. So you see how Paul's jumping around. This is why I use Amazon Seller App and Scout IQ. If Scout IQ had a better feature to scan the cover, I would use that, but I can't rely on it. So I jump back and forth. But otherwise, Scout IQ is fantastic. So here we got a 1.9 million rank. The merchant to FBA relationship is good. What's the new price? Is at 50? That's fine. What I would want to do.
Amazon's on it at 29.
Oh, I didn't even see that. So Amazon's on it at 29. It doesn't mean you could still probably get 24 or 25, but we have a 2 million rank. One thing that I'd like to do, and I'm going to help you out really quick, is check Scout IQ, because I just want to see what the E-score is. If the E-score is over like 30, then I'd probably do it, but it's not going to. Yeah, it's at 10. So there's going to be plenty of people who are going to do this. Now, if this was at, 50-cent buy cost, now I'm up to a $12 profit on 50 cents. Why not? Because if you pay $1 for a book and you buy 10 books for $1 that are all high rank, long tail, you've got 10 bucks invested. All it takes is 1 or 2 of those books to sell to get your money back. So why not take a shot in the dark? But now I'm putting $3.50 in. I don't know. The risk and reward just doesn't seem appealing enough to me. For you, maybe it is. As a beginner, maybe you want to get your feet wet and whatnot. Mm-hmm. I would probably pass just where I am now. But I could tell you there's probably 1 million resellers who would take it. So I'm more conservative. I like my things to move. I like my cash coming back quick. I'm lucky enough to live in Connecticut where there's plenty of textbooks and other books that I can find that move quicker, that are more profitable. But for you, if you're in an area where you can't find books, this might be the game you have to play. I wouldn't want to play that game, but
yeah,
I would pass. I'm going to pass on it for you.
Yeah, I guess, when you're first getting started, the last thing you want to do is
a similar one. I want to do some new ones. This is actually decent, but I'm just going to put it here. Let's get some...
too much money caught up in dead inventory.
And sometimes what you need to do is peel the sticker back. Someone please help me and tell me why these thrift stores have to always put the sticker over the barcode. Are you guys just trying to piss off the resellers that are building your business for you? But they love to do it. So sometimes you got to peel it. With a barcode scanner, it's easier to kind of get in there and scan it. That's one of the downsides of, I know I'm torturing Paul with this process right now, but it's like putting a weighted vest on and then taking it off. So.
Yeah. Well, learn the basics.
We're learning the basics.
That way you go out, forget your scanner one day, you can still
there
get
you
by.
go.
Amazon's on it at 24, so.
I'm not going to tell you what to do. I'm going to have you analyze the whole thing on your own.
Assuming the buy cost, taken out of that, down to like $9, probably just leave that one alone. Because there's 12 people on it.
There's no FBA sellers.
But no FBA, so.
I'll tell you right now, that's a fantastic buy. And I'm going to explain why.
Oh, the rank.
The rank is 88,000. This is probably it's probably like a 30 to a 50 E-score. We can double check that. There's no FBA sellers. Yes, Amazon's at 24, but we could come in at 21, 22. Logically, why would someone not just pay $2 more to get it new? I don't know. People do it all the time. I sell books like this all the time. But it's the rank. It's the rank that's encouraging me so much. And if we go over here, do the ISBN feature, this probably has a good e-score if I had to guess. Look at that, 66 e-score. This thing would be gone probably in a week or less. You would turn $350 into $9, so you'd like double and a half your money pretty quick. So I would pick it. Hopefully that helps to kind of understand why.
Yeah, just.
But these are the little things that like are so hard to understand when you're new, you know?
Yeah, because I mean, you just constantly hear never jump on anything with Amazon.
Yep, Amazon only has to be feared if you're competing directly with them. Mm-hmm. Amazon was on it new. They're not on it used.
Yeah.
And also, who cares if even if they were on it used at 24, just undercut them a couple bucks. You always have to undercut them. You could still sell, like if the books rank low enough, and like say Amazon's on it $25 new, and they just jumped down and the used are still at 40 and the rank's at like 400, you could still sell them over new. Like it'll happen now and then, but it's not a good general rule to follow.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, I don't know, that's one of those things where it just comes with experience where you start to figure.
That's what I'm saying. Like I'm trying to tell you here and like everybody watching, like you're going to make a ton of mistakes and guess what? There's going to be 100 other mistakes you're going to make without me. My whole point here is to shorten your learning curve and to help you to just get to where you got to go faster. You know, you can't teach everything in a video series. You can't teach every single thing in a course. You want to know where you learn the most from? Experience. Every single time.
And that's what I mean. Not everybody runs the same business model. I mean, you sell clothing, you may target a certain thing. One of the guys that I'd mentioned to you before, their daily refinement, like watching what he's done, where he's nothing but mall brands and he's closing in on like 28,000 listings and just doing massive business. And
there's more than one way to skin a cat, man. Like my way isn't the best way. It's just what
just
works
the best
for
way
me.
For you. Yeah.
Yeah. Like it's just the way that I've developed it over time.
So on that one, actually, comes up with no information on it.
So this is interesting because there's a bunch of merchants establishing a baseline floor price at NFTs, floor price at 1023, and there's no FBA sellers right there. So how do we establish what this thing's actually worth? I don't even know what collectible means, like I said, but I'm just looking at it. Okay, two people are collecting, pricing it at 18. New is at 27. So I'm just guessing I could probably price that maybe somewhere in between new and the merchants, maybe at like 16 or 17. But remember, we got a 3.8 million rank, only 5 reviews. If I was to scan this with Scout IQ, it'd probably be like a sub 5 e-score. So this is going to be a slow seller. Do you really want to put $3.50 on the table to double your money and only make $3? I'd rather put my money in Ethereum. ADA. All right. May the horse be with you. Oh, man, that horse is riding you all the way home. All right. 18 e-score. Oh, you're getting cocky, man, with this 350. I got to put your price back up. This ain't 2015. All right. So what are we working with here? So it looks like, sorry?
1.5 million rank. So how long would it take, like, 1 million to 1.5 million.
So a better question is, how long would it take for it to sell when there's an 18 e-score? So there's been 18 days over a 180-day period where there was a sale. So
every 10 days.
This a sale probably occurs, like every 10 days or so. There's only 3 sellers there. There's very good at 35, then good at 35.53, then it jumps to 71. So what I like to do,
cut him out of it.
Sometimes I'll just undercut these people if it's a high ranked book, because like I'm not there to be friends with everybody in this market. Like if it's a fast moving thing, like I don't want to bring the whole market down, but let's just hope these people don't have a good repricer, which will fight with you. But you could try undercutting them a couple bucks, a couple pennies. It's an 18 e-score, or you can just match the price. The condition of this, is actually excellent. Like this could maybe go for like very good or like new. It's an excellent condition, probably very good. So It looks like a winner all day long. You know, I could definitely 5x my money on that. So I think you're good, man. Oh, this one you picked up too. Leaving them behind, man, for the Reezy resells to pick up. And you want to know why that's not scanning? Because you're on the ISBN feature.
Oh, all right. Yep.
Bada bing, bada boom. No.
Yeah, so it's
If it was
profit related,
making
I guess.
$10 profit, would you take it?
$10 profit? Yeah. Or no, I wouldn't.
Oh, yeah, I'm putting him to the test now.
Well, looking at 86 E-score, 29,000 rank,
That's a nice one.
46.49 profit. What about where Amazon's $75.99, used $69.83? Is that?
That's fine. It's under 5% or so. That's a good one, man. That's a winner chicken dinner right there. They'll pay for your gas to get back to New York.
Oh,
Look at that thing. Beast on Wall Street.
that's
You want to know why? It's probably because it's like an outlier price. So this app is so smart, it realizes that it only has one sale over 180 days. And all because someone prices it at $25.54 doesn't mean the market's going to pay that. That's an outlier price. So
it's just going to default.
Scout IQ doesn't trust it, so it's ignoring it. Scout IQ is very, very smart. All right, let's keep picking. Let's keep going. He's making some money right now. Come on, Paul.
That one, honestly, you know what? Like, I would probably actually take that one.
You're gonna take it.
Yeah, 63 scored, 237. I mean,
It looks interesting so far. Go over to Amazon Seller app. Let's double check. Again, I love Scout IQ. I just don't trust it when it gets close with certain things.
Requires approval.
Ignore that. That'll auto approve.
But whoa.
Okay.
New price is 83.
Yeah, who cares what the new is? Ignore
I mean,
it.
for you're like 25%.
It doesn't matter as much as you would think. I used to think the same thing. It doesn't.
They don't care.
It's good to be like, you don't want it to be like 23 new and then you're selling it used at 30 or 21. It starts to affect you a little bit there because it's all context. But some prices are high. The only thing I don't like about this, and it's nothing horrible, is we do have 8 sellers. We do have almost a 50, or actually almost 100%, like a double up from the merchant to the FBA. Could you get it? Probably. Would a lot of resellers pick it up? Probably. Would it be a bad idea if you picked it up? Maybe, maybe not. I just wouldn't fill up my whole inventory. You could take it. It's not a bad buy.
Yeah.
I would take it. But it's on the fence for me. It's on the fence.
Okay.
So you make your call, and I'm not going to judge it. You're good either way.
Yeah.
Hey, be careful with the books, man.
Digging them up.
People in the back room, man, they'll attack you if they see that. Oh, look at that. $10 profit. It's interesting that it's rejecting it.
Probably the E-score.
Why don't you pull that up on Amazon? Again, you can't live and die by Scout IQ or Scoutly. Sometimes you got to think on your feet and ask yourself, what do you think? Again, ignore the requires approval. It actually looks like a good buy. I don't know why Scout IQ is rejecting that. Probably because what was the E-score on that?
It was 4.
4.
Yeah.
I guess it doesn't like, based on the sales history, because it has a lot of back-end data it's pulling from, it doesn't like the risk versus reward. The thing is, it's putting it at 24, and let me grab this from you really quick, when it should be pulling the lowest. The lowest FBA is 41. So there might have been a sale that came in that it didn't pick up yet, because if it was at 41, it would probably So for some reason it defaulted on the merchant price. So that's actually a buy. So you always got to be careful. You see this little orange highlight?
Yeah.
Sometimes it'll like default on the wrong one. So Scout IQ is amazing. I'm not going to stop saying it because it is amazing, but it's not perfect.
Right.
So I would take it, man. All right, we're back in action. I just had a little watermelon break and a little fasting break. So let's jump right into it and make it happen right now. So we're still scanning right now. We're probably going to just scan for maybe another 10 or 15 minutes because we've been scanning for like over an hour now. I just want you to really get the hang of it, the basics and stuff. So now if you want, maybe just pick and choose because this is an important part of the process. If you're at a thrift store, picking and choosing the ones that look interesting to you. And we'll scan for maybe another 10 minutes. And then I want us to get into the actual shipping process where we actually go through the whole process A to Z. So I'm gonna sit back, man. You're definitely starting to get the hang of it. So pick and choose, and
well, I mean, I'd probably go any sort of like textbook, but either these are the exact same books or they're a series.
We got a little set going on here.
Yeah, volume 1 and 2. Do you have to scan both of them, or is it?
Usually, when it comes to the volumes, I always scan the cover because it'll like maybe pull up like the 1 and 2 volume set. For this, I'd probably do it with the Amazon Seller app, just because it would give me, like if I scan the cover, it'll typically pull up all the listings, and I'd be trying to find volume 1 and 2. If I couldn't find a set together, then I might be interested in selling volume 1 by itself and volume 2 by itself. I'm not going to create a listing. I normally don't do that, so I'm not sure what you're seeing here.
Yeah.
So it looks like we have volume 1, volume 2. I don't see a box set together. So let me know. Maybe you want to buy them individually. They're $3.50 each at this thrift store.
Yeah. Well, volume 2 looks like
Click into it.
Could be a problem, but.
So it's at $8.79 to $124. So I'd pass on that. That doesn't look very exciting at all.
Yeah.
Let's see what volume 1's all about. Because volume 1 looked a little more promising. Maybe people only want volume 1. So volume 1 is 55. No
FBA.
Let's go to Scout IQ. Let's scan it and see what the e-score is. Yeah, I mean, I'd put 350 up to make it possibly. I don't know why it's coming in at 69. Is it because
there's no FBA?
Oh, there's no FBA, so that's what it's kind of pricing it at. So I think that's a buy. Let's put it in the buy pile. All right, keep picking. We'll pass on that volume 2. Now I want you to move a bit quicker. I want to train you to kind of move with purpose and a little bit more speed. I know there's still things you don't know, but don't even think. Just pick something that looks interesting because time is money here. Oh, he's going for the wound care.
Yeah, I mean, you've got to figure doctors pay a lot for everything with schooling or nurses or.
Yeah, a collaborative practice manual for health professionals. This is 4th edition, hardcover.
Yeah, I mean we're at the $49.99 on the.
Yeah, merchants are only at 42. There could even be a price jump as well, possibly with something that's under 100,000 rank. The lowest is at $49.99, but maybe they're acceptable. Maybe the next jump is 60. We won't analyze that now, but something to keep in mind. I think that's a buy all day long. And again, when you're scanning, you might want to scan with Scout IQ because it'll give you that quicker data. I'm just, again, only using Amazon Seller app to scan covers sometimes.
That one, barcode was covered up.
Gotcha.
A
little fiction book. Maybe get lucky with that.
Once in a while. Guess we did that.
Million rank, double your money. For something like that, I might want to double check on Amazon, but for the purpose of this video, if you're comfortable taking it, take it, man.
Yeah.
I want to see the speed. I want to see Paul moving. He's gonna love this book. I don't think he could hear me right now. He's not smiling. He's gonna love this book.
The code covered up. Second edition.
It's just not the book that I thought. Oh, I thought it was a different book. I scanned it earlier and it was going for so much more. Maybe You know what? Does this have a barcode scanner on it? A barcode scanner. Does this have a barcode? Use Scout IQ to scan this. This might be an example of Scout IQ pulling from the wrong listing, or maybe I'm high on life right now. Oh, okay. So it's decent. This isn't the book that I thought there was one book that was going for 150. This wasn't it. But it looks like a decent buy. Yeah. Take it. 15 bucks.
Do you normally go after hardcover books first, or because it usually seems like they're more
Doesn't matter with
expensive?
textbooks. I try to find the ones that are more current looking. I know that's not going to help you a ton, but the more you do this, you'll kind of get a feel for which ones are newer and older. But especially going after the new inventory, on the shelves with the newest colors, that's the most important thing.
Okay.
But I don't discriminate against hard or soft cover.
$24.90.
And sometimes it's better to like double check this because like with Scout IQ with certain things. So I'm gonna have you pull up the ISBN lookup thingamajiggy on Scout IQ. I'm gonna scan right up there. Yeah, I'll help you because there's a lot of numbers here. There we go. Yeah, so you can see it's a 23 E-score. It's gonna make about $8 profit. So 700 rank. It's not horrible. This is like maybe like a single. It's a little bread and butter. I'd pop on it.
Yeah.
Plus there could be a price jump possibly coming soon. I think this book's restricted.
See if it pulls the right one up or not yet. But
Interesting. Look at that.
found 30 score, 508,000 rank, profit 180.97.
Can you scan that on Amazon for me to double check? Because I felt like this was restricted or something. This is my book. But I think I was going to put it on eBay for one reason or another. There was something that was going on with this book. So I'd go for the lowest rank one.
495, 238.
I don't know why people make so many listings sometimes. Oh, that's why. It said I can't sell it in used condition. So that's why I always like to double check my books with the Amazon Seller app afterwards.
Yeah.
So let's pass on it.
Well, are they trying to create ranks to get around that restriction?
Probably.
Yeah.
And I think Amazon just keeps catching up and restricting it. So. He's going to love this one. I know this is one he's going to love. If he passes on it, I'm going to snag it from him.
Yeah, I don't need that much money.
Whoa, 91 profit.
295,000 for rank and 69 E-score.
Dude, I was at a library sale once, did I tell you? And I went, right when the library sale started, I ran to grab it, and some guy was like, F you, and ripped it out of my hands and took off. I don't know if he knew me from my channel and didn't like me, but I was like...
Somebody that learned a title really quick and then take the pushing and shoving.
Ooh, is that another good one? Dude, you're on fire right now, man.
So we're at 158,000 rank, 101 E-score. I guess especially with the fact that there's only one other FBA used.
You're not going to find things like this all the time. Usually you're going to find stuff like this if you get to the thrift store at the right time. What do I mean by that right time? Inventory's just come out and the other resellers haven't gone through it because there's a lot more resellers coming in. That's why I recommend people to and keep scanning. I'm just chit-chatting. That's why I recommend people don't just have thrift stores be your only thing. Go to garage sales, auctions, estate sales, do consignment, source off of eBay, build relationships with liquidators. There's so many ways to find books.
Yeah, and people get in the mindset that they're there to supply them, but it's they're there trying to make money. You're there trying to make money.
Yeah.
If you don't support them, the ones that are gonna have to adjust will be them. You can always find other ways to source and especially if you target higher end books, I guess you can do a little bit better. But you're gonna have to pay up for them probably.
One of the best ways that I like to find books and keep analyzing and stuff. I'm just chatting, but putting ads out on Facebook Marketplace well, you could source off Facebook Marketplace, but putting ads on Facebook, Craigslist, and Nextdoor for free book pickup. One of the best ways to get books. Just put out ads saying, I'll pick up your books for free, because most people want to just give away their books for free. They think they're trash. They don't think they're good. Yeah. Oh, what do you got there, man? You're going to share the wealth?
Yeah.
2K?
2,000, yeah, 151 plus for the e-score.
Damn, he's smiling all of a sudden.
$15. But it's a money loser.
Oh man, I'm just gonna sit back and watch the pro at work now.
That one's only gonna make 7 cents, but ranks and e-score are good.
Yeah, I'll take the autographed book.
Oh, it's gonna be
was this the one I found?
from the garage sale.
Yeah, it was funny. I was telling Paul before, I found this book and another book for $4, and the total profit on both of them came to like $43. And then I took my girlfriend out to the diner 10 minutes later because we were heading to the diner for breakfast, and guess what the total came to? $43. I was like, did the universe just want my book business to pay for my breakfast?
When you have things like that where like there's one FBA seller, and it's basically $2.50.
Where do you see
price.
one FBA?
Right there, right? There's two, one used, one new, but like.
Gotcha. The thing is, there could be more because you see how there's 26 used and there's 15. Mm-hmm. They can only show so many because it connects to the API. It's hard to explain. I want to see if that's true or not because there could be more, but it only shows the lowest certain amount of offers. You see how there's actually 7 at 48?
Okay. Yeah.
So that's why you can't trust Scout IQ or Scout Layer or any of these apps. Like Amazon's actually pulling directly from the source information. So there's 7 of them. So what was your question? I'm sorry.
Oh, like if that's going to influence like, like they're only price $250 below, but I mean, are you going to go in there and cut somebody's price on it, essentially?
Yeah, it's not even the same thing as what we're seeing though, because look what we're seeing. We're seeing the merchants are at 32, and it's showing only one FBA at 52, and then it's showing all at 52. But then when you go over here, it's not even the case. Looks like the news are at, see, it's not even like 100% accurate. So that's why you really have to double check things sometimes, It's not the same.
So something like that, though, then
That's fine. Just because the rank's so good, I could justify like that 50% jump. So these are good finds, man. When you see a green light up like that with a low rank with like a $20, $30 profit, you don't even really have to overthink it, man. It's the ones where you're only making, $3, $4, $5, and the rank's above 500,000, a million, and you're like, I think I'm gonna have you scan maybe 1 or 2 more books, and then we're gonna dive into this shipment.
All right.
Because I think you're getting the hang of it now. Again, you're not gonna know everything perfectly.
Yeah. Well, some of it's just judgment calls and.
All right, one last book. I'm gonna have you pull. Oh, that's gonna be your last book? All right, let's see if it's a home run. Hey, nice. So it's a little bit higher of a rank, but the e-score is fine. The profit's at 24. You know what's interesting here though? It's pulling the profit from that highlighted 39. It's skipping 21 because it's acceptable. So I don't know how much you can trust that. You know what I'm saying? Because the lowest price is actually 21, but then the next up, decent conditions, good. So I don't know if you're going to get that much, but it should be fine. If you're only in it for $350, even if you only get 25, you'll still make $12, $14 profit. So that's it. That is it. We're going to go downstairs now. I'm going to pick out maybe like 15, 20 books, and we're just going to send out a shipment. So I'm going to teach you how to use Accelerlist. I'm going to teach you how to scan in the books, how to price the books, how to put in your buy cost to be able to track like some of your bookkeeping stuff. I'm not going to go super deep, but literally in the next like half hour, you're going to know how to send out a shipment.
Yeah, that's an important part of the process.
We're overloading your brain now with so much stuff, but you'll be able to reference the video and Yeah, man. Any questions?
No, I think a lot of this is just, when you're making business decisions is what's right for you, because what's right for me may not be right for somebody
100%,
else.
yeah, 100%.
Yeah, so it's, but yeah, I mean, the app is easy to use, so Scout IQ. So.
And you see kind of why I'm bouncing back and forth between like Scout IQ and Amazon now?
Yeah, you need the full picture on some of it. It's not going to be provided, so.
So do you feel like a little bit more comfortable? Like, I know there's probably gray areas still, but are you feeling like you can go to a thrift store and start to kind of understand, like?
Yeah, I think I do. Like we're
it's not going to be this easy
to have the
at
process
all.
down. Yeah, but yeah, like it's just going to be kind of sorted through, and as long as you're able to to I guess get through stuff that hasn't been picked over already. You're just.
Yeah, this is a sourcing business. I mean, all this stuff that you're learning here is like foundational. This isn't necessarily going to make you money. What's going to make you money is like finding a good source and shipping and repricing your items. Like that's the main 3 ways to make money with this business. Source profitable inventory, ship profitable inventory to Amazon, and then reprice it regularly, which I'll talk to you a little bit about during like our final video 6, where we go over like some just random Q&A stuff, and we're gonna just deep dive into different topics and stuff after our shipment. But that's the business, man. You source, you ship, and you reprice. It's pretty simple. So this is all like, it's kind of like you're preparing yourself to like make a move. Like say you want to become a real estate investor, or say you want to become like a stock investor since you do stocks. If you're not even signed up to Vanguard, you don't even have a platform, and you're not even paying attention to certain stocks over a period of time, when a really great stock dips down 40% for no real reason, and it's a great time to buy, if you don't even understand like stocks, like if you don't even know how to buy and sell, if you don't even have the platform, you can't even take advantage of it. So that's what you're doing right now. Like you're building this foundation to then be able to take advantage of an opportunity when you come into a garage sale and you find a bunch of textbooks, or you get a call from a wanted ad. I've got 1,000 books. I got my mom 3,000 books earlier this year because of that. So like you're building up this like potential power that you're going to be able to use. Without this, nothing else matters. So be proud of yourself, man. You're doing it.
Getting the basics in there. Yeah.
You're doing it. Yeah. So with that being said, let's go downstairs. We're going to go, I'm going to finish some watermelon over there, and let's go ship. Let's go do this. Hey, what's going on, everybody? Welcome back. We're here with Paul. Man, we've had a long day today.
Yeah.
It's been a long day shooting videos, but we're really, really excited because this is where everything comes together. In this video, what we're going to be covering, man, is how to send out an Amazon shipment. So, Zach, can everybody see all this? We're in frame? I'm sure we are. We've got, 15 or 20 books that we're going to ship out in this box right here. And that's the goal, because that's how you make money, man. Like, learning how to source books and analyze books, all that's important. Going out to the thrift stores, garage sales, auctions, putting out your Facebook Marketplace or Craigslist ads, like getting all the books is great, but you don't make money in this business until you get it for sale. So how do you get it for sale? We ship everything to the Amazon FBA warehouses. So I told you before, there's a couple ways to become my enemy. Number one is to list items on the Amazon Seller Central and ask me questions about it, because I hate Amazon Seller Central. So what I'm going to be teaching you about, all jokes aside, is how to use a software called Accelerlist. Accelerlist. It should be on the screen. Hopefully there's no issues with the screen sharing. But I want to teach you how to use this. And you're probably wondering, what is Accelerlist? What's the purpose of it? Well, this is paid, so I think this is like $20 or $30 a month. And the purpose of this is mostly to be able to list your items quickly and efficiently, which ultimately is going to lead to your shipment to Amazon. It's going to be kind of hard to explain it, but I use this to list my items. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to scan items into the system. I'm going to create what's known as a batch. Okay, so it's like a shipment, right? And again, this is more of like, I'm trying to teach you the beginner stuff. I don't want to overwhelm you. Like I said before, there's ways that you could ship like 200 books at a time in like 10 boxes, and there's something called box contents. I'm teaching you how to send out one shipment just in one box, okay? It's simple, it's easy. And for the people watching, like, I know you guys want to make $3,000 a month, $5,000 a month, $8,000 a month, but like, let's make our first $100. Let's
baby steps.
Let's take baby steps. Look at all these books. What's going on, everybody? Sorry to interrupt the video, but I want to shout out our sponsor for today's video, which is Palette IQ. IQ. You might have heard of them before, but Pallet IQ is a service that allows you to get hundreds of thousands of books shipped directly to you. Now, these books were on a pallet. I don't have the pallet in front of me, but I literally had a, I don't know, it was a 16-wheel or whatever it's called, a big truck deliver these all to me off of the lift gate. I'll put a clip on the screen of when it was being delivered to me, but I've really been loving this service because I'm able to get tons of books shipped directly to me in my messy garage right now, Tai Lopez style. But, you know, that's one of the most important things about growing a book business is you got to have a good source. And these aren't a bunch of junk dud books that you're going to get. They're going to be 5, 7, 10 million ranked that never sell. These are solid books. Really, really good books that you can ship in, and a lot of them sell quickly. So definitely check out the service to see if it's a good fit for you. And with that being said, I got to get back to the video. I got to start shipping some of these books out. Check the link down below. Check out Pallet IQ, and hopefully you guys continue to enjoy the video. So I like Accelerlist because it allows me to be able to list items quickly. It gives me a lot of data as well, even in terms of like how much profit I'm going to make for that particular shipment. And when you're using Amazon Seller Central to list, they ask you a million questions, right? Do you want to sit there and answer a million questions, or do you just want to make some money?
Make money.
I mean, there's just like, there's just so many steps. It's not necessary. So I'm not going to teach a lot of like, and behind the scenes, because you and I, we have a couple coaching sessions after this. This video will be 5 hours, but I'm going to send you some resources and give you some more bonus material to be able to set up your Accelerlist account. Like you have to put in your address. You have to integrate Amazon with Accelerlist, like get the token and the merchant account ID, and you have to link it all up. You guys all know about integrating stuff. I'm not going to show it during this video, but essentially I'm going to show you like the bare essentials of what you need to. You go out, you find stuff, and now you're able to ship it. So you're going to get this recording, so don't worry. We're going to go through the process together. And for anyone interested in any of these softwares that I mentioned, Scout IQ, Accelerlist, any of the, you know, the equipment supplies, I'm going to put links below in the description so you guys can follow it. Don't worry. But with that being said, let's get started. And anytime, feel free to stop me. Because I have a tendency to talk very quickly, especially when there's a cup of coffee in front of me that's 3/4 of the way done. All right, so what we're gonna do is we're gonna create a batch, okay? So we're gonna click create a batch. And now you're gonna have all these lovely little things pop up, okay? You don't really have to worry about this right here. This is just a name. We're gonna call this Paul is the man with a plan. That's the name, okay? Doesn't really matter. It's just when you go to look through previous batches, you could just name things, okay? Batches are another word for like a shipment. Use a custom template. I always click no. A custom template SKU is, that's if you're selling like a lot of different products and you want to keep track of like the particular products. Maybe you're doing wholesale or something, you would do it. I always just click no. You really don't have to create a custom SKU. You can. They actually have a button that says, we really recommend using a custom SKU. Find out why. I haven't. I've done it for years. I'm not going to sit here and explain everything because honestly, I'm not an expert when it comes to it, but I always click no. Here you need to create a SKU prefix. This is just what's going to pop up in Amazon when you go to do your shipment. Again, when you rewatch this video and you're actually going through the process on your own, you can just follow this. Honestly, I usually just make up a SKU. Like today is, so I'll just do September 5th with Paul. I'm just making up a SKU name. I always just make names up. That's what I do. There's probably going to be people that leave comments saying, there's a reason you need a SKU. I haven't done it, man. I've shipped out hundreds of SKUs. I just make up a SKU. So
was the SKU, was that tied to the box or the book?
It's to the shipment. Yeah, to the shipment.
Okay.
So maybe you want to track your shipments. Maybe if you're a little more advanced than I am, then you might want to research more. If you go to Accelerlist and you just go to the Help Center, they explain all of this stuff. But honestly, like, let's not get caught up with all this stuff right now. Again, if you're more advanced, you want to look into it, that's fine. I just make up any name that I can identify. Okay. Shipping from, you have to put in your shipping address. So when you set up your Accelerlist, you're going to do this in advance. So Stephen Rakin, my address is connected to that. Channel, fulfillment by Amazon. Labeling preference, I want to label my products. So if you click this right here, you can actually, it says, would you like to label the items yourself or pay Amazon. So you can actually have Amazon do it for you. I think they charge like 15 or 30 cents. Workflow type, it says private is what most people choose and live is for more advanced sellers. Honestly, I always just do private. I'm not really sure what live means. I don't know. I don't know what it means. Here's the thing. A lot of people, they worry about these things. Like, I've done this for years. It even says you don't need it. I'm not sure what it does. Employee visibility, none. So I don't have any employees that are helping me now. If you did have employees, you could link them all up with this. And what we're going to do is create batch, okay?
Okay.
So now that we have created the batch, this is essentially like the shipment that we're working on. Because the end goal of this is to list all of these books into here, okay? And then when we're done, we're going to click a button that says create shipment. What's that going to do? It's going to create this shipment and send it to Amazon, to our back end, like into our back end administrative area. So this is my Amazon account right here. Eventually what we're going to do is we're going to go under manage FBA shipments. And you can see some of the shipments that I've done over the last week or so. I sent out 13 items in this, 27. Ultimately, it's going to bring us to this little back end area where Amazon's going to allow us to buy postage and print our labels and stuff. So Accelerlist is connected to Amazon, okay? So Accelerlist is, we're just listing, okay? We could do all of this stuff and list products and everything by going into inventory, add product, but it's so slow listing through Amazon. So we're using a third party to speed things up, okay? So now that we're all set up in here, now ultimately what we want to do is start to be able to list the products, okay? But before we start scanning in the products, and I have a little USB scanner, sorry for pointing it at you. What we need to do is prep the books, okay? Mm-hmm. So for prepping the books, there's really not a ton of prep that you need to do. A couple things that I like to do is rip off the stickers. So if you would be happy enough to help me, we can attack these stickers. I'll start handing you some books. And what we want to do is just take a look over the books to see if there's anything that we need to prep. You know, like I was saying in an earlier video, I keep the fingernails a little long for the ladies. Just kidding. So I'm just gonna peel these off, and you can just poke around, see if there's any issues, anything wrong with the book. I mean, I can't even show this book on YouTube. This book's crazy. I don't see anything here. All right, you can take a look through some of these books. If there's any stickers, that's really the only prep I'm doing. You know, with certain items like toys and stuff that are exposed, or certain products maybe that are like part of a box lot or something, you would stretch wrap them or polybag them as part of the prep. But with books, there's not much prep. You know, I'm just looking through, making sure there's no stickers. Something like this, I just leave it on. I don't care about that. It's not a big deal.
Even though it's got a barcode on it.
Yeah, I'm not worried about that. It's kind of ripped off. If you do find a book that has like a barcode over here and here, sometimes what I'll do is take a blank label and just stick it over it so Amazon doesn't get confused. But I'll show you that more. You can just put that aside. I don't see any stickers. I'll let you look to see if there's stickers here. Myofascial manipulation. All right. So I see one up here on this. I'm gonna take this thing off. Usually before I even sit down with Accelerlist, I'll prep everything beforehand, but I'm trying to remember like 1,000 things right now with you. So, oh man, this wants to fall. Can't let that fall. And you gotta watch out for the stickers, man. They like to hide. All right, I'll just start stacking this up here. Oh, you ain't gonna get away from me over here.
You said you use Goo Gone on these sometimes too, or?
Yeah, honestly, I usually don't, because I use Goo Gone a lot with retail arbitrage. Because with books, it seems to peel off because it's more of like a silky, like a shiny surface. It's easy to get off. But when you start messing with like certain like toys and stuff, the stickers like to stick and rip things off. Or DVDs, sometimes it's annoying and I don't want to like peel it off of a brand new DVD. So I'm just looking around, seeing what we find. I think I prepped a couple of these in advance. All right, man. Look how happy these dogs are right now. That's how happy Paul's gonna be when he starts making some money with books. All right.
I already started my death pile.
No, man. That's the thing with Amazon FBA, dude. Like, it's hard to have a death pile unless you're really like lazy, because it's easy. It's really easy to ship. Okay, I'm gonna have some coffee. Today is a good day. Man, I really hope you take everything that I'm sharing with you and you apply it, man. Like,
oh, that's the goal.
I really hope so. Like, I'm gonna be checking up on you.
Yeah, that's.
I would leave that. I mean, we could just put some barcode.
Something
We could
over
put some
top.
blanks over it. I'll show you during the shipment how to protect yourself against that. So now we're prepped up. One thing that I did before when you guys were upstairs is I put all the books in a box and I weighed it just to make sure that it wasn't over 50 pounds. It actually was 51, so I had to pull a couple books out. So I already put these in a box and weighed it on the scale, because again, the last thing you want to do is get a shipment all ready to go and then you get it all ready to roll and then you're like, it's 52 pounds. It's like, darn, I got to pull a book out. Because they don't want it over 50 pounds. I wouldn't even do it over 49 just to stay safe.
Okay.
So I already did that. So now the next step, what we're going to do is we're going to start scanning in some of the books and pricing. So I've got a way of doing it that's kind of inefficient. It's not the best way to do it, but I'm a small seller, right? Like, I'm doing typically on average with this type of stuff, anywhere from a couple thousand a month up to 10,000. Sometimes it could go more, but just with this, like, I'm talking about like books and board games and, you know, items from thrift stores, garage sales, flea markets, stuff like that. So I'm not like some big mega seller, right? You're not going to sit here like, you know how some of these guys on YouTube, it's like, it's not even the reselling space. It's just all like, they try to act like they're selling millions of dollars. Like, I'm not trying to do that.
Yeah.
Like, I'm not trying to teach you that. So like, if you came here for that, like, you might as well just leave. Like, I'm going to teach you what I do, what Mama Profit does. An easy way that anyone could really do $3,000 to $5,000 a month profit.
Okay.
Like, you can get yourself up to it. There's ways to become more efficient, and I'll point some of these things out, but I want to make that very clear. Like, my way is not the best way. The way I scan books, analyze books, it's like you were saying before, it's like a common theme. Like, we all have our own kind of way of doing the business. So hopefully I teach you enough to where you can take this and like shape it and mold it to what works best for you.
Right. Yeah.
You know?
And like I said,
So
like, books are going to be part of what I'm doing, and so like
Yeah.
maybe something to adjust and just get me started in the whole world. So.
Exactly, but the same applies to like how I do my business in terms of like how I do my listings, like how I do my shipments, like the way I do things. I'm not saying it's the best.
Okay.
You know? Okay, so now that we're clear with that, so what we're gonna start doing is, number one, I have this little USB item here that's like 10 bucks. The reason we're gonna want this is because what we're gonna start doing is scanning the books in. Actually, I'm gonna have you do it. So if you take this, we've created this batch, right? This is the batch that we're under September 5th with Paul. So everything that we scan into here is gonna be under this specific batch right here. So I'm gonna have you scan it in. Okay, and you see how it brought up the listing right here, the pendulum? We have to make sure this is the correct book. So take a look at the cover. And I'm gonna have you, maybe we could put this down a little bit so the camera could see us. It's probably hiding Paul over here. Okay, so we're taking a look at this book. And this is very similar to like Scout IQ in a sense when you were to scan a book. So what we're seeing here is there's a couple different things, okay? So Accelerlist wants us to price it at $19.97, okay? What I like to do sometimes is I'll take out my Amazon seller app and I'll scan it and just double check just to see. Like I said, I'm like slightly inefficient with the way I do things, but I'm always like a little like paranoid that like I don't trust the softwares, like any softwares.
Right.
But it's true, the lowest price is $19.97. It's a million rank. What did we pay for this book? I don't remember, but I'm just gonna say $2 that I paid for this book. Okay, so if I sell it for $19.97 and my buy cost is $2, my profit will be $8.22, which is kind of cool to see. Like, oh, that's cool. So it kind of helps you to like kind of price a little bit because you see like based on what you paid. Like some of the items I source for like 40 or 50 bucks off eBay. So it's nice to like go check my eBay purchase and be like, oh, I paid 40 for this. Okay, 40. If I price it for 70, I'll make this. To see how lenient or aggressive I want to be with the pricing. But that's besides the point. Now, like what I trained you when we were upstairs is now you want to kind of take a look at how you want to price things, okay? There's 20 merchants at $9.99, FBA's at $19.97. I don't love the 100% jump with a million rank. I'm not in love with it, but that's what the price is right now. If we take a look at the pricing right here, I mean, you can see the same thing on the screen to an extent, but again, they're pulling from the API, so Amazon's always going to give you more data. So one seller's at $19.97, two, $19.97, another one's at $19.98. So probably what I'm going to do is just match the lowest price, which it already did. Now, the great thing about Accelerlist is you can put in custom condition notes. So I'm not going to share with you exactly how to do that now, but you see how when I scroll over like new, it says, let me see if it shows it all here. It shows, well, what is the condition of this? Because I'll just show you. Looks like this looks like it's in very good condition. So when I click very good condition right here, it says no highlighting or underlining somewhere, but overall very good condition, ships directly from Amazon, eligible for prime or super shipping. So I created these templates for the descriptions. So you can go in and set that up, which I'll help you out with behind the scenes. For anyone who's watching, if you go to Accelerlist, they have a bunch of videos and stuff that teach you how to do this and whatnot. But I want to show you guys the nuts and bolts. So essentially what you're doing with the listing is you're putting your buy price. Amazon doesn't care about that, but that's for your bookkeeping. Amazon cares about this. Amazon cares about what your price is. So you know on eBay you have to go in and put your price in?
Yeah.
Like this is where you put in your price for what you're going to sell the book for. So we're going to sell it for $19.97. We're going to choose very good condition. I already chose, I hit very good, and then it came up with a template of a description right here. So it's very simple. And then I just hit add to batch. Okay, so now that's added to my batch. Essentially what we're going to do is add all of them to the batch, and then when we're done we hit a button and it gets all posted on Amazon, and then we're able to print our labels and stuff.
Okay.
So this isn't going to make a ton of sense for you right now, but the more we do this, you're going to kind of understand how this works. So you can see so far in our batch we have one product, which is a SKU, right? We have one SKU, one product. It's got a sales rank of this, we paid this, and this is our overall net profit for our batch. So what are we going to do with this? I'm just going to put it aside. I don't want to mix these things up, but just going to put it aside right here. Okay. I'm going to go pretty quick with the first couple to kind of like get you to feel out how this works.
All right.
And then we'll start having you do a couple examples. So I'm going to have you scan this barcode right here. Okay. Now I want you to take a look at the condition of the book and tell me, what do you think? Do you see highlighting? Do you see pages ripped? How's the binding? How's the overall condition of this book looking? And you don't have to be super like paranoid with the condition, but you want to do, you know, spend maybe 10 seconds, just roll through it.
Yeah. I don't see any writing, and
Looks
everything
fantastic.
looks great on it. Spine's not even actually broken. So
I'd say very good. What are your thoughts? Very
I'd
good?
say so, yeah.
Okay, cool. So we could take a look on Accelerlist. They want us to price at $32.99. It pulls based on their algorithm. I can see that the lowest price merchant that they're showing here is $36. And then I see Amazon's on the listing as an acceptable condition. It's probably an Amazon warehouse deal for $32.99. Amazon's also on the deal for $54.75. So the reason I like to scan it with the app is because I feel like I can just see things a little better. It's a time waste. And remember how I was going on the rant, like everyone's got a different way of doing it. Like this is very inefficient. So I don't always do it this way, but with you, I want to show you like when you're listing on Accelerlist, you could also scan it to get like a better overall feel of what's going on. We got 15 offers at $32.99 on the app, 6 offers at $32.99. $32.99, 15 offers merchant, and then 6 from $32.99. So they're matched right there. FBA, there's 8 at $46. There's no on FBA. So I would probably price this. I would probably just price match at $32.99. They've already got that there. Yeah. What do we pay for this? I'm going to put $3 here. This is a thrift store find, so it was actually probably $3.50. So that's $3.50, okay, is what I paid. Why am I putting this here? Because I just want to know how much profit I'm going to make, because I'm a weirdo like that. I just want to know. I want to know when I'm listing how much profit. It gets me excited. It motivates me.
It's important with business to know your numbers.
And also, crap, I'm smacking my microphone around. Also, in the back end of Accelerlist, it'll track like your overall profits and different things like that. So it's kind of good to have. So what you can also do is click this button right here, and it'll open up Amazon in another tab. and you can check the pricing that way instead of scanning the app. This is actually quicker. But Amazon started doing this new thing where it like pops up on the side. I don't like this. I don't like how they do it. But a lot of people probably do it. Where the heck did I just like jumped out of my batch. Where'd it go? Huh. I gotta scan it again. I switched over and it ran away. So you can click that as well. There's also a link to Camel, which is it's kind of like, it's like Keepa. So you can take a look at like the history and stuff like that. You can also install Keepa onto your computer and take a look at the graphs and stuff to be able to price better. But I'm just showing you the easiest way. Like you could just scan it and kind of look that way.
Yeah.
But you could also install the Keepa chart on here, which I believe, let me see if I open this link in a new tab. What in the world is going on? You know what, I'll just do this right here. If you have Keepa installed on your computer, it should pop up. So this is a Keepa chart right here. So I'm not going to go super in depth with this. I'll put some more information in the description because this is an hour video in and of itself to be able to analyze. But essentially, this is a graph. The green is the sales rank. So the higher the rank, the slower the book sells. And this is like the merchant pricing. You can see the buy box price. So you can kind of get a feel over time of the history of the item and how it's been doing. But we don't really need to go that deep into that right now. So for some reason it keeps Xing it out. So I'm gonna stop clicking buttons and keep moving with this. So I think $32.99 is a good price. You could undercut by a penny if you want, but at a $3.50 buy cost, we'd make $17.79. Condition was very good. I just hit my little button here. It's got the little template. You can copy mine. You can create your own, whatever you want. Bada bing, bada boom. Add it to the batch. And the item's listed. It's that easy. So I'm actually gonna go through one on my own and just show you how quick it is, how fast it takes me to do it. All right. So Amazon's at new for 31. So what I like to do is just scan it really quick sometimes, take a look. Helps me to price. Okay, so the lowest is 26, merchants is there, new. Okay, I like the pricing, $26.95. I'll just match the lowest price, condition. Okay, looks good. So I'll just go good, good, boom. I'm quick. Someone like Mama Profits isn't gonna go that quick because when you move that fast, you risk making a mistake.
Yeah.
But that's really it. Scan. We already prepped it. Let's look at the condition. Okay, that's good. Boom. Price $3.50 from the thrift store. Okay, new is at $119. Since there's a lot of sellers, sometimes it's not going to give you the complete data. So I just like to scan it real quick. Okay. 30 merchants at 77. 6 starting at 94. New is at 112, so I'll most likely just match. I usually match the lowest price for the most part. There are times where I'll price second or third and fourth in line, but I don't spend a ton of time doing that. I'm leaving money on the table sometimes, but sometimes you want to take a look through and be like, all right, well, my things, you know, if you take a look at the lowest prime is, okay, they just launched. They're a new seller at $94.98, and then there's another one at $94.99. Then there's another one at $98. There's a $4 jump. You know, if the rank was like maybe 20,000, I could probably put it up $4 and wait for the two below to sell out. But you don't really need to. Do you get what I'm saying? Like you can go.
You're trying to like worry about a few pennies, and it could cost you.
But
the
it adds
sale,
up.
And you know, instead of worrying about that few bucks, just
Yeah.
get it sold and get the money.
Especially when I'm in it for $3.50. Like I just want to get paid. Like
Yeah.
I want to get paid right now. So that's that. Very
Do you
good.
take condition into account with your pricing usually, or?
I usually do. I'm pretty good because I'm looking at it fairly quickly. And I just don't, there's just not a lot of room to jump. I could price this at, $97.99, get a couple extra bucks more, especially because the person who's first in line is new. They don't have any feedback. Actually, the first two have no feedback, just launched. So I could probably price it at 98.25 and match them if I wanted to. The thing is, we're already into September. I want to make sure to take advantage of this textbook season. I don't want competition to come in and start dropping the price. We got 4 minutes left. Bada bing, bada boom. Okay, we're going to put a little stop to this soon. All right. The merchants are at 77 and 94, so it's not a huge jump, but I want to get paid. I want to get that sale right now. I want to be first in line. So for some people, they will wait, but we're just going to price this right now and add it to the batch. We back. All right, so I listed that book up right now. So here's a book that I want you to analyze. This was actually a crazy deal. I popped on this on eBay. I just bought it recently. I'll show you what I paid for it. Okay, so for this book I paid $21.89 right here. So I'm going to have you scan this book in and tell me what your thoughts are with the condition. It's not the best condition book. It didn't scan in. You know, for this, you know what? I'm going to have you read off. Can you read off the number? I'll just type the number in.
978.
Yep.
013.
Yep.
390.
Yep.
5045.
All right. So, okay. So that should pull that up. I want to scan this real quick. Get this on my phone. See what's going on with this bald eagle. All right. So I paid 21 for this book right here. Look at this thing. The lowest price, the merchants are at 140. The FBA is at 169. New is starting at 374. So there's deals like this on eBay. The reason he probably gave it to me is because it's such a good price because it's kind of in crappy condition.
Yeah.
But you could sell books like this on Amazon. So taking a look at the book, what do you see?
Just the covers kind of peeling them apart,
Yeah.
delaminating. Obviously, it's curled over on the edge. You got writing on the inside. This bottom corner is kind of bent out.
But it's intact. There's no water damage. There's not pages missing. It's not like shredded to pieces. So I'd probably just put it like in acceptable condition.
Yeah.
It's not like I could put it as good and I'm sure I could get away with it. Right? But I want to underpromise and overdeliver. So merchants are at 139. The lowest is at 169. For something like this, even though it's a 353,000 rank, which isn't the worst in the world, like we're in the middle of textbook season, like that should be much lower. I would wish that it would be. So I'll probably undercut a little bit to try to get the sale. I know the people on YouTube are going to love that, but I'm not here to make friends with people. Are you here to make friends?
No.
We're not going to crash the entire market. It's not a gigantic market. Like I wouldn't be worried about undercutting some of these books. It's not like a huge market. It's kind of it's not a fast selling book. You know what I'm saying? So I might just undercut a couple pennies, get the sale. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put this at 169.84. I paid 21.87, as you can see. Right, 21.89. So this should profit me $114.69 if it sells. There's a chance that someone's going to come in and lowball it at like 89 and the market's going to drop out. But either way, I think there's enough demand in here, surprisingly, for a 2014 book. So, oh wow, that's Amazon right there. So you know what? I'm probably going to drop this down to like maybe 163, like go like $5 lower than him because I didn't realize that was Amazon was the lowest price. Yeah, that's Amazon. Yeah, Amazon warehouse deals. What, 169.85? I don't know. I'm just going to leave it there for now because there's enough meat on the bone. So, condition acceptable. Is there an acceptable right here? Book has a noticeable wear binding. I'm not going to put that here. No highlighting or underlining. Ships direct from Amazon. Bada bing, bada boom. Add to batch. Hand it over. All right. Next book, let's scan it in. Oh, we can't scan it, so let's actually, I'll just type it in. Understanding Animal Breeding, 2nd edition. This is another book that I sourced offline. Okay, I'll let you analyze it while I look this up, see what I paid for it. Pretty sure I paid $5 plus shipping. I'm just gonna put $10 in here. $10. Looks like the merchants are starting at 89. FBA new is starting at 101. Let me scan this puppy. You don't have to go through every little page.
Yeah, we have some of the dog ears and
yeah, it's got a little dog ears, a little bit of highlighting. So that's good to know. Let me scan this cover. I like to price my items like this. I like to scan it and kind of get a feel for what's going on. Just makes it easy for me. So you see how the merchants are at $89.95, but then FBA comes in at $147. It doesn't show you guys here on the screen, but you have to take my word for it right here. So 147 is somewhat of like an outlier price. Look, Amazon's at 101. You can't. This person isn't paying attention to the details. They're pricing it way higher than Amazon. Maybe Amazon came in stock. Yeah. Like after them, and they never adjusted their pricing. So I kind of like pricing near this price because any higher than that, you're getting a little close. So maybe I'll go like a couple bucks over at like $92.99 or something like that, just a few bucks over. The condition, what do you want? Good?
Yeah.
There is light highlighting, so I'll just adjust this right here. Light highlighting or underlining somewhere, but overall good condition. Bada bing, bada boom. So $10 buy cost, if I sell for $92.99, maybe I'll do $91.99. That's a $60.71 profit, FBA. And that's really it. You add it to the batch. Questions?
No, I mean, this makes it much easier to get things together for a shipment. That's one of those things without guessing what freight class and all the other stuff Amazon asks and everything.
I'll scan this really quick. Excuse me. All right. How we doing, Zach?
Doing good.
Oh, yeah. All right. We have 38 merchants selling at $28.89. FBA jumps to $53.25. So there's a pretty big discrepancy between the merchants and the FBA. News at 105, so I could definitely see getting 53.25. It's 167,000 ranks, so this is moving. This is probably a little outdated because we're in the middle of textbook season. Like, I want to see these textbooks flying at like 10, 20, 30,000 to like get the ones moving. But there's nothing wrong with this. This is moving, probably selling a couple times every other day or so. I could see myself pricing right in that range. Probably just match the lowest price at $53.25. And moving forward, I'm gonna start testing you with the pricing. So don't think I'm trying to steal the show from you. Right. I'm trying to just lead by and set an example here, and hopefully you can kind of get behind my thought process here. For this book, I'm gonna have to look up what I paid for it because I'm pretty sure I bought this on eBay. Let me see. Maybe I didn't because, oh, there it is. Crap. It was $15. I saw it. Actually, it was 15 plus shipping, so it probably came to $19. So with this right here, it looks like I'd make $17.88 if I sold it for that price right there. Condition, what are we looking at, Paul?
I'd say very good, really. I mean,
yeah.
I don't see any writing or.
All right. Very good. Very good. Add to batch, bada bing, bada boom. All right. Next up, Paul, I want you to take the show on this. And I'm not going to tell you a goddarn thing.
Showing $43.98 is the lowest and very good.
But remember, they're pulling from the API, so they're not going to be sharing all the data. They're going to be missing data sometimes. So that's why I was saying sometimes it's good. You want to either open up the Amazon page to look, or what I do is I just scan the book so I can see the data directly. Is this the best way to do it? Probably not. This is how I do it.
47,198.
So what are you thinking? 47,000 ranks a really good rank right now. This thing's solid.
Lowest prime is 69.69.
Okay.
So.
All right, and then it looks like there's not really much of a jump. Everybody's kind of priced in that area right there.
Yeah.
All right, this is a thrift store find.
And a few bucks to.
You tell me what to price it at, because I know what I'm going to price it at.
I'm probably come in and try matching. I mean, you can always lower the price later on, right? But,
So what's the price that I'm matching it?
$69.69.
All right, that's what Accelerlist already chose. I want you to go through the process and fill out the blanks and add it to the batch. So buy cost $350, price $69.99. I don't know if you know how to use a Mac. The first time I did, I'll scroll down for you. It's a little tricky. So now I need you to pick the condition and choose the suitable notes. Okay.
Nope.
Yeah, no. For you Windows users, I'll help you out. You can tell me what to do. I'll be your assistant.
All right.
Suitable notes. Which one are we clicking?
Very good.
All right. And is my template that's in there correct based on, like, is there highlighting or underlining?
No.
Okay.
So,
Now what do I do?
add to batch.
Boom. You just listed your first item with my assistance.
Well, it's definitely a lot easier with that now.
Yeah. Next book, man. Let me take a look at what this one is. Pretty sure this was an eBay find as well. Yep. So I bought this on eBay for with tax and shipping $29.92. I do a lot of eBay sourcing because I'm so busy running different businesses. A lot of times it's hard for me to get out to the thrift stores, you know?
Yeah.
So sometimes I'm just chilling at home and I'll just put in some orders. Okay. Do you mind if I scan that barcode? I just want to see what's going on here. Sorry. Thank you. All right, Zach coming in with the footage. All right, so I'll let you actually tell me the condition first, and we'll go back to the pricing. What do you like for condition?
Good or very good. I mean, there's a little bit of markings there, but
Yeah,
one
I
dog
went through
ear
that.
page.
I'm gonna put it as very good because it's a very clean
Yeah.
book. I'm pretty sure there's no highlighting or underlining.
No, there's nothing like
When
that.
you're first getting started, I would go over the top to really check everything because feedback's important. Now what I want you to do is analyze what you would price this thing at. What's the rank, by the way? The rank is 36,000 coming in with the hotcakes. I have no idea what that means.
Either 103.90 or 103.89.
Why?
It's
What are the merchants at?
good. Good condition. 103.90.
What is the lowest merchant price at? You know how there's merchants in FBA? I'm pretty
Yeah.
sure I can see it at $73.99, but I want you to confirm that. So can you justify the jump from $73.99 to 10 whatever? Can you justify that with the rank? I believe so, because the rank's fast, so it makes sense. If the rank was 6 million, I wouldn't want to jump 20, 30 bucks. But I like your pricing strategy. So what's that lowest one? 100 and...
103.90 is the lowest.
All right, cool. So is it cool if I leave that in there?
Yeah.
And very good, very good. Is it okay if I add it to the batch? Yep, looks like
Yeah,
we're-
yeah,
okay,
that's-
perfect. And how much profit are we going to make on that?
$50.91.
And did I have to go out to the thrift store?
Nope.
Zach, we going out to the thrift store after this, baby. I drank way too much coffee today. All right, next on deck. Do we have any dental assistants in the house? Zach used to be a dental assistant before his videography position. All right, man, I'm having a slow day today. $30 in sales in my Amazon business. You came to the wrong guy for help. All right, 156,000 rank. Merchants are at 17. Lowest FBA is at 31.98. That's a double trouble, but it's a good rank. 100 reviews. News at 45.95, so that's an appropriate pricing. I don't like that there's such a gap, but the rank's good. It's a textbook. It's textbook season. I could see it coming in at that. New is at 45, so there's probably not a ton of room to jump, even if there is. 31.98, then 32. I'd probably just match that lowest price at 31.98. What's the condition, Paul?
I mean, aside from you know, like people in the way, you can kind of see like some of the lines and stuff. But I mean, so I'd probably put it into very good.
Yeah, I think you're right.
No marks or anything.
I like your thought process, like being overly concerned, because that'll keep your feedback good. But it's definitely a very good condition book. That's a very clean book. Is there any highlighting or anything?
No.
All right, let's add that to the batch. All right, how are you at spelling?
Pretty solid.
We got a spelling book. And I'll tell you, I'm making a mistake right now. What you normally want to do is keep everything in order. I'm like putting it here, because I'm out of space. Because when we go to print our labels, it's going to print in order. So I'm being an idiot right now. So don't do what I'm doing by not keeping it in order.
To read everything.
Oh, what do we got here? A little love letter? All right, Crusade of Prayer. There you go, sir. Okay.
Taping that one in.
Yeah, let's, we have to, how, is there a barcode or no? How to teach spelling, Laura Toby. Sometimes I'll put the author name in, maybe it'll pull it up. Boom. Multiple listings, make sure we got the right one. These look like they're like lots of 4 and 6. We don't want that. We want the lowest rank with the correct listing, which is right here. Let me scan this in. Again, you could scan the book, or you can just hit the Amazon button here to pop up. I can't stand the Amazon button. It's so annoying. So I'm just going to scan it. Merchants, 19 at 35. FBAs, the lowest is at 44.95. New is at 49.95. So there's really no jump. There's no point of even looking to see if you can price higher or lower. You're pretty much going to want to match the lowest price, which Accelerlist recommended. Spelling, I did source that on eBay as well. So what I'm doing is I'm under my eBay listings. So, I might have paid too much for this book. The price might have changed. $21.80. So I paid $21.80 on this. So it's not a bad buy. I'll make 50% ROI on my money. I thought I would have made more, but I'll make $11.29 profit on this. What are we looking at for condition, Paul?
I think it's got writing and stuff in it.
There's a little bit of writing?
Yeah, I think.
All right, let's go good. So we'll just do light writing or underlining, and I'm going to add that to the batch. All right.
Are you going to worry about things like this where it's just,
I'm just going to leave it in, light writing.
Right.
So
if it's like somebody's name, like graffiti writing, or if it's like notes about...
If everything is filled in, then I'll go acceptable, and I'll really notate that in. But this is just light little writing, because I've looked at these before you came, so I know it's not anything crazy. It's just a little bit. I won't waste my time with it. My mom, she'll sit there and erase every single page.
Yeah.
I'm not saying she's wrong, though. Like, I know I'm like kind of like throwing under the bus, joking around, but to each their own. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. More patient than what you or I might be.
Yeah, I have zero
works
patience.
For her.
Okay, cool. So this book is a thrift store book. Let's say $3. Merchants are at 1073. FBA is at 17, but it's such a low rank at 60. I'm confident I can get that. New is at 20, so there's really no room to jump from 17 to 20, so I'm not even going to try to price it up. I'm just going to match the lowest price at 1707. $3.50 buy cost. I'll make $4.26. This will probably sell in a couple days. That condition is really, really nice, huh?
Yeah, it looks almost new.
Yeah. Do you think it's good enough to go like new? I mean, that thing looks like it's on a freaking Barnes & Noble shelf.
Yeah, I think it was probably donated right from a bookstore. It looks like it.
All right, we'll go like new, add to batch. All right. So we have another book coming up right here. We can't show this book. This is a very, very bad book. This was actually out of Paul's collection, his personal stash. Screw the roses, send me the thorns. Wow. Damn, Paul. All right, so it's a crazy guy, man. All right, 09645960009. I just had a feeling this wouldn't scan in. Okay, look at the rank on that. Man, there are a lot of people who are just having fun during the crazy times we're in right now, stuck in the house. So Man, if anyone wants to bid on Paul's book, I'm sorry. He's staring at me. I've been officially canceled. All right. All right. So I'm going to scan this book. I just want to see what's happening. I'll let you take a look. Okay, you could take a look and tell me what the condition of this is looking like. Merchants are at 1509. FBA lowest price is 2306. New is 24. There's really no room to move up or down. I could already tell you I'm probably just going to price match. This is a thrift store find. Actually, Mama Profit found this.
My virgin eyes.
Yeah. Whoa. All right. So this right here will make $9.52, and it'll make somebody extremely happy. What's the condition? What are you thinking?
May go to acceptable. I mean, do you have a questionable stain on the back with given the
that is very
subject matter and just like the this
You want to put it as good or acceptable?
I'd probably go to acceptable on it, but yeah.
Let's go acceptable. Book has some noticeable wear and some light stains. Zach, what are you laughing at? I don't understand. Like, let's grow up, man. We're in our 30s and 40s. All right. Binding may be coming loose. The binding is not loose. Is there any highlighting or underlining? No. Just stains. Okay, cool. All right, let's add that to the batch. It's been a long day, guys. All right. These are the finds that I found at the garage sale the other day for $2 each. Okay, let me scan this little. Okay. Who else scans the books when they're listing it? Maybe it's just me. 26 merchants at $32.29 lowest price. FBA starts at $48.50. News at $54. So there's really not much room to move up. So I'm not even going to check for like if I could go up $1 or $2. I'm probably just going to price the lowest. What's the condition? Very good.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a bend in the corner there. But
all right. Any highlighting or anything?
No.
All right. So I'm going to make $34.58 on that. Boom. Okay.
Nope.
Essentials of nursing. I'll just type that in. So what is that? Essentials of nursing research appraising 9th. Okay. Thank God that I took that typing class in high school. Can I see that title real quick? Just want to make sure. I'm not finding. Can you find the ISBN number for me inside that book and maybe read it to me? Because I want to make sure that I'm filling in the correct one. I found the listing. This is the listing. Maybe I could type this in. Essentials of nursing. Appraising evidence. Let's see if that pulls it up. Oh, I found it.
Yeah.
Sometimes you got to type things in and stuff. So this was that was the second book that I found for $2 at that garage sale when I was with my gal. And this one appears to be 76 sellers starting at $18.97. Wow, this thing's starting to really dive in price. New is at 107 and used is at 21. So there's a huge gap. So here with 11,000 rank, I actually want to see if I could price a little higher. Mm-hmm. Do you know what I'm saying? Because new's at 100, used is at 21. There's a huge gap there, and the rank's at 11,000. So I have a feeling someone's probably pricing kind of stupid. And what do you know? Just launched. They undercut everybody. Well, you ain't going to trick me. You could go, they're going to get bought out instantly. So once they get bought out, the next price is going to be $27.32. Then when they get bought out, the next price is going to be $28.69. So I and then the next one's at 30. I might just price it like fifth in line because these things are going to be moving so quick with 11,000 rank. So I think I'm just going to price it in at $29.99. Do you kind of see what I did there? Like, it's such a low rank. There's such a huge gap between used and new. The first person, he's an outlier. He just priced it wrong. He just thought he had to undercut everybody.
Yeah, instead of trying to do it by a penny or two, it's going to be several dollars.
All right. The 5 on it. Let's go. All right. What's the condition? Very good?
Yeah.
I already looked through that book. It's really nice. That'll be a nice little $16 profit. So I'm going to make an extra $7-8 profit by just taking the time to realize, look at the big gap between the used and the new. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Instead of just going right to what's there.
But if new was at 30 and the lowest was 22, like I'm not gonna waste my time like trying to price. Like maybe I could go up like $1 or $2. Like if the rank was like sub 20,000, like 11, like I want to kind of look a little more because it's moving so quick. Because what happens when you have a market at a certain floor price and that floor all of a sudden disappears? Now it's going to jump up to the next one. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, yeah.
But if it's not moving that quick, the supply and demand like isn't affected as much.
Yeah, the prices won't change as much because it takes so long burning through everything else. It's
cool if I add that to the batch.
Yep.
Let's batch her up. All right, All right, so what do we have next up? I'll have you scan that in.
And U.S. politics.
Scanner. Oh, we can't scan it. Here, I'll type it in. What's this thing called?
I got the ISBN right here.
What is it?
978-393-602-548.
Might have messed that up. Nope, got it. Okay, cool. Let me scan her up real quick. Okay. And again, the reason why Accelerlist or Scout IQ isn't showing like the accurate data sometimes, for this one it will, because there's not, I think it's like, once there's more than like, I think 20 or 30 offers, then it only pulls like the lowest 20 or 30 offers, so it won't show all the data. So if there's like 80 offers, right? Think of 80 offers here and FBA starts at like 50. It's not going to show FBA because it's only showing the lowest 20 or 30 offers. I forget what that number is. So that's why I'm doing it this way. So I have accurate data. 8 merchants at $23.99, FBA's at $25.75, 255,000 rank, which is okay. New, Amazon selling it at $29.75, so that price point's pretty good. I'm just gonna match it. Who was it? Who messed up the prep on this? I think it was me.
No, actually, I think it was me because there's like 3 or 4 of those stickers on there.
It wouldn't be a big deal. I'm gonna match the price. What is this? How much we pay for that thing? $1. Oh man, having fun here. Look at this. $15.77 profit. What's the condition on that? Good?
Yeah.
Is there any highlighting or underlining?
No.
All right, I'm gonna add that to the batch. Let's look at this next one. I want to get this party moving here. All right, this is an interesting one. I think this was another eBay one that I found. This one is called Ecology. Are people able to see this, Zach?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. I'll let you take a look at this. I want to see how much I paid for this thing. Dude, some of these people just price things like crazy. Like this wasn't even like, I didn't even lowball anybody. This was just an auction. So I paid, what did I pay for this?
$15.36.
$15.36. And let me scan this really quick. I'm sorry. What is the pricing looking like on this?
$112 for the low one on the.
Yep, 112, 167,000 rank, and look at that. That's acceptable. And then it jumps to 155. What condition is ours?
I don't see any writing or anything.
Good.
You know. Yeah.
Okay, so honestly, since the merchants are at 112 and acceptables at 112, maybe just let them sell out. I think I'm gonna go for like a little bit of a jump, maybe like 135. And what did I pay for this again? $15.36. $91. That's cool. Good condition. Was there any underlining or writing?
No.
All right, cool. All right, let's get that one. These are both, have these both been listed? Yeah, they were. Okay. All right, we're coming down to the end. A couple more. That was a dollar store find. A dollar Goodwill find. I wish you could source. You could source books at the dollar store, actually. There's some new books over there, but it's not the best. Hey, look at the, do you day trade? You said you're into stocks, or are you more into like?
I day traded for a while, then switched to more like swing trading.
All right. I could actually see this one pretty good here since there's not a ton of offers. $14.88. What are your thoughts on the price point here? scan it just to keep the same pattern going. Look at the rank, 908. I have the worst internet at my house. Okay, so merchants are at $14.48. There's no FBA offers. News at $15.99. What would you price this as? I didn't teach you this.
Yeah, I mean, I'd probably like right at where they are for where the merchants are.
Okay.
You're so close.
So I'd probably go up a little bit just because it's a 908 rank. Like usually I want to be like 5% less than Amazon, so I could probably go right up to like $14.49, give them like a 50-cent gap. Mm-hmm. That's what I would do.
Yeah.
Just because the rank is so low, man. That thing's probably selling like 20 times a day, if not more. So I'm going to go to $15.49. If you ever get yourself in a situation where you're competing with Amazon, but the rank is so psycho, like this is a psycho rank at 908. This thing's freaking flying. We haven't had a rank this good the whole day. This thing's moving, so I would just get as close as you possibly can. That'll leave us with a $5.42 profit. What's the condition of that? Is that like good, very good, like new?
I'd go to like new on this one.
All right, let's like new it up. Yeah, that book was clean. All right, next up, 7-figure social. We're going to 7 figures, Zach. Just scan that. There's another $1 find. Okay. Merchants are at $19.95. No FBA. News at $19.97. I'd probably just go $19.95. I'm literally just going to go a couple pennies under Amazon just because the merchants are all there. It's all getting pushed right into that price point. So Amazon's probably going in and out of stock if I was to guess, because why is this merchant at 23 bucks? I'm just going to price it there, $1. What's the condition on that?
May go to good. There was one, yeah, that was dog-eared over, but
okay, so we're gonna do good. Okay, very good. What's the profit gonna be? Oh, why is it saying that? Oh, because I put in the wrong price. Okay, $9.25 profit. All right, keep her going.
and that's gonna be another one.
So we do an Amazon shipment. I'm just gonna look up the title just to keep things moving for us right here. Myofascial manipulation theory, and that'll probably pop up, and it did. Is there a CD in here? Mm-hmm. Look at the front page. Oh wait, I saw something.
Yeah, I think there's just a piece of paper.
There's no CD in there?
No.
Okay. So we'll just say that there's no CD. I'll just put it as, you probably want to put it as acceptable or good. I'm going to just put it as, good, and I'm just going to mark no CD or DVD included. Is there any highlighting or underlining in this?
No.
Okay, that's a 350 by, $88.95. I'm just gonna match the lowest price. Okay. All right. $61 profit. Add to batch. Okay. Next on deck, one of my favorite YouTube channels, Alex Becker. Had to show him some support with the book. I see news at $11.69. Looks like the merchants are at $10.89. I'm probably gonna just price this thing right at the recommended price of $11.11 because it's a fast seller at 13,000 rank. I'm just gonna put $1 in here for it. What's the condition looking like, Paul?
I'd say good.
Okay, good condition?
Yeah.
All right, next up, last one, general chemistry. That was another thrift store find. Scanner in. Excuse me. All right, what do we got for a rank? We've got 77,000 rank, 31 merchants at 46, FBA starting at 46. There could be a chance to jump up in price because new is at 80 something. So you see the used price is at $46 acceptable, and then the price jumps right up to $59.99, and that's acceptable. And then good is at $63.84. So I think I'm gonna go at $62.99 because we have better condition than acceptable, right?
Yes.
What are we looking at?
Good or very good?
Your call. I think it looks good to me. Just under promise, over deliver. Any highlighting or underlining?
No.
All right, that'll be $41.96 profit. And okay, so we've got our complete batch together. Now you can take a look at some of the data up at the top. My buy cost for all this was $158. My net profit, potential net profit, is $722 if everything sells. 22 products or SKU. If you had 2 of the same book, that would be 1 SKU.
Okay.
Right? But all the SKUs are different. These are all different titles. So we have 22 SKUs, 22 products. This is the average sales rank. This is the weight, which is good to know. I always like to weigh it beforehand because the weight isn't always accurate what they put in the Amazon listing. Now, what I want to do is preview shipping plan because I want to make sure everything's going to the same location. With books, 99.9% of the time, everything's going to the same location. Sometimes what they'll do is they'll split the shipment up to go to like 2 different warehouses. If that's the case, it's going to cost you a bit more in shipping because you might have 3 going to one warehouse and then like 15 going to another. So shipping is greatly subsidized through Amazon, through the partnership they have with UPS. If I was like shipping out like a large, like oversized item and like smaller items or like different types of items, things could split off, which becomes annoying. For this example, you know, we're just sending out books. So usually when you hit the preview shipping plan, it's all going to be going to one place. So let's take a look. So I hit preview shipping plan and let's wait for it to load. All right, so that's the name of our shipment, 22 items. This is our shipment. They're all going to Somerset, New Jersey. Okay, so at this point, what I want to do is I want to create shipment and complete batch. So what that's going to do is it's going to complete this shipment inside of Accelerlist, and it's going to send everything to Amazon.
Okay.
What I mean by that is it's going to send it to the back end of my actual Amazon portal where I'm then going to finalize everything. Okay, you'll be able to watch the video back and understand it, but for the time purposes of this video, I'm just going to create shipment and complete batch. Yes, I am sure.
If you were sending in like board games or Legos or whatever else with books, or is it more likely to get split up, do you think?
It's more like the size. Like if you send out like a Lego set that's like this big, that's like considered oversized, like the bigger stuff usually ships with the bigger stuff.
Okay.
So if it was like small Legos, it would probably all go together. But I wouldn't want to put Legos with the books because it will smash it.
Crush it.
So now what I'm going to take a look is at my batch history. Because there's a couple things I want to do here. Since we're using the Brother laser printer, what we have to do is manually print the labels now and stick them on each one of the books. And then once we do that, we're going to go into Amazon, weigh everything, finalize it, and print out the label to go on the outside of the big boy box. Okay? So you hanging with me?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. So I'm going to click this batch because this is our batch, Paul, the man with the plan. And what I'm going to do is hit this little 30 up button right here. And what that's going to do is it's going to have me download it. And these are going to be all of our barcodes. Okay, so I'm going to open this up. These are all the barcodes that are going to be going over the top of our book barcodes. So with my printer, what I'm going to do is hit print. What I need to do is a couple things right now. We got things moved around a little bit for space purposes for this video. But I'm gonna put this in here. Okay, we all plugged in over there, Zach? Mm-hmm. Cool. And for some reason, if I don't scale this to 100%, it like the labels don't come out the right way. So I have to hit scale. Now what I need to do is go into the closet, and I'll let you good to go? I'm gonna go into the closet and pull out my little 30 up label sheet. Throw this in here, just like that. I feel like I'm getting nervous on camera because Usually I know, I'm like, wait, does this go up or does this go down? And I think it's because the camera's on me. I've done this a million times. I'm just gonna go with my gut. I'm gonna feel like an idiot if I put it in the wrong way. Okay, so I scaled this to 100 right here. With your printer, you might not have to do that.
Okay.
And then I'm gonna hit print. The lights should start to go crazy because my power can't handle it. Too much power and profit in this printer. Okay. You gotta clap too.
Yeah. Make sure they come out right.
I did it the wrong way. God's sakes, I'm such a fraud. Okay. This is like the night after you drink and you leave that person's house. Okay, so you got to flip it upside down, okay? Pretend that never happened. Shh. It's okay. Okay, let's print this one more time. Scale it to 100 because I'm a freaking idiot. This is how I entertain myself. My fly's not down, guys. Okay. All right. So this is what we have. These are called FN SKUs. So you know what a SKU is? There's an F and an N in front of it, and an FN SKU. Okay. So Zach, you can come around and creep on me if you want, or you can do whatever you want to do. Now what we have to do is stick these on the correct books. I didn't keep them in order, so it's going to be a little weird, but what you want to do is you want to take these barcodes and put it over the barcode of the correct book, just like that. And then what you want to do, you know, I might stand up for this. You don't have to stand, but what I like to do is start putting them into the box. So you can stand if you want to be able to see. You can do whatever you want. I'm not pressuring you to do what you don't want to do. So I'm going to just start putting them in. In terms of how I put them in, I like to protect the sides the most, because if things get bashed up, it's usually going to be like the corners and the sides.
Yep.
So like I usually don't like to put these like towards here, but sometimes you have to, right? Depending on the space. So you could always put some like void fill and stuff like that. So what I'm going to have you do is start helping me with some labels. So the 10 pillars of wealth. This is why this is inefficient. Like if you had a Dymo printer, every time you listed it and you added to the batch, it would have shot out and you just would have stuck it on. So this kind of sucks. I don't like doing this, but that's the way it goes. Yep, just stick it on, push it down a little. Now when you are doing this, make sure just to be careful, because you don't want it to crinkle up and like now you can't read the barcode.
Yeah.
So that's good to go. What's the next
green
one?
one there.
All right, here you go. You know, and we'll tag team this too. The 7 figures. All right, sticking it over the top.
What about ones like this? So you got barcodes here, barcodes here.
Yeah, so what I'll do with that, I'll let you stick it over, whatever one you want, doesn't matter. And then what I do sometimes is just like, I'll just go like that just to cover it up. So, it's pretty good. I try to put the big books at the bottom, like to build like a base, and feel free to walk around, Zach. You can, whatever you want to do.
Day trade.
Oh, day trade. All right. What's next?
Ecology.
Here you go. And I'll show you guys how to pack the box in a second. We're just gonna move through here real quick. And this is why, you see this one is like, it's a huge barcode, so I'm just gonna use some of my spare effing SKU thingamajiggies and I'm just gonna cover it up the best I can. It's not a big deal, it'll be fine.
And the Essentials of Nursing.
All right, here you go.
And Guide to the Code of Ethics.
All right, cool. I'll let you throw that on. Guide to the Code of Ethics. If I left everything in order, I wouldn't have to be trying to guess. How do you feel about this process so far?
A lot easier than what I thought it was.
Here, I'll let you put this one down. This is your book.
Cover
It's
up
not
the
his
stain.
pocket. Oh God, man! Be careful
I'm
putting
a little
that.
worried about what that is.
Oh, what is that? Can we put a poll on the video? Oh, God's sakes. Okay. Virtual selling. Here you go. How to teach spelling. Special. Okay. So this is a bigger book. I want to kind of have this like have the big books in one area. We'll organize this after. Student for workbook essentials. Oh, dental. Sometimes, remember how you were telling me, does it say new or used on it? Mm-hmm. It actually doesn't. So you have to be careful. Remember you were asking me?
If you have
I thought
multiple
it
of the
used
same one.
to. Yeah, I thought it used to. What's next?
American popular music.
There you go. Conceptual physics. Zach, can you conceptualize physics?
Yeah, what do you want to know?
How fast is the speed of light?
Geometry.
Oh, here's geometry. You guys, how's the teamwork going, you think? I think we're doing great. I wish I had someone to help me label things. But this is why you want to use the Dymo printer. Because the Dymo printer, every time you added a specific item to the batch, boop, it would just pop right out, you stick it on. Now we have to waste
a little bit less.
Yeah, now we have to waste 5 minutes. What's next? Government?
Government of America.
Government Eagles. Okay. Interact. Okay. Statistics. I'll give you that one. There you go. Analyzing policy. So if you guys are wondering what the label's for, this is when it gets to the warehouse, Amazon's going to cut it open, scan it in, and that's how they're going to know like what warehouse to put it or where to put it in their inventory, and it's going to communicate with like what we priced it as in the system and all that. The pendulum. Okay, cool. So make sure all your labels are used so you know we're good to go. So now, Zach, you can come around here, show you what's going on. All right, Zach, so if you want to come around, feel free to get nice and up close and personal. So now we have our box. All of our items are listed through Accelerlist. Accelerlist sent them to Amazon's back-end area. I'm going to show that to you in a second. We're going to finalize things. So now we got a bunch of space in here, okay? So the easiest thing to probably do is to just get some like void. Oh my God, there's a spider dropping on his head. This dude does not want you to live. The vegans are gonna hate me. Sorry, buddy. God, he won't die. Just die. Shh. Don't put that in the video, please. All right, so what we need to do is go get a little bit of void fill right now. So I think it's getting close to my bedtime. All right, so you don't have to do anything crazy in here. I mean, what do you think? We could put it in the center and put it on both sides, or we can just probably be better if we do that, because we want to protect the edges a little bit. We want to get it like nice and snug.
When you're packing these away, you're always going to have them all facing the same way, basically.
Yeah, I'm not super picky about it. I don't do anything like, I mean, Mama Prophet might be a little more picky than I am about it. What about you? Would you be a bit concerned?
No, I mean, as long as everything's just kind of similar, I think it's good to go.
I use whatever packing material I can find. You just want it to be snug. You want it to be tight so things aren't moving around like crazy inside. See, there's a little bit too much space, so I'm gonna get a little bit more packing material. So I'm just gonna fill her up, make her nice and snug, nice and tight. I mean, we got $700 of profit to protect in there, right? Mm-hmm. So, oh God. Give it the shake test. Okay, it's not, you see it's not shaking in there too much. We don't want it to be like freaking smashing around and stuff. So, at this point, now I go berserk when I'm taping. I tape it like this thing is like delivering like the Declaration of Independence or something. I protect it like the best I possibly can because the post office, they throw things around.
Just less chances for water to get in there.
What?
Just less chances for water to get in there or anything.
Anything. So I really want to seal this. I'll go both directions. Excuse me, sir. I mean, this thing is going to be so protected. The comments are going to be savage. But you know what? I'll spend an extra $1 in tape to protect my $700 investment. Will you?
Yeah.
And this tape too, like sometimes I don't trust it. Like who here has ever brought a package to UPS and then you get there and the tape's like all unraveling and you're like, oh.
Yeah, and that's, well, I've got rolls and rolls of eBay tape, which seems to work really well, but I had problems with that packing tape where it just starts lifting off. Like,
It's just actually taped up pretty good over there. I just like to really protect my investment. Okay, this is a little sketchy. Okay, so she's taped up pretty good. Make sure she's nice and, there we go. Okay, so at this point, what we're going to do is, you could actually take a seat. I'm gonna kneel for a second. Or actually, you know what? I'll throw this down. Okay, so, okay, you know what? Matter of fact, what we need to do is I'm going to make some space here to weigh this. Oh,
there it goes.
all right, well, this is heavy. Oh, okay. 46 pounds and 11 ounces. I'm just going to estimate 47 pounds.
Okay.
Because the shipping's so cheap. Okay, so now this is the important part. Okay, just going to write down 47 so I remember. So now what we're going to do is go to inventory, FBA shipments, and we should see the shipment that Accelerlist sent over. And what do you know? Paul is the man with a plan. You see that right here?
Yeah.
And you see how it says status working? You see how my other shipments are shipped in transit closed? So now I'm going to click work on shipment. Whew, gotta catch my breath. Okay, so we're going to have to make sure to hide my address, Zach. Only Paul's allowed to come here. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to scroll down. We don't need to do anything up here. Scroll down and it's automatically selected small parcel delivery, Amazon partnered carrier. So we don't need to do anything. Right here under shipment packing, everything in one box. This makes it easier. If you didn't have everything in one box or there was more than one SKU, they start charging you money. There's like different things you have to do. You have to upload files, do all different types of things. So everything in one box makes it super simple. Okay, now what was the weight?
47 pounds.
What are the dimensions? Can you help me with that? Usually I just estimate, but we need the length, width, and the depth.
14, 18.
Yep.
And let's call it 13.
All right, cool. So we put in the weight, we put in the dimensions, and now you can see these are all our items in our batch. Accelerlist sent over to Amazon. And now we hit confirm. How much do you think it's going to cost to ship freaking 47 pounds? What would it cost you on eBay to ship 47 pounds
Oh, geez.
to New Jersey?
Probably Probably minimum of like $50 or $60, because you get like, what is it, 25% off of retail or something like that. But yeah, it would be pricey.
So we put that in, we scrolled down, and we hit confirmed. So what we did is we confirmed our box weight and our dimensions. Okay. And then we're going to hit calculate the shipping charges. Wait until you see this. $9.60.
Wow.
This is why Amazon's so great. One of the reasons they've partnered with UPS and they give us these special discounted rates, which is fantastic. So if you take the amount of items that we have in here, which is, what do we have, 22 items?
Yeah.
Divided by $9.60. Oops. 960 divided by 22. That's 44 cents. Remember we were estimating 50 cents a pound?
Yeah.
So that was like 44 cents an item, which isn't bad at all. So what I'm going to do is agree to this, unless you want to pay $60 through eBay.
No.
I'm just kidding.
Yeah, it's... I mean, that's a little bit more than what you pay for like a first class priority.
Yeah. Do you happen to have like $9.60 I could borrow real quick?
Yeah, it's probably connected to that account.
Yeah, it is. It is connected. If you guys are wondering, it's connected. Okay, so we just accepted the charges, so Amazon's going to charge us for that automatically. Under shipping labels, I just have it under blank rectangle label. Remember that little adhesive piece of paper with the two pieces that could pull off? I'm going to stick one of those in the printer. Now, ship date, today's September 7th. And now what I'm going to do, this actually says instructions for applying to labels. Remember I said you got to put them on the side of the box? Mm-hmm. If you have a small box and it doesn't fit, I'll put them on the top, but I just make sure they're not close to getting sliced. All right, I'm going to print box labels. Okay, so I'm going to hit print. I need to go get my little, I'm going to sneak by back here real quick. I'm going to pull one of those labels out. You guys remember, like, I'm teaching Paul, like, this is like, we're going like 5 times slower than normal because we're like having to stop through every part of the process. I'm not going to mess this one up. This is quick. Like, I could usually ship this out on my own probably in like less than 45 minutes.
Yeah.
So it's not, and that's $760 worth of profit in there, which is pretty cool. So, and I'm nothing special. There's people who could probably do it twice as fast as I can. So I'm going to print that out, and what we're going to do is stick it on the box. Where in the box are we going to stick these labels?
Right on the sides.
Why not on the top?
To avoid having a cut.
Yeah, and Amazon doesn't want you to do that. All right, I'm not going to show these because unless you want to do a lot more editing for me, Zach. Here, I'll have you put them on the side for me. I just put them right next to each other.
Doesn't matter which one goes to which side?
No, you can just like put this one right here and then put this one right there. Just line it up.
Are they both part of the same thing, or is this like Amazon's
they
tracking?
Are. Yeah. So
versus...
you could put them next to each other. UPS has one of them, and then I think Amazon uses the other for their own particular thing. And I'm gonna have you stand up for one sec because I'm gonna go over this. Thing's kind of heavy. And what I always like to do, oh man, I gotta start lifting some more. So what do I do with my tape? Who here like loses your stuff every 5 seconds? Okay. So I like to just put a couple pieces of tape over it just in case like it gets wet or something. Mm-hmm. I want to protect my investment. I don't care what anybody says. I'm gonna spend $1 all. Like, who here gets like, you ever get insurance for things? Like, this is insurance. Like, I'm gonna tape freaking the heck out of this thing. So this is done. The last step that you always have to remember is you have to go into your account, and the final step is complete shipment in the right-hand corner.
All right.
So we hit complete shipment, and it's done, man. Literally, all we have to do now is just drop it off to UPS, and then you can go into your Amazon account and you can actually track your shipments. So if you go under FBA shipments, you see how this one says in transit. I can track the shipment and see the process of of where it is and all that information, and if it's gotten there, so on and so forth. It kind of shows like the map and whatnot. It looks like this hasn't been delivered yet. It's still on the way. This is a shipment that I sent in September 2nd. So once it gets shipped in, then you could see if it's been like checked in. Sometimes they'll send it to other warehouses. It might take a little bit of time, but once it gets checked in, man, that's when you want to start taking a look at your app to see if any sales are coming in, man. Today I've got 2 sales for $30. Not too much action going on today, but the day is young.
Well, it's with the shipping price, is that only because it's books, or is that just across the board? It's
all across the board. That's the discounted rate. This isn't media mail or anything like that.
Yeah.
This is directly through UPS.
All right, because what I was wondering, because I mean, realistically, like you can't even drop it off at the warehouse yourself for
Nope,
for that kind of price, and that's
you can't drop it off at the warehouse. You have to ship it through UPS.
Yeah, make it cheap and easy. Is it UPS? I know they have like the regular stores around, but are they inside like Walgreens, like FedEx is, or?
I think you could drop it off at, what was it called? Office Depot or something like that, or Staples. I think they used to let you drop it off, but I'm not sure.
Okay.
I just go to a UPS store, drop it off. One thing you want to remember, and we're going to actually do it now. We'll jump in the car and bring Zach along. And I want to share with you a cool little tool that I use that'll help you from breaking your back. Do you have a good back?
Yeah, I do.
Okay, you got a good back. So you're an exception. But for me, man, I can't freaking lifting these 50-pound things and carrying them. It's awkward. It's big. It's bulky. So for my Mama Profit, I got her this gift. I'm going to show you guys what I do to be able to move this thing easily. It's portable. When you drop it off at UPS, make sure to get a receipt. It's always good to have that receipt. I've never had an item where it got lost and I had to use it. Usually if it ever gets lost, like a lot of times Amazon will take care of you. Mm-hmm. Sometimes they won't though, so you want to have that receipt just in case.
Okay, and everything's insured up to a certain value?
I'm not sure about that. Yeah. Somebody help me out. Is it insured? I don't know. I think so. I don't know. We could ask today.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Be good information, just, because if you're going to risk $722.
I've rarely ever had issues. I think I might have had maybe 1 or 2 things lost, but Amazon compensated me for it. Amazon's making a lot of changes though, so I wouldn't be surprised if they're not anymore. Let us know in the comments, have you had an item lost? Do they compensate you or not? But yeah, we'll see, man. That's it. So what are your thoughts on that process?
It's definitely a lot easier than what I had expected. Like when listening through Amazon Seller Central, where they're asking like classifications of your items to see if it's like hazmat and all this
They
stuff.
ask that, but with the Accelerlist, it doesn't. I don't know how they get around it.
Probably just scanning things in and just auto-populates it. So
I think it does. There's probably a way for you to add those if you had to, but Accelerlist is made for booksellers. Yeah. You can use this for other items, but it's made specifically for booksellers, and most booksellers aren't dealing with hazmat and stuff.
Right.
There's a lot of questions. Like there's like little things you have to fill in. Like, does this come with batteries or? What was one my mom was telling me about? Oh, where's like the country of publication or something, like something weird. I don't know. It was something odd. These things all take time. The great thing about Accelerlist is like boom, boom, boom. You just, you fill it out and you're good to go. So that's it, man. Any more questions? We are going to have our final session where we do like all the Q&A, and I'm going to like go through the different things, and I'm going to try to extract all the challenges or questions you have. But is there any dire question you have right now with the whole shipping process or listing process?
No, I mean, went over everything really well, unless like having the tools, which I think you said it's about $15 a month for Accelerlist.
I'll have to look. I feel like it might be closer to 30. It's somewhere between 20 and 30. I forget.
But I mean, stuff like that is it's definitely worth it. And, like I wouldn't, if Amazon ran their Seller Central page like that, I wouldn't really have any questions about how to do it.
It's confusing, man, with the Amazon Seller Central. It really is.
Yeah, but it breaks it down, makes it really simple for you. You just scan and go. Mama
Profit, get on Accelerlist. What's going on? So you want to go drop this off?
Yeah.
Hey, nice work so far, man. You're hanging in there, dude. You're doing good. All right, welcome back to the final part of this 6-part How to Start a Book Business for Beginner tutorial series. Man, it's been a great day today, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Long day, a lot of knowledge.
You got here around 8:30 in the morning. It's now 5:30. We have, just to summarize things, we talked about how to start an account, how to get set up, why we sell on Amazon FBA versus merchant, the benefits and whatnot. Shared with you all the equipment, all the supplies for you to be able to get started, which you're pretty confident now, you were saying.
Yes.
We went through and we learned how to analyze books, how to price books, how to weigh out the risk and reward of books. We talked about all different ways that you could source books from, thrift stores, garage sales, auctions. We didn't go in depth, but hopefully maybe we could talk about that a little bit now. We talked about how to source books. I put you to the test, man. I threw you out into the jungle with 100 books. You did a good job. You went through, you analyzed them, you used Scout IQ, you used Accelerlist. Hey, what's up, guys? So I want to take a moment real quick to shout out the sponsor for today's video, and that is Accelerlist. If you're going to be selling books online or you're going to be selling on Amazon, whatever you do, do not list through the Amazon platform. It's slow, it's inefficient, you can't track your profits when you're creating your shipments. I use Accelerlist. Now, I've been using Accelerlist for over 5 years, and I'll put a link down below to check out a free trial, but I'm telling you right now, it's quick, it's easy, it's efficient, and now Accelerlist also has a new feature which allows you to be able to sell through multiple channels. So for example, you can have your products on Amazon, but also on eBay, different platforms. And if it sells, for example, on eBay, then Accelerlist will automatically pull it off of Amazon, which is great because more eyeballs on your products means more sales for you. So again, big shout out to Accelerlist. I'll put a link down below to check out a free trial, but hopefully you guys are enjoying the video and talk to you soon. You learned how to price things accordingly. You learned how to weigh out the risk and reward. You learned what a restricted book was. You learned how to deal with the restricted books. Man, I'm proud of you. You came a long way when I threw you out into the jungle. And then we sent out an Amazon shipment. And you seemed pretty shocked by how easy it was using Accelerlist.
Yeah, that's one of those things where when I've been looking at selling on Amazon before, where you're getting these questions about like the hazmat classification, if it has batteries and all this different stuff where, the hazmat classification sounds more difficult than probably is, but, but it's just like answering all the questions every time you're trying to create a listing, and it's just burning up so much of your day.
Yeah, and we went through the whole process, man. You learned how to prep the items, which isn't rocket science with books. You learned how to list the products. You learned a lot of the basic foundational stuff of Accelerlist, and obviously there's a lot more to it, but you don't really need it all. We didn't talk about it. With Accelerlist, there's all different types of things that you can do with it, right? But really, for me, it's the ease of listing. It's not having to deal with answering all these questions. You can create templates. You can easily jump to the Amazon listings. You can easily jump to the Keepa charts. You learned how to use it, man. And then you learned how to process everything through Amazon FBA, how to weigh the items with a scale, how to ship it out, how to pack a box, and ultimately how to drop it off at UPS, which, thinking back now, when you first got here, you were kind of like, it was like all these little pieces were in a blender mixed up, and you didn't really, it was almost like sensory overload where you had knowledge, but you didn't really understand where to go with it. Like, how do you feel now that we've spent the day with each other and you've kind of gone through the process and now you've kind of seen how all the pieces connect, how the puzzle fits together?
I feel 100% confident. Everybody might make a bad buy here or there, so sometimes just showing a little bit of patience with double checking your prices. But as far as being able to proceed and go forward with it, they're 100% confident that I'll be able to. So. Yeah,
because when we initially talked on the phone, when I accepted him to come over here and do this for you guys and to be able to put this together, that was the biggest thing that you wanted to overcome. Like, you were very, very overwhelmed with the how to do your first Amazon FBA shipment process. Like, you did not know where to take it.
Yeah, it's just one of those things that, like I said, it's just putting everything together where it's like, well, if I screw this up, what's going to be Amazon's response to it? And did you just get yourself banned for, or suspended or whatever, or just the idea of losing money, where you're sending in hundreds of dollars worth of stuff, and it's, you mismatch something with a sticker, in the wrong box, and it's just getting all that process together. But it's just, when you're coming from a background of like eBay, it's just so different that it seems like it's more overwhelming. But once you just get through the process, it's, you feel confident.
Yeah, no, I get it. So what advice would you give to, maybe there's a bunch of people watching right now, man, and a lot of people who are going to be watching now are going to be eBay, Poshmark, Etsy sellers who want to learn how to sell on Amazon, but they're scared. For you, it was like a lot of maybe some mental blocks of fear. You didn't want to lose money. You didn't want to make a mistake. The truth is, there's no way to get around that. You're going to still make mistakes. Mm-hmm. Courses, mentorship just helps to shorten the learning curve, but you're still going to make mistakes. So what's changed now for you to be able to move forward, and what advice would you give to somebody who's kind of sitting back? They want to start this business, and maybe they just want to make a couple $100 a month extra, maybe $1,000, $2,000. What advice would you give them after hanging out with me all day?
I think just get the process started. Like there's plenty of different reselling groups. There's, YouTube.
Yeah.
And just kind of follow along with what you see, because I think it just seems a lot more overwhelming than it is in reality, just because you're coming from a different world.
Yeah.
Where you have that full control to make sure it's going to the right person, and you're not worrying about any of the extra stuff with the barcodes or scanning things in. It's just taking some pictures and writing a description. But
yeah, it's different. It's really different. It's like in school, like when you're learning about like chemistry or something like calculus, it makes no sense at all.
Yeah.
But then when you learn it, it clicks. You're like, oh, okay, gotcha.
Jumping on somebody else's listing like that, it's like, is that offensive to do? Or
you just dive right on, man.
Yeah, and just understanding like that's just how Amazon works, because I've never actually bought anything from Amazon.
Whoa.
So, yeah.
You hear that, Zach? You've never bought anything from Amazon?
Never bought anything from Amazon. So that's that's where I
he's going to be the first person in history to sell something on Amazon before he buys something on Amazon. Wow.
It's a good goal, yeah.
Man.
It's just been one of those things where, my experience has just been what I've seen, with YouTube and what goes on there. So like, that's why there could be a little bit more of a learning curve, or holes that are there where you don't understand how something works.
So for me, like my ultimate goal for you coming here is like, I wanted you to leave, and I wanted you to, I don't care if you do 5,000 a month, 4,000 a month. Like I want you to like do something that makes you happy. I know your goal was like 1,500 a month profit, 2,000 a month profit. You're probably gonna have to get to, $4,000 to $6,000 in sales to get to that. The profit margins typically on this business is gonna range anywhere from 20 to 70%, but depending on what strategies you utilize, and the bigger you get, those profit margins typically shrink down to usually around like 30 to 50%. So maybe 4,000, 5,000 in sales. So my question is, what do you really need to do to kind of get that ball rolling forward? Because right now you have this knowledge, you learned how to do it, you realize it's not as hard as it looks. Obviously it's still scary, and you could make mistakes and stuff, but moving forward, what do you really need to do to get towards this goal? And to hit a 1,500 to 2,000 a month profit, like this might take you 4, 6, 8 months to get there, because you are, you're working, you're doing other things, you're selling on eBay. So I don't think you should strive to like hit it in 60 days. Like who cares about like how fast you hit it? You're not even on social media. So like you're doing it for yourself.
Yeah.
What do you need to do to make sure that you start taking a couple steps so you don't forget about this information? So you actually start moving the ball forward. You make your first sale. I think that would be a great first goal.
Yeah.
First sale.
Yeah, I mean, that's where, like...
First sale before buying an item on Amazon.
Yeah. Where you got to just take, the first step and, like get stuff sent in, and then, make that goal something manageable of like $500 in sales, or just, just continuing to build.
So what did you say, send your first shipment in?
Yeah, that's.
So what would you need to do to send in your first shipment? What are you going to need first? Products?
I've got products.
Okay.
I've got like dozens and dozens of totes of different inventory. I've got probably maybe like a couple dozen books or so that I feel will work.
So what's it going to take for you to send in your first shipment? Like,
really the only thing I would look at is whether or not I want to find like a laser printer or Dymo or roller or whoever.
So you need some equipment right now.
Yeah, that would be the one thing, is just working at, but maybe that's what I'll be buying on Amazon before I actually sell anything on Amazon. But just get the equipment set up and just go.
I'm looking right now to see the prices of laser printers. Man, these things have really gone up in price since all the craziness. You used to be able to get them for 50, 60, 70 bucks.
Oh, yeah.
Wow, the prices of these things are so expensive right now. The Brother 2320, it's not, I don't think it's available right now, but I think you get that for $100 or less. Honestly, I think the Dymo would be better for you long term because you travel a lot. And I told you earlier how I used to bring the big fat Brother laser printer into the hotels and then it would fall off the cart and freaking smash up, and people would look at me like, why are you bringing a printer into the hotel? It's because I want to do everything in my hotel room. I don't want to be coming downstairs. I feel like the Dymo would be a better option for you. The only thing that worries me, and it worries me for anybody, is it's just a pain in the butt sometimes to link it up to Accelerlist. Once you get it working, it's great, but once it stops working, like the issue with when you're starting anything new is it's very easy to just, I call it like the F it mentality, where it's just like you've made so many decisions, you've gotten to a point where like you're doing so many things right, but then you start hitting all these speed bumps and stresses, and that's going to happen when you start this business. Even after us working together, you're going to hit these points where you just get stressed out and like annoyed. And I don't want you to get so stressed out to the point where you're just like, F it, like I'm out. And the Dymo can cause that. That's why I recommend the Brother laser printer and using the 30 up labels, even though it takes twice as long to, it's less efficient. You got to print it all out at once, and then you got to hand, deliver each one onto the barcode of the book. The Dymo's quicker, but it's stressful at times. So you're going to have to make that decision. But man, even if you buy a Brother laser printer, you could always resell it down the road too. It's not like it's like 100%, and it's a write-off.
Yeah.
Yeah. So call how good you are with technology.
Yeah. Well, I'm okay with it. Not patient with it. So yeah, that would be one of those things where if something just like stops working or whatever.
I don't want you to quit because of that. Like, thankfully, I had the Brother laser printer as a backup because my Dymos, man, I was fighting, and I was about to say effort for the time being and stop listing for like a month or two until I regained consciousness. But I had it there and I've been using it. So, you don't have another printer?
I've got like an inkjet printer.
Yeah, you can use an inkjet printer.
Oh, I thought you couldn't.
No, you can. I should clarify that. You can use an inkjet printer. Just go get the 30 up labels and use it. The only thing with the inkjet is it's just more expensive with the ink. So you're fine. You don't even need a printer then if you already have the inkjet. I'm sorry. I should have clarified that.
Oh, I thought that was something with Amazon or something. Where
No. I was so gung-ho with that laser printer. No, you can use the inkjet.
Oh, all right.
Yeah. So just use the inkjet.
Yeah. So I guess I need some 30 up labels and go.
Buy the little barcode scanner though. I'm not talking about the Natamu for scanning. Get that as well. You don't need it though in the beginning because you can just do it by hand. But get the little $10 one I was talking about when you attach it to a computer and you scan it with Accelerlist.
Yeah.
Because that's a big time suck if you don't have that.
Yeah. Yeah, that's one of those things where just anything to simplify the process and, like I said, just the amount of stuff beyond books and everything that I have to send in there, You got
to get that first shipment in, dude.
Yeah.
I'm telling you because, so I taught my girlfriend how to do this and she actually, this she used Amazon Seller Central because she didn't want to invest in the Accelerlist, which is perfectly fine. I get it. Like, she works a job, she didn't want to invest money into it and stuff, and you know, whatever. She used the Amazon Seller. It was a pain in the butt. It was a pain in the butt. I'm telling you right now. But I would definitely invest in the barcode scanner. I would definitely invest in Accelerlist. Like, these things are, for a guy like you, I wouldn't go any other way. But you have to get that first shipment in. You have to get it in because, oh yeah, for her, once she started seeing the sales, it motivated her, and she started putting out more wanted ads. She was doing next door pickups, like, and now she's getting really excited. So we're going to be going in partially together on that wholesale lot of books that we have coming in. So she's excited. But once you get the point I'm trying to make is once you get those first sales and you check your Amazon seller app every single morning, the first thing I do is I wake up in the morning, I go to my phone. Probably shouldn't be doing this. It's better than social media. And I just check to see if I sold anything. It's so exciting.
Yeah.
And it sells without you having to fulfill it or pick it or pack it or ship it or customer service. Like, you just check your sales and then Amazon pays you every 2 weeks.
Yeah.
Directly to your bank.
Simplified thing, you know, it's sometimes, you know, especially with eBay, where you get loaded up a little bit more on like over the weekend or something, and then all of a sudden Monday. It's like you may not exactly be feeling it, but then all of a sudden it's like you got 30 or 40 things you got to pack up and send out.
And then there's no listing on Monday because you have to pack everything. With Amazon, it's all front loaded. So you focus on sourcing, you source as much as you can, and once you ship it all off, man, you're done for the most part. I know we didn't cover repricing at all. We could talk a little bit about that. I use a software called Reprice It. I think that's $15 a month, and you can set up rules for it to automatically reprice for you. So that's what I do. I was gonna make it a part of the series, but that's a long, boring video, and we've already done so many. I feel like this is like the longest video possible, but I know it's gonna help. Honestly, I could care less if 1,000 people are like, oh, this is too long, I don't want to watch it. This is YouTube. I don't care, because I know there's gonna be 10 people who watch this who actually like this video. I feel like fills in so many gaps. Because this is like real life.
Yeah, and that's, you know, that's been one of those things where it's so much easier to kind of try to learn from somebody who's learning versus somebody who's trying to teach. I think sometimes Yeah. I'll put some links down below I have a repricing video that I recommend. That's very copy and paste. A lot of the stuff we learned today isn't as copy and paste, but a repricer is. You just set up a couple different rules. There's like 10 options. You set it up, and then every day I have my repricer. It reprices like 5 to 10 times a day based on my competition. So sometimes somebody sells out and I want the price to raise. Other times more competition comes in and I want to lower my price. But I don't want to have to manually go in and do it myself. So in the beginning, you can do it yourself. It's good to learn, but eventually you'll want to get that software. But I wouldn't do it now because start making some money first, you know? Yeah. Yeah, you can get the hands-off approach later on with stuff.
So once you get your first shipment in, it's going to start selling, man. You're going to get addicted. You're going to want to go out and source more. You're going to want to ship more items in. You're going to start counting your profits. Every time you send in a shipment, you're going to see every time I send out a shipment, after like maybe 4 or 5 days, once it checks in, the sales, they just start coming in, man. And guess what? I don't have to ship it. I don't have to process it. I don't have to drop it off at UP. I just do it once, just like today, man. You just throw it all in a box.
Yeah.
It's all front loaded, man. It's a front loaded business, which is great. So say you want to work your butt off, man, and you know you're going to be going on a trip for a couple weeks, just send out like 10 shipments, get it all in. And then when you're on vacation, I love doing this. I time it so all my shipments are going out right before vacation. Then on vacation, it's like you're making passive income because the money's just coming in. But it takes a lot of upfront work.
Yeah. Yeah, and it's one of those things that, you know, like it comes back to you, you know, where it's one of the things, you know, that you notice with like hourly jobs or whatever. Like I've worked in factories, I've worked in places like Walmart and all that stuff, and it's like you work harder and you're just doing everybody else's job around you, you know, and like when they're gonna promote somebody, it's just gonna be done based off of seniority, and it's just, you're not getting that return on what you're putting into it, you know.
Yeah, man, the amount of money that you make in your Amazon business is solely based on your performance and the value that you're able to bring to the market. If you're not making a lot of money, you're not bringing enough value to the market. And how do you bring value to the market in our business? Is our ability to creatively and resourcefully find undervalued products and bring them to the market. That's our value. People are paying us because we're bringing these products onto Amazon. People are shopping on Amazon. And Amazon needs us third-party sellers because I forgot what the stat was, but 60, 70, 80% of all sales on Amazon are coming from third-party sellers. So that's the value we bring. So all the stuff we learned today is like building the whole foundation, but the number one thing that you're gonna have to do is like go out there and find ways to source. Mm-hmm. Tons of different ways to do it, man. But that's something I can't teach you on video. I can give you ideas, but you have to go out there and you have to cold call the libraries, show up to the libraries, build relationships with the managers at the thrift stores. You have to put out the wanted ads. You have to hustle and talk to people, build relationships with people who work at middle schools, high schools, colleges, talk to people, set up consignment deals, post ads on Facebook Marketplace, Craigslist. You know, there's so many ways, garage sales, consignment stores. The list goes on, but that's the whole key to this business. Everything that we talked about today like builds upon that. But if you don't find a good source, it's going to be hard to build your business. And most people just get stuck in they get stuck in that perpetual like thrift store cycle where like it's up and down and up and down. It's some weeks it's good, they hit jackpots, and then other weeks it's unreliable. So you really that's the business, man. You got to find that consistent stream of inventory. And what a lot of smart resellers do is they have their hands in a couple different cookie jars. So they've got the liquidation cookie jar covered. They've got the library sale cookie jar covered. They've got the thrift stores covered. But once a lot of people scale from like 3 to 4 to 5,000, they move on from thrift stores. They still do it, but thrift stores is very time consuming and inconsistent. So
yeah, you're reliant too much on whatever somebody else is going to bring out, and I don't care what the thrift store is, like the workers there know value, so it's like some books may get caught ahead of time. I've seen it with clothing, and where they're going to pull stuff off to the side when they know like a name brand, it's either getting marked way up or somebody else is taking it home with them.
They're already sending it. Like Goodwill's already going on goodwill.org. They're selling stuff online. They stink at it, but they're trying.
Yeah, and it's just one of those things where there's a lot of, space in between you and the person that's donated that book. So it's not the best source.
Yeah.
Like you might be more apt to hit a home run here and there where it's like, oh, I got this book that's going to sell for $100 that I bought for $3, but that happens once a month. It's not as
it comes and goes,
great,
man.
It's something where it's $7-8 every single time that something goes out the door.
So let me ask you to kind of wrap things up. Are there any final questions that you have when it comes to analyzing books, scanning books, sourcing, shipping, listing, finding books? Is there anything that could hold you back from getting out that first shipment and starting to see some results, starting to taste some results? Because once you taste it, you're going to get excited, you're going to get momentum, and you're going to lean into it a lot more. Is there anything that, I know we've covered so much today?
I don't think there's anything that's going to hold me back from doing it. I feel like the knowledge base is there at this point. But it's just, just kind of fine tuning the system for whatever works best with my mind, which, it could be just the process or something that gets adjusted, but like, I'm going to do everything, the way, that I've learned now. And if there's something that occurs to me of, I could,
you'll find better ways to do it. Yeah.
And that's what, it's it's finding your way to do it, because my mind isn't going to work like somebody else's mind.
Yeah, good point.
That's why there's people that are good math people and there are people that suck at it, or just finding little ways to change setups and stuff. But it's just right now it's all about getting out there and just continuing to source things and remembering to have patience with books, because you're going to have a lower percentage that you're going to be.
And remember, don't be scared to experiment with other ways. Like I showed you already today, you saw my eBay account, some books I'm sourcing off of eBay. You can source off of eBay. Again, it's going to depend on your budget. You have more money than the average person. So you can look at things like that, sourcing online. just don't get stuck. And if thrift stores don't work for you, don't quit.
Yeah.
Because that's like the most beginner, like everyone's going to thrift stores. So think outside the box, man. But get your first shipment in, man. Make it happen. You and I, we have some coaching sessions that I'm throwing in after this to make sure that you get through and you're successful. I hope this helped everybody. If you have any questions, ask, let me know. If anyone watching has questions, ask, let me know. I'm putting resources down below for everybody. A bunch of bonus material, a bunch of bonus training. You can check that out, man. Anything else I can do to help you, or are we going to just get that first shipment out?
I'm ready to get the first shipment out.
Hey, man, I appreciate you coming on, man. I appreciate everybody watching, and hopefully you learned from us. We put a lot of work in today to make this video. Paul did a great job. Really proud of you, man, for investing in yourself, coming out here. A lot of people aren't willing to put themselves on the line and invest in themselves. So thanks for being the guinea pig for today's video.
Well, hopefully other people have the opportunity later on.
Yeah, we'll see, man. But yeah, with that being said, hopefully you guys enjoyed, and go out there and take action. Bye.